Alright, let's go. So, let's take a look around here. This place may actually be okay-ish for industry. It's got lots of space. I'm not so sure about ores, though. Yeah, okay, it's kind of sparse on ores, actually. We should probably just delete everything around here that we can. Clean it up. Yeah. There's no point leaving any of this alone. Actually, before I delete all this crap, I should go expand the core. Which is a bit of a disaster zone at the moment. To say the least. Okay, so core expansion. Let's just go ahead and delete everything that isn't directly involved in running that ship right now. This is going to cut off our RTGs, but we'll fix that in a minute. Oops. Want vault. Yeah, we put the first vault there. There we go. That'll reconnect our RTGs. Okay. Second vault goes here. And then pretty sure. Let's see. Yeah. Need to put one here for most efficiency. So if we put that there, oops, then we can just go like that, and that'll reconnect that fun and exciting little bit there. You need to be armored. Okay. We'd have to delete the ship line to fit the next bit in. What's the limit? 1724? Okay, and we have 5 of them waiting. At this point, I feel fairly secure in deleting the basic ship line. We can redirect all these guys to get them to where we need to go. Yeah. Let's go ahead and clear some of this out. Oh no, that became disconnected. How terrible. A couple more vaults. Like that. And then go ahead and build a basic container in there. Okay. You're running short on cryo. Why? Because I didn't reconnect. That's not the real reason why, but a reason that is going to have an effect eventually is that I didn't reconnect to this. Okay, but the real reason is they're out of water. And they're out of water because those pumps are off. Okay. So let's reconnect that. I should get the cryo running again. I'm going to maybe overdrive this. Oh, I didn't hook up the silicon again. That would also be a problem. Okay. I probably should build a ship line somewhere else. Because we do have all the resources available to do it. And it will help hold this sector against the AI. Also, 850 silicon is a lot of silicon. First of all, though, can I turn these without destroying the ship on them? Yes, I can. Good. Okay, those are all set to go into the upgrader. Not that it's going to matter because there's no way we can use this many ships. Also, we still don't have enough silicon. Okay, so this is going to be number 19, I think. Which means we need 5 more. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we actually have too many ships already. I'm just going to go ahead and delete all these little ones. Bit of a waste of resources, but I need the space. I'm going to keep these two because they're out of the way. Okay. You run to the core. Also, those weren't powered for some reason. Okay, this mass driver is no longer needed because we don't need to send any silicon to the planetary launch terminal because it's done its thing. We've got the congratulations you won screen, which wasn't all that impressive, honestly, but that's fine. Didn't need to be. Okay. So now we just need to remove these last couple reconstructors. And this has run out of power because reasons. Actually, I don't want to reconnect to that. I want to reconnect to that. There we go. Nuclear production complex is under attack. Which is over there. Survives 15 out of 15 waves. Okay, so we're good. Alright. So I don't know what all resources these defenses were built on. But I might want to remove those defenses at some point and rebuild them elsewhere. Hello, my industry. Come here. Just doing a little bit of cleanup on Planetary Launch Terminal before picking a planetary map and going for it. I think I might make this my new hub map because it's got lots of empty space, but I'm not sure if it has enough resources to justify it. Trying to expand the core and all the stuff you want to do on a map that you might use eventually. Also, there's no reason not to clear up all this mess and recover the resources. Although I would definitely consider not doing it if I didn't have the polys around. Okay. Would you please? Okay, there we go. Those I don't care about deleting. Also, do I care enough to bother? Yeah, why not? The Navy grows. We're going to be completely pop capped on all available ship types. Well, I guess, did I unlock tier 5 ships? I don't think I did. No, I don't even have the tier 5 ship unlocked. Although I could unlock it now. Yay, tier 5 ships that we'll probably never use. I'll have to build a new ship line somewhere if I want those. I probably should build a land unit line. A much larger and fancier one. Just somewhere. Okay. We will leave the planetary launch terminal itself alone, because why not? It is ours after all. We will delete all the stuff that's still neutral around it. I may have accidentally deleted my lead and just the lead, I guess. Oh well, it's not like it was actually important or useful. What army did I use? I just went for it with a bunch of the little ones, actually. It was kind of funny. I didn't expect it to work. I just grabbed a bunch of the little guys and it's like, oh, let's go distract him. See if he can race in. I think it was the littlest size. No, it wasn't the littlest. I don't remember. It was one of the smaller ones. It wasn't like the big ships or anything. And then I just went for it and managed to rush down the foreshadows. I was honestly surprised it worked. The ships have kind of insane DPS, honestly. Yeah, just boats. They're a little OP, definitely. The thing is, there's so few maps where you can actually use them that it doesn't matter if they're OP or not. But yeah. I think they may be a little bit overtuned. Which I'm fine with. It certainly saved me a lot of time. Okay. I probably should go ahead and delete all this crap out here too, but because they're very haphazardly slapped together. Okay, I don't think there's anything else around here that's not mine and in use. These guys all are out of power. Because this is out of power, because this is no longer connected to anything that matters. Alright. Also, you shouldn't be connected like that. It's this guy's job. Alright, these are no longer in use. Although I just realized I messed up a little tiny bit. I do need to build a battery or something to bridge those two together. Okay. You aren't needed anymore. You aren't needed anymore if you ever were. Okay. Clear up a little bit of our power connection disaster. Gonna connect you. Whoops. No, he's got max connections. I can't connect to anything else. Ah. Okay, fine. Be that way. Alright. A little neater. Silicon system should probably be drained. I guess if I reverse the firing order, we'll be going back to the core. Okay. I want you to not fire. Thank you very much. There we go. That should clear all these out fairly quickly. I suppose it won't hurt to run the copper and the thorium in. I wonder if I can use unloaders to pull stuff out of the planetary launch terminal. It'd be funny if I could. I can. Okay. I mean, we might as well. He's firing at him. He's firing at him. He's firing at him. And he is firing at him. And he is not unloading into the core because of a power problem, apparently. That's unfortunate. Negative some large amount of power. What happens if we disconnect the planetary launch terminal from the power grid? Connect to there instead. You don't get power. It's still pretty negative on power. Also, I should disconnect those. Actually, no, wait. We'll leave that one run, because it'll empty out eventually. And then these two we don't want to run because they're actually hooked up to things that are going to consume power. Okay, why are we suddenly negative on power? I suppose we could go build some thermal generators on one of the fields out here. There were several largish ones. Here's a good one that's close to everything. Kind of a bad one in terms of being able to defend it. But hopefully we don't have that problem. Also, don't connect to there, connect to there. Okay, that gives us power again. Although it's still pretty negative. Well, you know what the solution to that... Oh, I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. The overdrive wasn't running at full speed. Yeah, now we go. Now we're at positive power. Yep. That's one problem with having overdriven power. If you're running on the edge and need that overdriven power, if the overdrive ever goes down, you are screwed. Under the impression the second planet would be locked behind the accelerator? Quite possibly. In which case I might just have to build it again. But for now I'm harvesting its resources. It's not like I actually need them, I guess, but I want to delete the accelerator and rebuild it elsewhere is the thing. Or I don't actually want to rebuild it, I just want to delete it because I don't want it out there. Someday, if the second campaign is actually locked behind the accelerator, well, I shouldn't say someday, I should say November 11th, then I will indeed be rebuilding it somewhere and unlocking that campaign. Gonna go ahead and delete these overdrive domes. They are not required anymore, or even particularly useful. Yeah. Once I delete this, I'm going to run these two belts into the mass driver and leave it alone. Okay, let's get rid of the lead belt. Go, because I accidentally deleted the lead, and I don't want to rebuild it. Not until I've decided exactly what I'm doing with this map, if anything. Okay, we have reached the end of our ship rope, so to speak. Go ahead and clear out the stuff required to build them. Cap off the cryo. Delete all that. Delete all this. Goodbye. That'll clear up a lot of space next to the core that can be useful. Okay. Now what we probably should build... Also here, delete that. Now I'll stop leaking cryo over the ground. There used to be, I think it was a bug back in days of yore with liquid junctions where they could cause leaks in the pipes. Also, where are all my polys? Oh, they weren't over here because I wasn't actually deconstructing. Anyway. I should probably build large land units, the green ones specifically. I don't know, do the green ones... I can't remember if they repair... Here. Repairs allied structures. I don't know if they actually repair units or not. Probably doesn't matter. I don't know if the game properly takes into account the repair properties of the green unit type when doing auto-resolve calculations. Which I guess would be the big question on whether or not I want to actually build them. Okay. Also, we know the path of the enemies comes through here, because this was left open for the longest time. I didn't even have this block for quite a while, and they would completely ignore it and go through here. So if I build a large Mender block and thorium block right here, that combined with our foreshadows and the cyclones and stuff should be all we need to ensure this stays held, together with the ships. Question is, of course, do I want to do it that way? Ah. think we'll just attack the planets that are next to this, not planets, but I think we'll attack the maps that are close to this one first. Actually, I haven't looked at them yet, so there's map 0. That's only a medium threat enemy base. That's kind of a interesting little map. Guess that's what happens when you try to draw a hex grid on a circle, or not circle, but sphere. You end up having to put little correction maps occasionally. Okay, so that's a medium threat enemy base, and that's a medium threat enemy base. So planetary launch terminals actually, not that heavily defended. Interesting. Well, we're going to want to clear those out quickly then, so this doesn't need to worry about defending itself. Okay. We're pretty close to max resources on most things. Do I have tar fields? Still... Oh, here we go. That's how you set an icon. I think. Yeah, okay. Is Tarfield launching to here? Yes, it is. Okay. Huh. Outside of Titanium, Tarfield's actually full on resources. I think we've already maxed Titanium production pretty much out. We could mine a little more here. Yeah. This map doesn't have much titanium on it. These guys are biting for all they're worth. Oh, I wish I could mine a little faster. Because we're using every bit of titanium they have. This titanium could be boosted a little bit. I guess it probably wouldn't hurt to boost these drills up and then extract extra titanium from it, send it to the core. The problem is that these miners are part of the critical... Actually, what is the efficiency of laser drills power-wise? They use 66 power units a second. Air blasts use 180. Okay, air blasts are just simply straight up more expensive. That said, also this is a weird shaped one that... yeah, it'd be really hard to fit air blasts onto here. If it wasn't for this, it'd be really easy to fit air blasts onto here. They use more power, but they boost it faster. Yeah, I know that. It's just that I'm trying to figure out whether I want to bother replacing them. We do have this vault that was placed pretty much specifically so that I could delete this and replace it eventually. Well, let's go turn off launching for now. Actually, I kind of wish I had rigged this up so I could turn off launching for individual resources, because I really only want to turn off launching for titanium. Because right now, titanium production is pretty pathetic. Actually, where is it getting its titanium from? Where are we launching titanium? It's like here, all the titanium we're producing is going into plastanium production. This map actually has quite a lot of plastanium production now. I forgot I had a large one up here too. I could boost this titanium and this. This one looks like it'd be relatively easy to boost because of its shape. Let's actually do that. For some reason I thought I already had. Okay, so you go there, and you go there. Now, for water. Each of these needs about 1 and a bit. Let's remove that. Impact is under attack. That's almost certainly fine. Okay, actually, like this. That should be fine. And then titanium conveyors, which are suddenly expensive and hard to build. Okay. More titanium for the core. We're going to need a second belt through here pretty quickly, I think. Because if I build an overdrive dome, whoops, which I would kind of like to do. Here, wait. Where should I put an overdrive dome if I build one? Right over here is probably the best bet. We delete that overdrive projector. We build an overdrive dome right here in the corner. Actually, there is better. I don't think I can fit the loading blueprint though. That needs 3 spaces on the side of it. So if I do it here, that'd be optimal. Well, that would be optimal, I guess. Like that. Like that. And we grab the blueprint, add that. We're gonna have to do something about this besides just overdriving it, by the way. The overdriving will at least improve consumption through here. Okay. So this is split at 4 and 5. I think the other one I built is split at 6 and 6. The 4 is a little short. 5 definitely isn't. Okay, we should have stuff arriving with resources shortly. I really should do probably... I was about to say phase conveyors, but phase conveyors are a bad idea because they can't be boosted. We probably should do a second line of titanium conveyors. Do the first 2 drills into one and the last drill into the second. So, like that. And then you go there. And you go there. And we might be able to completely get rid of feeding in this one. Probably not though. Okay, where are those stupid little idiot wires? This is definitely not the broken one. What is this one? Oh, that's just a small overdrive dome I set up. Okay, I see. That's not an overdrive dome, it's just a small overdrive. Why you no work? Okay, this is the one that I tested extensively last night because it wasn't... I was having issues. I'm just scrolling through it and seeing if there's anything that got missed somehow. No, that looks like it's correct. I don't see any of the obvious bug problems that we were having. Are any of the other domes having trouble getting resources? Here. Let's paste. Oops. Let's paste a random dome just in the middle of nowhere and see if that gets deliveries properly. Actually, I don't have enough titanium to do that. Damn it. Might be too far away from the core. Hopefully not. I was having problems with this one. Actually, this is the map I was experimenting with those things on. Because this one wasn't working. It's not working now because it doesn't have power. Also, it's not working now because it doesn't have resources either. Oh, that's nice. But anyway, it wasn't working last night because it wasn't receiving deliveries. Because ironically, it was too close to the core. I experimented, and if the trip was too short, they wouldn't drop off reliably. And so I had to do some crap to the code. Basically, check if the inventory is empty, and if not, try to drop again. Then up here, there's another check I inserted just because... to check if the inventory is still empty after they supposedly loaded, and grab again if it is. So too close to the core wasn't working. Okay. Let's try to insert a little debugging code. I really hate doing this because it goes to the bottom of the list every single damn time. Okay. We'll put this after binding a unit. And after confirming, you know, after finding a unit and confirming it's bound, and we have a unit that's valid and all that fun stuff. So that I can check to see if we're actually getting a unit available. Unit bound. And then we'll put another pair at the very bottom. Well, not the very bottom. Where do we put the next one? We'll put another one here after we locate the core. And we'll just print the value of the core variable. Okay. Now we need to add a print thingy. I wish the icon for the message and the memory were not the same. Oh, there's... it's this problem again. You piece of poop. No, I'm not using flags. I'm very specifically not using flags because that can cause deadlocks. Because if a unit is flagged and we check to find a not flagged unit, and then something happens to the CPU where it forgets its unit, then you'll be stuck with a unit that's flagged forever. I think leaving the map and coming back may clear that, but I'm not sure if that if the flag state is saved or not. But what I'm doing is, okay, we're scrolled to the top. First, we have this little check to see if we need items at all. If we don't need items, we just bail. If we do need items, we grab a random flare. We check to see if it has a controlled tag. If it's controlled by somebody else, we forget it. If it is not controlled by somebody else, we check to see if it has an empty inventory. If it doesn't have an empty inventory, we don't use it. Okay, it's working now. All I did was insert print messages, and it's functioning. I was having this problem last night too, and I don't remember what I did to fix it. But I had a chunk of code that would not work until I edited it. It didn't matter how I edited it. I just had to make an edit to it, and then it would suddenly start working. I could add an end message to the end of the script and say, go hit the back button. Suddenly the script would start working. If I copied that block and repasted, like used the blueprint to copy and paste it, it would stop working until I went in and removed that end message, and then it would work. So somehow there's a bug where certain things are not initialized properly when done from a blueprint, but are initialized properly when done from the script code. And I don't remember what I did. Because this is working properly. We got 2 deliveries in a row. Everything showed up just the way it should. We now have phase fabric. And I guarantee if I go into the one for silicon, this one doesn't have any changes, and I add an end to the end and exit, suddenly we'll start receiving silicon deliveries. Why this happens? No idea. Also, let's go ahead and remove the prints because we don't need them anymore. Yeah, see? We just got a silicon delivery. The very act of making a minor edit to the script and saving it. A completely pointless edit to the script, to be clear. Fix the bug. And I don't remember what I did. Did I figure out how to fix that? I must have. Here we have another overdrive who's dead. He ran out of resources. The microprocessors aren't restarting properly when the map is reloaded. Yeah, it's got silicon, but no phase. But it's only these microprocessors. The ones binding units. The ones that are, say, controlling power switches, they work perfectly fine. Doesn't end tell it to go to the top and restart? No, it doesn't. These are specifically binding a unit, doing one thing, and then quitting. So every time they run, they check to see if we need resources. If we do, then we bind a unit, have it do a single supply run, and then drop the unit and quit. So it's not binding a flare permanently, it just binds it for a single run. Because ideally, these don't need runs very often. It just should happen rarely. I think this is the version where I double-checked every single possible loop and made sure it had a if unit not false bail thing in it. Or, if unit not false don't bail, I should say. So there's no way it can get caught in a loop without a valid unit. And even so, it shouldn't be possible to get caught in a valid unit. Actually, this is the old version of the script that doesn't even have the configuration. Oh, I know what the problem was. But that doesn't explain why we're having the problem now. Okay. Where is that? There it is. The version that I was having this problem with had a third set variable up here that set target container to container 1. And then every time I use container 1, I use target container instead throughout the whole thing. That wasn't being initialized. It was being set to null. And resaving the script was properly initializing it. Let's make a little test thingy here. Okay, this isn't going to function. I'm going to edit the script. It will function. And then I'm going to edit the script. Then I'm going to re-blueprint it. And we'll see if it doesn't function again. Also, I need more stuff. Come on, there should be some titanium in the core by now. Oh, I spent most of my time complaining and looking at the scripts, so... I think those set variables are causing the problem because they're not being initialized properly. And I'm willing to bet that it's the one for the material type that I'm demanding that's causing the issue. Okay, so let's set target item to at lead because lead is cheap and I don't care about it. Okay, target item is lead. Now, if I save this script right now, it's going to function. However, I'm going to add a print operation. And I'm going to print the value of target item. And we'll put a print flush in. And I bet you that target item is null. Also, I need to add a message block. Okay, so we're receiving lead. Yay, we received lead. Now, if I copy this and paste it again, someday, when we have enough titanium on hand, maybe. Where's all my titanium going? Oh wait, it's set to message 2. Damn it. Ah. Okay, we're gonna have to do this whole screw up again. Why would it be message 2? Okay, now it's saying lead, which is fine. Unfortunately, that's not what I wanted to say. I wanted to say null, because that'll confirm my hypothesis. And it is indeed saying lead right away. Okay, so that's not the case. We'll see if this works after being pasted. Make those lazy megas mine titanium. Okay, it's not receiving a delivery. But that variable is being set correctly, so that is a good sign, question mark. Okay, so it's not a case of the variable being set incorrectly. I'm going to assume load size is probably set correctly as well. So let's move this down. And let's check to see if we're correctly binding a unit. Also, debugging is absolute trash in this game. Okay. Of course, immediately it bound a unit, but that's the editing makes things work, curse hitting us. Actually, let's go look at the core and find out what's going happening on my titanium. Okay, it's still filling these damn things up, that's why. Also, what is going on with the power? Uh-oh. Main base power off, start another reactor. I turned the main base power off while I started the reactor because... Why is this out of power? There should be no draw on this system. There's no connections to it, are there? There are no connections to it. What? What is going on? Okay. These large batteries are draining. Does it transfer power through switches and stuff? Surely not. Just to be safe, let's go ahead and move this. Okay, you can only connect to that. You can only connect to that. They are now recharging, but very slowly. Okay. Now, somewhere, there's a branch between main power. Aha, here we go. No, wait. This is isolated as well. Oh. Damn you. Okay, that's fixed. Except this should be connected to the support power, which is currently on. Yeah, okay. No, wait. Main base power is still showing as on now. All right, where do we have a connection between mains power? This phase conveyor right here. Okay, you do not get connected to that. Thank you very much. No, it's still... Okay, now it's no longer powered. Although the main base is still powered from something. And it's not these impacts. Oh, it's the generators up here. Okay. But the impacts are definitely disconnected. Yes, they are. Okay, good deal. I really hate when we get cross connections between the impact and the rest of the base, because that can be a disaster. Okay, emergency power is definitely a separate connection from everything else, right? Okay, what is the power draw on the emergency network? There shouldn't be anything connected to the emergency network except solar panels and batteries. Weird. Okay, well, let's turn mains power back on, I guess. Wait, that's drawing from... This is disabled, so it's not pulling through there. Something is pulling from mains power. Or not mains power, but something is pulling from the battery bank. And turning, it's not through this switch. Because if I turn the emergency power tap on, the batteries drain. Actually at exactly the same speed as they would without the main tap turned on. Surge tower? Yeah, that surge tower is specifically connecting the large solar panel to the large battery, though. It doesn't connect to anything else. Oh. How did that connection happen? That wasn't there before. I know it wasn't there before because this was working earlier. Does it generate new power connections sometimes when you reload the game? It better not. It shouldn't. Okay, let's check. Was that the only connection? Yes, it was, because now we're at plus 1k power on the emergency network. That was definitely not connected before. I am going to surround these with plastanium walls. Because it is very important that these stay disconnected from everything. Also, let's do the same over here. Okay. That might help a little bit, at least. It certainly won't hurt. I should have put the emergency power bank somewhere better, but oh well. That's the way it is now, I guess. Okay. This should be on. It currently is not on. For no readily explainable reason. Now it's off, now it's on. It's not transferring power properly. This node is just not working. What? Okay, maybe it's... Oh, it's because this is out of phase fabric, because... Screw you, that's why. This was working perfectly yesterday. I don't know if there's like some kind of bug in the logic system that's biting me right now or what, but all of these that are supposed to be working are no longer working. And if I edit their scripts, they suddenly start working. Okay, where was my test setup? Over here. Okay, so let's copy this. Damn it, we still don't have... These are launching. They're specifically turned off. Where's the cross connection? This diode is still working. It's like half the logic on this map just broke. Well, you can't launch. I don't care so much about the rest of this, but you can't launch. What in the world is going on with my power switches? It's like this is the on state. It should be on. This is the off state. It should be off. Switch 1, diode 1. Enabled, switch 1, set enabled, diode 2 to result. Boom. Very simple. Why is it set to diode 2? It should be diode 1. Damn it, when did that happen? This was working yesterday. I used this yesterday. Matter of fact, I used this earlier. How did this break? Did it just decide to suddenly rename them to diode 1 and so it just broke? I bet you a lot of these are broken that same way. Nope, this one's still diode 2. These were pasted from the same blueprint. I used the same exact blueprint to make this as I made that switch down there. The only difference in this one is that this has a sign manually placed beside it. This one's still diode 2. This one's still diode 2. But somehow that one just became diode 1. What in the world is going on? Also, this is the big thing that's sucking away all my titanium, I think. It's not actually these. So I really need to get more titanium up and running, but the way to get more titanium up and running is to get my overdrives up and running. The way to get my overdrives up and running is to figure out why the logic is all broken on the whole damn map. Which is going to require me suffering through slow titanium. Does it rename when you copy? I don't think so. But here's the thing. That switch worked yesterday. I used it yesterday to turn those on and off multiple times. It must have just somehow during the loading process decided that that switch should now be diode 1. Or no, that diode should not be named diode 1. Okay, so this is probably not going to work. It says bound unit, but that's a lie. Because this had a copied value already. Go ahead and clear the... It's copied again, this time with the cleared value. This is going to remain empty, because it's not going to bind a unit. Unless it does bind a unit, in which case it won't remain empty. Container 1, message 1, edit. Yeah, it's not binding a unit. So somewhere in this code it's falling afoul of something. Okay. We know it was setting target item properly. Current equals target item in container 1. If current less than 20, jump to here, bind flare. Okay, let's go ahead and add a little more debugging code. This is immediately going to start working, by the way. Oh, it says message 2. Damn it. Because earlier it was message 2, now it's message 1. Okay, I guarantee this is actually going to work without me editing the code. Of course. Yeah, it bound a unit now. Okay. Copy and paste and delete. Once again, this isn't going to work. And we're going to have to rename this and recopy and paste to get it cleared. Okay, message box has been cleared. Code is correct. This is message 1. Yes. Okay. This is container 1. Yes. It should function. It is not going to function. Come on, Titanium. I should be doing this on different... Okay, it does say bound unit. No unit is coming, though. So I got as far as binding a unit. That's good. The fact that everything starts working as soon as I edit the code makes this very hard to debug. Okay. If we do here, actually we want to do it above the move, and we print the value of core, which is what it should be set to when it finds the core. That'll at least tell us that we are moving in the right direction. Yup, it found a core. Okay. And we did indeed get a delivery of lead immediately. So let's go ahead and let's delete that message. And let's go... I should probably put a clear message command at the very top of the code block. Let's do that. Let's see. How did we do this? I think we just print an empty message and flush. Actually, I wonder if flush, just a flush with no message, would clear the box. We'll try that. Do a print flush at the top. Paste. Core nucleus. Boom. It found a core immediately. Okay, so that part is working. So where are we going to run into a failure? I wonder what happens if we build the container first. Instead of deleting the whole thing, we're just going to delete the top bit. Wait for this container to finish. Okay, so we found a core. Yay, yay, all that works. Now, let's paste you over top of another core. It did indeed select properly. Empty. Oh, this one's named container 2. Oh, that's because I accidentally clicked it that way. Okay, yeah, I see. This isn't working. It didn't bind a unit. Or didn't find a core, I mean. Why? The only difference here was that I have the container replaced. Delete that. Place a message block. Let's just blueprint this and place it. That should automatically select these two. Yes, it did. Okay. Also, why is it picking that container as well? Stop doing that. Not that it should matter for the script. But it is not printing anything to the box. Okay. So it's not getting down to this point. Why not? Let's put this back up. We should have left the bind unit part in. Okay. So this is the initiate. Let's just go nuts on debugging. Init. Print flush. Then we'll put another one after unit bind, which we want to do right there, actually. Another one with @unit. Okay. What? Oh, I should probably remove or move this print flush completely, because I think that's erasing the code every time it runs. Okay, which one did I edit? It was this one? Yes, okay. Delete you. Okay, this one found a core. And it got a delivery immediately. What? This one found a core. It's not getting a delivery. Oh, because it already has lead in it. I'm an idiot. That's drawback. Okay, so it did get a delivery. So this is working now. I wonder if it has something to do with not being able to find the container. Okay, let's put in an air condition for that. Let's print the value of container 1. But you'd think that would correct as soon as container 1 became valid. Okay, let's actually put this up here in the init block. Wonder if it absolutely just falls apart right here. Okay, let's remove this debugging code, because it's going to cause problems. Namely, it's going to overwrite the information I want to actually see. And we'll print container 1, message 1. Okay, and let's just copy this header and paste it over there. where there is no container. Okay, so prints null, which is about what I would expect. So what happens if we insert a little bit of logic here at the top to check basically actually we don't even need a sensor for this. If container 1 equals null, or wait, if not null, then we want to jump to this. Otherwise, we want to end. Okay. And I'm actually going to go back and try to do target container container 1. Because I think this was actually the problem all along. That some reason the script completely fell over and died if this was null. Which doesn't make any sense, but anyway. Okay, you jump to the bind. If current is less than 20, yeah, then we want to continue. Okay, we want to replace that with target container. I have faith. I'm going to go ahead and do this throughout the script. Okay. See if that works. Also, he's not dropping the container. That's annoying. That's really annoying. Oh, he just dropped the container though. Okay. Container now has lead in it. Yay! Okay, we have an empty container here. Actually, wait, I want to do the whole mess because this will build first. And then it's going to take forever to build the container. If we get a thing arriving to deliver to that container, as soon as this paste finishes, then we know it was a weird issue with it getting locked up on not being able to find the container. Which shouldn't happen, ever. But anyway. And there's a delivery. That's infuriating. Okay. Are there any other weird air conditions we need to worry about? Actually, can we do this better? Like, if we can check to see. If current is different. Here. Let's make a really simple script here. Using this one. Let's go ahead and clear this script. And let's write a really simple script to do some checking. Alright. Now, we will add a sensor. We will add a print. We will add a print flush. And that is all that's going to be here. We want to check for the amount of, we'll check for lead, actually, because lead's easy to get. Namely, we have a delivery right next to us. Okay, so we'll check a couple different things here. There's currently 20 lead in the container. There's currently no lead in the container. We are currently talking to a container that doesn't exist. Okay. So what we need to do is check for a null result instead of... We can just do this sensor. But if current is null instead of less than 20? Okay, so if current equals null, actually is strict equality going to be okay here? Can be used to check for null. Okay, good. That's what we need. If current equals null, then jump to the end. If current less than 20, then go to the unit bind. You can use a sorter instead of a switch for input to a processor. True. In this case, the inputs are hard-coded, so it doesn't really matter. These are used specifically to haul phase fabric or silicon. Just having this up here is simple to make it so I can use exactly the same code for the two things. Just make it so the only thing I need to do is copy and paste and then change one little line of code and everything will work. Okay, so if current is null, then we want to end the script because we don't currently have a container yet. You can clear that jump, clear that end. That removes 2 instructions in exchange for 1 instruction. All right. So that's a very slight step in the right direction. Are there any other error conditions that can possibly be missed? That's another problem with this scripting language. Its error conditions are not clear. I'm too used to languages where if there's an error, you will know about it. Yeah, if this was a more complicated setup where I just wanted a container where I could request any kind of material, then I would probably set target item from the result of a sensor on a, what do you call it? And that would be useful. But this isn't going to be used for that. It might be useful to make it useful for the, it might be useful to make it so it can be used for that, but that would require editing the script some. Let's see. We are checking to see if the item, if the unit actually dropped the items. If it doesn't, we try again. We are checking to see if the unit actually picked up the items, which is actually something I haven't seen fail yet, but just in case. If dropping can fail, then surely picking up can fail. Also, what happens if there's no items? Might as well keep trying until we have some. Using a sorter, so if you set it to a certain item, the flares zeniths carry that item to the container. If it's set to nothing, they empty the container. If you unlink the sorter container, then they don't do anything. That's probably where this script will eventually end up. Yeah, I should probably put some code in here to attempt to use a poly if we don't have a flare. But at the moment, it's easy just to drop an error factory, make sure you have some flares. Or maybe use a mono. Actually, I don't know. Can you use a mono to haul? I assume you probably can. Anyway, hopefully this code will work. Let's copy to clipboard. And let's go edit. This one's working now. Get out of the way, you little idiots. I need to be able to see. Okay. Edit. Import. Set. Phase fabric. Okay. Edit. Import. Silicon. Copy and paste. Just stick it in a random spot over here. Gonna take a while to build because we have really trash production of titanium at the moment. Also, let's ditch that lead. We don't need it. And this taking a while to build is actually good because it will give it plenty of time for these to break in fun and exciting ways before it finally starts working. Man, the megas to mine should go to titanium. I'd have to write a script for that, now wouldn't I? I probably should though, because there's a lot of them just hanging around doing nothing useful. And it shouldn't be hard to write a script to just grab a random mega, tell it to go mine. Repeat. Okay. Will we get a delivery? This isn't connected to power, that's fine, I don't care. Actually, I probably shouldn't even built the overdrive dome. Yes, we do get deliveries. Awesome. Yeah, okay. Awesome. So it's now working. Let's go ahead and make a copy of this for the upteenth time. Okay. And let's go find every single flippin' overdrive dome on this entire map and replace the script. Like this one's broken. Why? No one knows. Well, I do actually kind of know, but anyway. Well, this one actually shouldn't be broken because it was, once upon a time, working correctly. Okay, we've got our first deliveries finally. Let's go find another one. There's one over here that is working currently, but I'm going to fix it anyway. Okay. There's one over here that is not working. There we go. That should start getting deliveries again. Thankfully I didn't scatter these around too much. Are you planning to conquer the South Pole too? I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to conquer the North Pole either. I'm just going to hit up some of the maps there for sure. Okay, I think I might have most, if not all, of the overdrive domes covered. I have a few normal overdrives scattered around still. That one can go. These plastaniums aren't working because we don't have enough capacity to empty them. That needs to be fixed. Let's see, how far does the overdrive extend? All the way down to there? If I extend it a little farther. Put that in there, for example. Maybe that'll help. A little bit. There we go. Now it's working. Okay. Where does this even go? Oh, to these defenses that will probably never ever fire again. I probably should delete the defenses in this map because I don't think it can ever be attacked. And that would honestly free up a good bit of space, actually. Yeah, I don't think this map can ever be attacked. Because I assume you can only attack, enemies can only attack stuff they're adjacent to. How much of the easy sectors do you have? The ones not near the pole? Just the ones that are named. I haven't really gone after many of the numbered ones. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and delete these defenses. If we do get attacked, we're screwed, but I don't care. More importantly, I'll be able to remove some ammunition support that is here and has not been used ever. That should clear things up a little bit. Okay. These are always weird defenses anyway. Okay. Get rid of this disaster. Alright. Truly ancient air defenses. I'm going to leave those because they're not hurting anything. And I don't really want to use that space for anything. You won't get attacked if no neighboring sectors or enemy bases are locked, then you can't get attacked. Yeah. Alright. That should be good. I do need to improve titanium more though. Let's see, where was this titanium going? The extra titanium wasn't going anywhere. So we should be splitting off any extra titanium here. And just feeding it into the line. It's not very much, unfortunately. Okay, what are you blinking over? Oil. How do you not have enough oil? Okay, those are covered with overdrive, right? Yes, they are. Seems like a waste to put a thermal pump over that. Okay, thermal pump would get 26 a second out of it. Rotary pump would get 24 a second out of it. Alright. Hello, thermal pump. We're definitely producing way more coal than we need. But that's fine, because it's not actually going anywhere, it's just backing up. So they shut off. Yeah, that's another solid 60-some oil a second. Thank you, overdrive. So that one would be running at full speed, however, we're suddenly not able to get rid of the plastanium fast enough. Okay. We don't need to have an overflow there anymore. So let's do a distributor. And let's do a third line. Like so. And that should get things flowing a little more smoothly, hopefully. Yes, it does. We're going to start backing up. And that'll help keep the lines from backing up quite the same way. As in, it won't block one of these. However, this poor mass driver is struggling to get rid of all the proceeds. He just does go straight to the core, right? Yes. That's actually a direct insert into the core, so we don't have to worry about feeding multiple materials into it. However, we are right at the limit of how much he can take, and probably exceeding the limit slightly. Okay. Well, this didn't help us gain more titanium yet. And if we do increase our titanium production here, which I should do, we are going to be struggling with insufficient capacity to get rid of it. Time for a second mass driver. If I do that, though, I'm going to have to add second mass drivers the whole way. Okay, anyway. First things first. Let's go ahead and grab a logic processor. We may or may not want to put this into a larger. Okay. Let's try to bind a unit. Specifically, we want to bind Omega. And then we want to check said unit. We want to see if it's being controlled by somebody else. The way to do that is check the controlled. Is it controlled or controller? Okay, we want controlled. We'll name this free. Actually, we'll name it not free. In at unit. Add a jump. If not free is not false. This is like weird logic here. But if the unit is free, this will be set to 0. In other words, false. So it's not free. I do hate the way this makes me structure my code, but anyway. And then we also want to check if its inventory is full. Or if it has anything in its inventory, I should say. I'm going to do this a little weird. Okay, total items in at unit. And then we want to add another jump. Just no. Okay, if inventory is not 0, oops, 0. Okay. We want to issue a mine command. Actually, wait. Is there a way I can check to see what the unit is currently doing? Because if the unit is trying to control, or not trying to control, but if the unit is trying to repair something, then I want to leave it, allow it to do that. It doesn't look like there's a way to check the current task of the unit. There, I can check shooting, but what if it's moving? Is there an idle flag? Because really what I want is an idle unit. Okay. There doesn't seem to be a way to check if it's moving either. Because I'd like to allow the normal AI of the Mega to work unless... I suppose probably better just to set it up with a switch to turn on and off. You can go repair stuff if I turn the switch on type thing. Okay, so there's nothing here we can reasonably check. So we just check if it doesn't have anything in its inventory and if it's not being controlled. And then we just go ahead and straight up add a unit control order. Tell it to go mine. First we need to do a order to have it go find some titanium. Find ore titanium. Okay. TX. TY. We might as well leave the found variable set. We'll set the found T though. Okay. If inventory is not 0, then we jump to the unit locate. Otherwise we fall through, otherwise we fall through to the end. Wait, we want to do inventory equals 0. Then we jump. All right, and we just go order it to mine at TX, TY. Actually, I should also add a separate instruction to have it, to check to see if it's mining, because we can check for that. Like that. Duplicate that jump. Mining. We check appropriately enough if it is mining in at unit. If mining is not false, or wait, we do want to do mining equals false. Guess we could do mining not true, but that seems weird. Okay, mining equals false, then we go locate some ore, tell the unit to go mine the ore. And then we're going to stop taking control of the unit. We're just going to allow it to do whatever it wants. And we'll see if this works. What it should do is it should mine until either it gets bored or it fills its inventory. And then we'll have a separate script that grabs any uncontrolled unit that has items in its inventory and goes and empties them. I should put... we don't need to worry about found, because if we... the mine command would just fail if there's nothing. Actually, maybe it won't just fail. We probably should put a air condition check in there. Okay. If found T is not false, then go ahead and order it to mine. More useful to check if unit item reaches the same as capacity. That would be if I was going to actually control its... I'm hoping... okay. I'm going to check this to see if it functions. It may not function. But I'm going to check to see if it will. I should have added this at the beginning too. Actually, here, wait. We don't need that. Go up here. Sensor. Switch 1. You want enabled. Boom. Then we insert a jump. And an end. Boom. Why is this random jump going to who knows where instead of to where I set it to go? Okay. Also, you should go to there. Okay, if... Okay, I probably grabbed the wrong one of the jumps is the problem. Okay, if the switch is on, then we actually run, otherwise we fail. This will allow me to put a switch next to it. Boom. I can turn it on or off. Now, I want it off for now, because I'm going to add a second processor to the pair. And this one's job is actually copy this code. Actually, no, I don't want to copy this code. I want to copy the code of a different thing. I should already have one of these on the map somewhere. Here it is. Okay, this code only needs very minor edits to make it work. And what this thing does is it tries to find a unit of the proper type that is not currently being controlled and that it currently has stuff in its inventory. And it sends it to the core and orders it to empty its inventory. But before I can really do this properly, let's take a mega to the core and find out how much a mega can carry. That's important information for these scripts. 60. Alright. I suppose I could just check the capacity and program it that way. Matter of fact, I probably should do that. Oh, where's it at? Item capacity. There we go. If max load is item capacity in unit, then item drop to core amount max load. Actually, we could reuse the load variable, because that's how many items it's currently loaded with. And that would order it to drop everything that it is currently loaded with. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't do that the first time around. Okay. So technically this will grab any mega on the map who is not doing a task, or not currently being controlled, and has inventory, stuff in its inventory. This should grab any mega on the map who is currently empty, is not being controlled, and is not currently mining in order to go mine titanium, and then just kind of forget about it. So hopefully that makes them mine until either they're full, at which point they stop, or until they decide they don't want to be marked as controlled anymore, at which point they would then be grabbed by this one in order to go empty themselves. So let's see if it actually functions. And it's looking an awful lot like it is not actually functioning, because no megas are moving. Is there any exposed titanium on the map? That's actually an excellent question, because I am not sure if there is. Where are we even? Oh shit! Shit. We are losing control of some of these guys. Why? Because we don't have enough fuel coming in. Why don't we have enough fuel coming in? For no particular reason that I can detect. Oh, we're just using up more of it because we have more things running. Okay, you're off. Congratulations. You're off and you're off. But you're not running anyway. The whole factory's about to grind to a halt. Alright, we need to build more. We need to build another cell of these. We do have the space for it, right? Sort of. Okay. titanium. Problem. Without this running, we can't mine titanium. Sudden emergency. Sudden emergency. Wham. Everything shut down. Okay. That is bad. Impacts having a slight disability. And these things require titanium, which we do not currently have. Let me go fix this problem by setting the titanium ones to output thorium, which they won't actually do, but it will stop these from sucking everything up. Now we need to pull from this end, of course. Damn you. Of course it's not going to work. Cut it there. Ooh, we do not want to run those into the rocket, so they will be gone forever. Okay, hopefully this will give us nowhere close to enough titanium to build those, but it'll give us a little bit. No, actually it will give us almost as much as we need. Okay. Triple check that nothing is connected. Okay, we're at negative 900 power at the moment. Negative 900 power. Negative 3.2k power. Negative 900 power. Okay, that's because this is the support network. Negative 900. Okay, good deal. So, we need to turn on emergency power. We need to turn off all the reactors. We're going to try to boot the FAR reactor. To do that, we need to leave the impact support on, because we're going to run out of fuel very quickly if we try to run this without any gas. So we need to build that, which we can't do just yet, but that's fine because these will run and this one won't. That's fine. And that needs to be built. Yeah, okay, fun stuff. All right. We are ready to go for boot. We just need to turn the emergency power switch on. Gate factory is off. Turn off the overdrive dome. Emergency power on. Reactor booting. Power is going to be negative for a while. We are producing more fuel over here. Small amount of it. We are out of lead, which is a bit of an emergency. I need to set up again the emergency supply deliveries. Yeah. Because originally this system had okay, are we at positive power? We are at positive power. Emergency start has been successful-ish. Starting second impact. We don't have the fuel for it. We can't do that. I need to be able to run lead production. Okay, where am I getting the lead for the reactors? Coming in from here. This place is getting its lead from here. Unfortunately, this is a lot of stuff to run off emergency power, which I don't want to do. Do we have any lead that's closer that's not being consumed? I don't think so, because lead was pretty valuable, and I mined most of it very early on. Don't think we have. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to build a temporary lead source. which I'm not going to be able to do unless I mine some. We might have to turn that impact back off because we're going to run through our fuel very quickly without it. And then it's going to be really hard to start another reactor. And we can't build a container without titanium, which we need like 100 of it to do that, which is a lot. Yeah. Being short on titanium is a serious issue. Who knew? Or we need 25 titanium to even build an unloader. So we can't just order lead delivered to a nearby container and then unload it from there. Yeah, I think we're going to turn this impact back off. Okay, well, it's going to stop using power. That's the important part. Okay, if I can get these damn megas to start mining titanium, that would solve our problem. Because then we'd be able to build everything we need. Let's actually work on solving that. Okay. I suspect we have a problem with the initial logic here. Let's go just insert a print. And let's go down through and see where it's failing. Okay. First case I want to check is if we manage to successfully bind a unit. So we want to put it here, except that would never trigger. Let's put it here and let's print the value of found. That'll tell us if we managed to find some titanium somewhere on the map. If found is false, then we instantly know what the problem was. Speaking of which, I need to add a message. Thankfully, that only requires graphite. Null. Okay, so I'm guessing... I named it found T. Of course. 0. Okay, so that's false. It's not finding any exposed titanium anywhere on the map. Alright. Let's expose some titanium somewhere, anywhere. This is mining lead. These are mining titanium. Wait, there's exposed titanium right there. What are they talking about? There's exposed titanium. It's right here. Find ore titanium. There's ore titanium right there. Matter of fact, I'm mining it right now. Oh. Okay, let's try outputting at unit. Zero? Seriously? Let's put it right after the unit bind before we do any of the logic to detect anything about it. Mega. Okay, so it did find a mega, of course. That works. Now, let's put it here after that sensor. INV 28. Okay, so it's finding me. Oh, this part needs to be a loop. I'm an idiot. Because every time it runs through this, it'll find the same mega unless we... Maybe not the same mega, I don't know. Anyway, we need to do a loop here. And actually, no, this is wrong. These, instead of jumping to the next instruction, they need to jump back to the unit bind part if they don't find the thing. Instead of having an end here, we need to invert these and jump back to unit bind, I think. In other words, bind the next unit, you idiot. Okay. If not free, it's false. Okay, this is bending my brain. We'll change this to controlled. If controlled is not false, then, oh, there we go. Okay. That actually might be part of the problem why it wasn't working. Not for having variables that are named in that particular way, like having inverted flags, is a good way to cause logic problems. All right. Find Omega, check if it's controlled. Check if it has anything in its inventory. If its inventory is not empty, then go back to the top. We are inverting these, so it was correct before, I guess. If it is not currently, okay, if it is currently mining, then we go back up to the top. We remove that end. Otherwise, we have successfully bound a unit. That unit. Okay, we have currently bound a unit. Currently, we have bound all the units. That's nice. Why aren't they actually mining? Okay, if... Okay, let's write out the value of found t. And it's not going to get that far. Okay, boom. Found T is now 1, so it did indeed find some titanium. Okay. If found T is not false, then order the unit to go mine TXTY. So let's actually change this to output TXTY. TX. TY. Oops, nope. TY. Duplicate this. Add a comma between them. Actually, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, there we go. So the next time it... Okay, so it's ordering him to go to 126, 179 and mining, but it's not actually doing that. To be clear, they're not actually doing that. Why not? They're receiving the order because they are marked as being controlled, and they wouldn't be marked as controlled if they weren't receiving the order. Oh, I wonder if I have to move them to it manually and then order them to mine it. That would make sense. It would be weird, but it would make sense. Okay, unit move, TX, TY, and then I want to check that they're within a certain distance. So we do unit, is it unit control? I think it's unit control that has this in it. No, it's, yeah, it is, within. TX, TY, radius, O, do 5. And result is the variable that this can be stored in. So we are pause OK. And then we're going to want to do a loop. And we also need to check to see if the unit has somehow become disabled or destroyed inside this loop, because things can get weird. But for now, that's less low priority. If pause OK is not true, then we jump back up here to check unit control again. Otherwise, we just fall through to the mining. Remove these printing statements because they're no longer being useful. Hello, Kazuma. Welcome here. Okay. So this should grab units one by one, order them to go over to the titanium and mine. And indeed, it finally is working. Okay. Now, as units lose their controlled state, they will be grabbed in order to go to the core. We'll see how much that one brought with him. He brought 25. Okay. So I could order them. I could control them a little more tightly, so that they would stick around longer instead of making more slower runs. But I'm reasonably happy with this, actually. What am I doing? I'm trying to set up mega mining from scratch. And namely using megas to go do mining. Now the important part about this is that if they're not doing things fast enough, because the way it's working, it's grabbing one and moving it, and then going to the next one, grabbing it and moving it, I can just add another logic processor. But I think we're fine. Okay. Also, I could change the thing that grabs them and orders them to go back to the core. That only grabs them if they're currently not mining. Although there are definitely some here who are sitting around not mining. And they're not currently controlled. Matter of fact, that's all of them at the moment. I might want to tweak that code a lot, but for now we do have titanium coming in, and that is all that matters. We can build the fuel. Okay. Now, you go away. We need to turn on emergency power and get some fuel made. Except that's not properly fueling the system. Why not? No, they're powered. Sort of. Oh, we're short on lead, that's why. Okay, turn off emergency power. Okay, so that whole thing was gotten so that I could get the ability to actually build the rest of this. Including the emergency lead supply, which I need to add right now. Alright. So the emergency lead supply should ideally only function when we're not actually receiving lead properly. So, we'll build it up here. And we will go ahead and copy one of these. Place it next to it. Edit this. Oh, this is an old one. I don't want you running at all. Matter of fact, you need to be updated. There. Now we have a new one. Damn you. Okay, fine. I guess that's why we have these configurable. Container 2, and we want at lead. Load size 20. This isn't going to change unless I also change the unit type down here. Which I guess I could probably maybe make the unit type configurable as well, but that's definitely not worth it. Yeah, there's a lot of things to optimize with the mega mining currently. We'll get back to that once the power is back up at the base. Okay, so this should load. This is probably the wrong one to use, actually. Because this is going to very slowly provide a trickle of lead. And we need a lot more than just a trickle to make this really work. However, some lead is better than no lead, so... Actually, what we're going to want to do is we want to merge here. In such a way... Okay, well first of all we need to put an unloader, because without an unloader we can't get the lead out. Okay. So this should grab random flares and have them bring lead for a while. One at a time, which is going to be hideously slow. But it will at least allow us to produce some amount of fuel to run a reactor or two. Wait, is emergency power still turned on? No, emergency power is off. Where are they getting power from? Oh, it must be the batteries and the power switches. Okay. Yeah, because those aren't drained yet. Alright. We'll turn emergency power on. We don't want to let these drain too far, we won't be able to start an impact. In fact, let's start this impact right now. Okay. So we need to have at least 5 of the impacts running and the overdrive running to power the base in its current state. Well, once, okay, this is now putting positive power. We can turn emergency power off. The impacts are self-powered except for lead, which we're receiving in too small of quantities to really be sufficient, but I should use a higher efficiency. This particular delivery instruction setup is set to do for low quantity, low efficiency hauling. Specifically, it's for delivering a little bit of stuff occasionally to an overdrive dome. I do have a faster one. The problem is the faster one is very outdated and has lots of air conditions that are not checked properly compared to the slow one. Which I guess I could go ahead and make this the faster one now. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to grab a unit. We do not need this if the current thing is empty. Stuff at the top. Actually, we kind of do. We need to check if... Okay, this needs to be here, but doesn't need to be here, if that makes sense. It needs to be down here on top of the unit bind, or underneath the unit bind, but on top of the unit locate. Okay. Current is less than 20. We don't want to actually end here. We want to go back to the top. Okay. So we need to add an instruction here to serve as a dummy don't go to target. Actually, no. We just want to jump to this target. Boom. Okay, so we sit here and loop forever. Well, okay. Configuration. Find a unit. Make sure the unit is available to use. Make sure the unit is available to use these 4 right here, I guess. If the unit is available to use, check to see if we actually need items. We want more than 20 available. We want at least... Actually, I don't care about this. I only care about as if the current container is null, as it doesn't exist yet, which we're finding out this way. So we sit here and loop. I should put this up top with this sensor, actually. Okay, yeah. Let's do this a little differently. Actually, this needs to be higher above. It needs to be up here. We don't even want to bother. Oh, wait, we do need to set those. Okay, if current equals null, then go to the unit bind code. Otherwise, we end. Okay, so this bails if the container isn't available yet, or if it's set invalid. This binds the unit and checks to make sure it's empty and is available. Then this finds the core. So this is the top instruction we actually want to go to. So at the bottom here, we want to add another instruction. Jump. If true equals true, actually we want to do this a little differently. We use this if unit not false. In other words, if nothing has happened to the unit since the last iteration, go back up, find the core again, and run that. Technically, you probably don't need to run the find the core again code, because core Y and core X should still be valid. It doesn't hurt anything to run it, though. So this should use the same unit, bind it, and keep the same unit running over and over and over again. So this will grab a single flare. Oops, no. Get over here, you. Let's grab some of these flares and get them out of the way. This will grab a single flare and keep it running the same route over and over again until something happens to the flare where it's no longer controlled, and in which case it will stop doing the thing, basically. The nice thing about this is you can set how many flares you want by just editing the code a little. Oh, and it would probably help if I pasted the one that actually had the code set. Okay. So we need to configure all these to be container 1. That's why I put that configuration block at the top. Now I'm going to actually delete the original one so they all can be container 1, because I was bit in the butt by... Oh, damn it. Okay. Edit. Copy to clipboard. Edit. Import. That's container 1. Okay, good. So this should get 4 flares hauling lead. Assuming they actually work. What are you little idiots doing? Nothing, that's what you're doing. Alright, where's it broken? Also, I should go drop off this titanium. We've mined about 5k titanium in a little bit of time that it's taken for... Okay, a little bit of time, a lot of time. What's wrong with this? Target item in target container. If current is null. Oh, we need to do... Yes, this is wrong. This is very wrong. You know what? I don't care. This should hopefully work. If the container doesn't exist yet, then we need to bail, I guess. I'll just have to remember that this is a possible problem. Okay, you two need to be edited. Actually, wait. I don't want to do that, actually. Fine, be that way. Edit. Copy to clipboard. Edit. Import. Edit. Import. Alright. We should have 4 flares hauling lead now. That will provide emergency lead for when the other lead sources are down. Just so that we for sure always have fuel. Okay, go for start a second reactor. What is currently missing from here? Coal. Why is the coal not functioning? What in the world was built in there? Whatever it was wasn't the right thing. Okay, now we have coal. And these two are lacking water. Why? Because this was built backwards, that's why. Or not connected, I mean. Alright. Anything else that was missing a connection between the two sides? No. So now we have 3 units of fuel running where we previously had 2. That should be enough to run all the reactors we need and then a few more. Go for start on the next reactor. And go for start on the next reactor as well. Still very positive. Go for start on the final of the reactors we're going to start. Okay. This container is empty. That is bad. Let me guess, these are the old ones. Yes, they are. I thought I got all these already. Apparently I missed a few. Okay. We'll wait till this receives a couple flare loads, which it just did. Alright. All the reactors are running. They're not at max power yet. We have plus 24K, which is not enough to run the main plant. Okay, we're going over the edge. As soon as it hits like 28K or so, we should be able to bring the main plant online. Although I'm going to turn another reactor on, I think. Because we're pretty close to not having enough power. Okay. Let's activate the reactor overdrives. Actually, wait, with the overdrives on, we don't need this one on. Oops. That's going to start sucking fuel at an incredible rate. However, we're now at plus 74K power. Activate main factory power. Main factory power batteries are coming up. Ammo is, or not ammo, but fuel is slowly increasing. Okay, we're good. 5 reactors started. Power is very positive. It can't decide whether it wants to be extremely positive on this side of the divide or this side of the divide. But it looks like we have enough power now. As long as nothing causes the impacts to crash again, we're good. Okay, back to the mega mining. Specifically, back to me wanting to make it more efficient. Actually, let's go turn on these guys. So surge production is back on, which is going to draw down our titanium pretty quickly. However, we're going to fix that by better mega mining. Now we could do a higher efficiency version of this, but let's start with the return code first. Okay, this is old code that has not been edited in quite a while. So we grab a unit that is currently not controlled, and that currently is not empty. So I think I actually want to change this to detect load and max load, which should be item capacity. And if load is not max load, so this won't find units that are partially full, it'll find units that are completely full and are not being controlled. I want to do this a little differently though, because I want to find units that are not empty. Oops. Okay, so if the load is not 0, we want to go down to this check. Otherwise, we're going to have a block of checks in the middle here. That is going to detect a unit that is also not mining. So if we find a unit that has any items in it that is not mining, we'll send that back to the core no matter what. Okay, you go to that check. Okay. If mining is not true. Okay, at this point, we know we have something in our inventory. If we are currently mining, then we want to go grab another unit because this unit is still filling up. Otherwise, no, we want this to be different. Wait, let me think about this for a second. You know, I tried to make units mine with processor control once when someone told me some units can mine sand and processor control them even though they can't when you control them with GUI. Sand probably you can't mine manually because you can't target sand. Okay, so exactly what we want to do. If we have items in our inventory, wait, let's do this. This isn't going to work. We want to find a unit that has items. Okay, if it doesn't have items in its inventory, if load equals 0, then we want to go back to the top because this. So at this point, we have filtered out units that don't have anything in its inventory. Why do we care about that? I don't think we actually do. No. This is wrong once again. Units that have something in their inventory that are not currently mining, we want to continue. Okay, if load is not max load and they are mining, then we want to send them back. Otherwise, we want to have them dump. Let me think for a second. This would be very easy to write in a real programming language. Even in assembly, it would be somewhat easy because you could have compound conditions more easily. I guess you could do compound conditions in this as well with an operation. Why aren't I doing that? That would make this very trivial. Okay, where's and? There it is, logical and. If mining, and actually we need to do another operation to detect if they are fully loaded. Full load. Actually, I don't think we want and here. I'll have to think about this for a second more. Okay. So full load is if... Why do I have two instances of load here? I used to have one that was max load and was set different. Max load is item capacity. Okay. Something got screwed up in there. I think I might have copied then grabbed the wrong one. Okay, if load equals max load. No, that's wrong. Boom. Full load is equals load equals max load. Okay, so this is set if we have a full load. This is set if we are mining and some load is if load is greater than 0. It would help if I had an E in sum. There we go. So is busy is set if we are mining and we have some load. We may not need all these variables, but I'm going to may set them all, and then we can throw away the ones we don't use later. Okay. So if is busy equals true, we want to go to the top. Okay. That's it, right? We don't even need to know if it has full load. If it's busy, we go to the top. Done. No, because we even need our check too. If it is not mining, okay. If is busy, we need another check. Is idle with load is... Actually, no. We don't need this. We just do if full load. Because we don't care if it's mining if it's fully loaded. If full load is true, we also go to the top. Because to be honest, we should never get into a case where it is both fully loaded and still mining. And even if we do, we don't care. We still want to pull it away. Am I making it too complicated? Hopefully not. Okay. So we do use full load. We do use some load. I think we're using all of these variables. Yeah. Okay. So effectively, we find a unit that is either fully loaded or... Well, we find a unit that is... Wait. We want to do full load false here. No. That's wrong. We want to find... Okay, I'm getting my conditions mixed up here. We want to find a unit that is fully loaded. No. We want to find a unit that has items and is not currently mining. So we don't actually want any of the rest of these conditions. And we don't need full load because we don't care if it has a full load or not. We just care that it's not mining. Which means we don't need this max load sensor either. Yeah, we just want to know that it's busy. If it's busy, we go select another unit. Otherwise, we go through and get rid of its items. Also, this idle control is useless, I think. Okay. So this should only grab units that are not actively mining. Speaking of which, where are all my megas? They're all mining over here. At least the ones that are currently busy. How much do you have in your inventory? 60? Okay. Well. Okay, so this does appear to be working. It's just not grabbing them and sending them back very quickly. Are they still technically controlled? Because control should have worn off completely by this point. No, it's just not running fast enough, that's what. Yeah, they still mine after control is worn off, so that's good. It's just not running fast enough is the thing. So we probably should get a couple more copies of this. Please go back and unload yourself, processor. Wait. I didn't do those copies correctly. I just grabbed random... Damn it. I didn't copy them with code. There we go. Now it should start sending stuff back to the core faster. Yep. Because it can send 6 at a time this way. Okay, however, we are still... I'm going to actually remove that switch. And we can just completely remove this switch code. And we'll just have bind a unit, send it off to go mining. If it is not currently controlled, if it is currently has an empty inventory, and if it is currently not already mining. And we'll build 6 of those as well. So the only delay we have in the system is the short delay after they ride back at the core and unload before they decide that they want to go back and start mining, which isn't long. Also, I should change the code on these so that they have a radius of like 5 or something, because they don't actually need to get that close to drop into the core. I don't know what a max radius would be, but 5 should be fine. Also, it might help to use the even larger processor, but I don't know. The delay here is not how fast the processor runs, it's how fast the unit flies, so I don't think a larger processor would actually make any difference. We could probably make it faster yet by using... doing some really weird logic, where we set flags on units that are moving and then run through the units as fast as we possibly can using a state machine. If we set state flags on units and run through them very quickly, running a state machine in every single unit, doing no looping whatsoever in the code, we could make it very fast with no downtime whatsoever. But then we would also have to run another processor that checks for units that still have flags that are not currently marked as controlled and clear the flags. I'm really tempted to do that now. Would it actually make this faster? Yeah, it kind of would. Because we have too many units just clustering around that right now. Prepare for the gnarliest code I've probably ever written in my life. We are going to engage in insanity. Which of these chunks of code is more complicated? Okay, I'm going to do something stupid here. I'm going to copy this to clipboard. And I'm going to paste these scripts together. Okay. Ta-da! We have 2 scripts. Now, I am going to... Damn it. My keybinds aren't set in this version of the editor. Ah! Okay. I'm going to triple up that command so I know where the one starts and the other stops easily. Ooh, no, no, not in this one. We want to do that in this one. Okay. Welcome to the state machine, or what is going to be the state machine from hell. At the very top of this script, we're going to grab Omega and bind it. And then we are going to censor the Omega. To check to see if it has a flag. I think that's how you do this. Yes, flag, numeric unit flag. And we're going to call this flag state. Okay, most of this code, by the way, is going to be changed a great deal. So consider everything below this point to be garbage that I am keeping here so that I can maybe copy and paste bits. So we have a state. Now, you don't need to do this. We can just copy a random instruction. Okay, if state, oops, needs to be below state, there. If state equals, actually no, oops, what am I doing with a sensor? Okay, the sensor needs to be above the jump. There we go. If state equals 0, this is a brand new unit we've never seen before. So wait, we need to do if state is not 0 and jump past this block. Okay. So we remove this unit bind command. And then this block right here is what we were going to run. This is a brand new unit we've never seen. I think this is the right block. We want to make sure the unit is not controlled already. So if controlled is not false, then we want to go back up and rebind a new unit. Because this is somehow a controlled unit that has no state set, and therefore is not our unit and we don't want it. If its inventory is not clear, once again, this is not our unit and we don't want it. And if it's currently mining, I don't think we actually care about that. Let's remove that code. Okay. We have successfully found a unit that we want to give the initial starter commands to. So we want to set that unit state to 1. I think you do that with the unit control command. Guess we'll find out in a second. Flag, yes. We want to advance it to the next state. So its value is now 1. so that we know this unit is good and available for our use. And we add an end command. Where's the state set? There we go. Okay. The first state is done. Now, if we find a unit, okay, if state is not 0, we duplicate the state not 0 command. We move it down here just below the end. We jump from state not 0. Hello? There. We jump from 0. We check if state is not 1. If state is 1, we know this unit is good and ready to go. It has no orders. And it is not being controlled by somebody else. It is available to use. So, now we want to run the mining code. So we locate some titanium. If we did not find any titanium, then this is a problem. We want to do clear the flag on the unit. Set the flag back to 0. And then we want to, oops, there we go. If found T is not false, we jump over the air block. Okay, we want to clear the flag and end if we didn't find any titanium anywhere. Otherwise, we move the unit to the titanium, or we start it moving to the titanium anyway. And then we end the state after advancing its flag. So we set its flag value to 2, aka we are now moving to our destination. Okay, now we are in state 2. It is moving to titanium. And we need to set the jump up for that, of course. All right, if the unit is in state 2, we check to see if it is within radius. If pause OK is not true, aka we are not within radius, then we don't want to do anything. We just want to exit. So if you we'll do not true, and we'll jump to the exit command. And then between this, we'll insert code to increase its state. Okay. If position is not true, I wish you could put comment blocks in here, by the way. Assuming that you found titanium, yeah, there's titanium available. Of course. Okay, if position is not true. Also, pardon me if I don't read chat very often during this. I'm programming. It requires a certain amount of focus. Now, where were we? We are in unit state 2. Position is okay. If position is not true, we want to exit this block without changing anything. We just want the unit to keep moving. If position OK is true, we want to set the flag to 3 and then exit the block. At which point, we insert the next state check. If position is 3, and we need to link 2 to 3, we're effectively making a giant case statement here. Well, a state machine. Okay, if we are in state 3, we know we are within range of the titanium, and so we want to issue a mining order. We want to advance to state 4. So there we go. We're currently in state 4, and then we want to exit the script. Okay. Now, if we are in state 4, once again, link state 3 to state 4. We want to wait until the unit is full. So here's where the end of the mining script, this is where the mining script ended in the previous timeline. So what we want to do here is we want to check if the unit is still mining, I think actually is what we want to do. Because the unit will stop mining after it runs out of ore. Or if it stops mining for any other reason, we want to go dump its unit. Okay, so we are in state 4. We check if the unit is mining. If the unit is not mining, also a lot of this garbage can probably be removed, but I don't want to remove it just yet. Okay, if mining is not true, aka if we're not still mining anymore, actually I probably want to do not false, which by the way is a weird way to construct that, but it works because of the way the jumps work. I wish it was jump if not instead of jump if, because that would make it a little, well, actually I don't really. Okay. So in this case, if we are no longer mining, if we are still mining, we just want to exit. We're done. We want to keep going until we're no longer mining in this state. But if we're done mining, we want to set our flag to 5, aka advance out of our current state. And then we want to end the script. So now we move on to state 5. State 5, we are done mining and want to go back to the core. Which I need to actually set that to be 5, okay. So we don't need to check if the unit is in any kind of good state at this point. Okay, so we want to find the core. We want to order a move to core X, core Y. And then we want to advance to state 6. And then we want to exit. Okay, this is the end of state 6. Now we want to advance to state. Wait. No, that's state 5. We want to advance to state 6. This is the end of state 5. Okay. Now we're in state 6. This is one thing about real programming that we can't do in this, for example. You can't name your states. Which would make all this much more clear. Alas. Okay, now we are in state 6. State 6 is the same as state 2. Except we're moving to a different place. But anyway, we have the code for that right down here. So we check if we're within, pause OK. If pause OK is not true, we go to the end of the state. We'll insert those later. Okay. Actually, we don't need to do any if unit is bad checks because these are very short, no loop cases. We do need to link, well, state 6 will need to be linked eventually to something else. State 7, which is going to be the actual drop. Basically, we check if pause OK. If pause OK is not true, we just go straight to the end. Otherwise, we advance our state to state 7. Okay, we are now in state 7. Which, once again, I don't think we actually need this jump here. If state's not 7, I guess we jump straight to the end in that case. Or we could jump back to the top but that would be weird because reasons. Anyway, we just order the unit to drop its items into the core. The problem is core might not be set at this point. So we need to find the core and then set it. Or this seems like something you'd absolutely want to be on a hyperprocessor at this point, else it's going to struggle with processing speed. Yes, it's going to be on a hyperprocessor. And actually, instead of doing this, I'm going to set this to core 1. Instead of doing find the core, we're going to just censor the core. Because this is going to be placed near enough to the core that I can click on the core and select it. That way we'll be able to just have the core be a thing. Okay. Core Y. Much better. And we need to do the same censoring down here. Because we can't guarantee that core X or core Y will be set at this point. Okay, you can go away. Is there any other places where we have variables that may or may not be set when we use them? This mining command may or may not be set. Okay. This is going to be an interesting. Also, this, we might need a memory cell. Oh, wait, we can't use a memory cell because this is going to be a state machine. This needs to be completely stateless, or all state must be stored in the unit. How are we going to do this? I guess we can do unit locate titanium again. For every single move and within command, which might actually allow us to collapse the state. The unit needs to locate the resource and then the core. Yes, because eventually it needs to take the resource back to the core. Okay, what we're doing is we're setting up a state machine for mega mining where it's going to set flags in the units to store what state they're in. And it's going to run through this as fast as it possibly can. So no mega ever sits around doing nothing. There should be no downtime ever. It might be a little bit fragile in a few places, but it should be overall okay. Basically, at the very top, we bind a mega, and then we check if the unit is in a state, and we jump through each state until we find the one it is in. Or if it's in no valid state, we just exit and go on to the next one, which I think maybe we actually have to loop to make this work properly. I might have to loop back to the top if it's not in a valid state and bind a different mega to make sure we actually get a different one every time. Let's actually do that. If true equals true, or true is not false, I guess would be a little easier. Oops. If true is not false, then we jump back up and bind another mega. We might want to replace all those ends with similar jump back to the top style instructions in that case. I'm going to hope I don't have to do this, and we'll see if it works. If it doesn't work, then I know what the solution is. We may have to insert a little bit of extra code here. Hopefully we don't. Hopefully this grabs a different mega every single time it's run, which I doubt it will, but I guess we'll find out. Okay. So we grab a mega, We check its flag. If the state is 0, which 0 is the default value for a flag, I'm pretty sure. We check to see if it's controlled by somebody else. If it's not, if it is, then we bail. We check to see if its inventory is empty. If it is, if it isn't, then we bail. And then we set its unit flag to 1, aka go to state 1, and we exit. And we go grab the next restart, grab the next mega. Logic yet for unit mining is only 18 lines. I'm not sure what mine is. But this is definitely overcomplicated, and that's fine. Okay. I'm just running through this to make sure it all makes sense. If we're in state 1, then we grab ore, grab the location of ore. Okay, this is where we were going to run into a problem. Because TX and TY may not be set in later states. So we need to actually do this unit locate ore thing again here. Although we already know ore exists on the map. So we don't need to worry about checking to see if we found it or not. And we do the same thing here. Hopefully it finds the closest of whatever it is to the unit. And so we don't run into weird conditions where it finds a different patch of ore than it was originally sent to. I'm going to hope that doesn't happen anyway. This could break. And we could end up with a unit that is struggling to reach a location. In which case, the unit could get stuck. And we would have to clear its flag somehow. However, I don't know of a way to detect that. So we might just have to make this whole section a single state somehow. And I don't know how I would go about doing that, but I'm sure I could figure it out. Okay, let's remove those for now because this is going to be a possible problem. Okay, so this... Did I just delete the last one of those? No, I didn't. Here we go. So this state, state 1, just locates ore, sets the unit flag to 0 if it can't find any ore, and then advances to the next state, which is actually move to the ore. Actually, wait, no, that doesn't advance to the next state. The next state is literally moving to the end of this state ends with moving to the ore. So this part's okay. Because the TX and TY will always be set at this point. Okay. The problem comes in the next state where we check if it's within distance. So I somehow need to detect if the unit is moving, or I need to store... I think what I need to do is instead of having locating titanium inside the state machine, it needs to be outside the state machine. It needs to be once, find it, and then globally remember the location of titanium forevermore, if this is going to be reliable. But for now, I'm going to just hope that this finds the same titanium each time and call it a day. Or is there a way we can check to see if the unit has stopped moving? Let's check if there's anything in unit control for that. No, we can just give the unit orders. And the only thing that really can tell us if we're close is within. Yeah. So there's no way to say, okay, you've stopped moving. You must be close to your destination. Please try to mine now. That is going to be a problem. Also, there's no way to check to see if this has failed, except to check to see if they are actually mining, which we do in the next state. And actually, I do need to check to see if they're not. Wait. Okay, if they're not mining, we just send them back to the core to dump. So that's fine. I could insert more logic here to check to see if they're not mining and they're currently empty, in which case we go back to an earlier state instead of going onward. But so far, this state machine is perfectly linear. It runs through the states in order, beginning to end, except if we don't find any titanium on the whole map, in which case it goes back to state 0. So hopefully this works. As long as it finds the same damn titanium every single time, then we're fine. Actually, is there any penalty for issuing a movement command more than once? Okay, actually, we don't need to do this at all. We can issue, instead of advancing out of this state, advancing to state 2, we stay in this state and only advance if pause OK is true. If pause OK is true, then we advance to state 2, and currently state 2 does nothing but advance to stage 3, because this has just been killed. So if we're not in stage 1, let's just go straight to stage 3, don't even check for stage 2. Boom. Goodbye, stage 2. And we just set this value to... Well, let's just change all the stage values down by 1, I guess. That's probably the way to do this. It's a radius. And this is a stage. Okay, so now it says 7 stages, we have 6 stages. So we just issue the move command every single tick that we're controlling the unit, as long as it is in the right stage. So if it does detect a different ore, it doesn't matter, it just sends it to the new ore instead of the old one. Yeah, we just issue a move command and then immediately check to see if we're within distance. Okay. Oh, we need to remove this end command as well. I mean, we don't need to, but we should. So this should work. The only case where it's not going to work is if we keep getting the same mega over and over and over for unit bind, which is entirely possible, in which case all these end commands need to be unconditional jumps to the top. And this thing is going to need cryo. Okay. Well, where can we easily tap some cryo without running into any trouble? Also needs to be within range of the core. So let's build some cryo close enough to the core that we can run this thing. It can be pretty far away from the core, from what I understand. Okay, fine. Be that way. I wish it showed the ranges. I know why it doesn't, but I wish it did anyway. We're going to have to build it, I think over here would be fine. And then we're going to have to tap some amount of titanium from somewhere, which we don't have any titanium anywhere close, so we'll have to tap it out of the core, I guess. Which is going to be a bit awkward. Actually won't be awkward at all. Okay, how much do these use per second? 4 something per second? Okay, that's not a problem at all. We can just do a simple cryo mixer right beside it. And then do an underflow. Actually, we want an overflow. Oops. Also, we need to put a armored conveyor there. Okay, we want overflow. because we want to prefer to send stuff to our miner. Oh, bad. Okay, and then we just run water in from over here. No big deal. We don't even need much water at all, so we can just use basic baby mechanical pumps. Ta-da! We have cryo for our hyperprocessor. Now let's go grab that code. Copy to clipboard. I definitely do not want to lose that code. Edit. Import from. Now let's delete our old Mega control code so that we make sure Mega's mining are actually running under that thing. I don't want to delete these completely. Actually, I think we just deleted our code permanently. Oh well. I don't really like that mining code anyway. I can rewrite it in a little bit. And I have a copy of it saved in my text editor, so... Okay, if there are any Megas mining at this point, they will be controlled by this one. Although... I definitely should have kept... Why are they all running to the bottom corner? Dang it. Oh. I need to select the core. Okay, it's nucleus 1, not core 1. Damn it. That means I should set a variable for that. Okay. Core equals... That's mangled. Here. Let's get to where I can actually see the damn thing. There. That looks right. Now we just need to find every case where I actually referred to the core, which there weren't that many. Okay. Okay, that should actually give us valid values instead of 0, 0. The problem is that they're all still receiving movement commands down there because of the state they're in. So... yeah, we need to set everybody back to stage 4. The good news is it appears to actually be controlling everybody properly. For now, let's copy this movement command and put it right there. Yep, everybody's coming back to the core. They're not dropping into the core, though. Damn it. What is wrong with you people? Let's insert some extra code. Okay. On one hand, I see another bug here. On the other hand, I'm glad I have a bug there. Because it just saved me from having to do some weirdness. Also, I'm going to remove this whole state. And state 4 is no longer going to exist. Sort of. This is now state 5. Advanced to state 5. Actually, that may be a problem because units are probably broken now. Because we can do the move and the within in the same command and it'll work. I should grab everybody. Here. Let's do this. This is going to be the giant else, I guess. Actually, here, add unit control, flag value 0. Actually, I don't want to set it to 0. Let's set the flag value to 11. If they're not a valid flag, no, I want to set it to 0. But I don't want to do it yet. Because if I do it yet, we're going to have a whole bunch of units that have stuff in their inventory and aren't dropping it. Okay, we do want to do is add a loop here on the item drop. Sort of. We want to do the item drop, and then we want to immediately check. We want to censor the unit. To see if it actually dropped its stuff. We want to do total items. And then we want to do a jump. Oops. Okay. If inventory is not 0, then we want to go to the end. Otherwise, we want to do a unit control and set the flag to back to 0 to get it back to the top. Actually, we want to set the flag back to 1 because we know the unit is available. State 0 is only for invalid units. Okay, in this end instruction, after that, we're going to put in a unit control set flag to 0. And that will be what units jump to if they are not state 5. Okay. Now this is probably not going to work because those are all set to state 6, I think. So what we want to do is we want to insert a duplicate of this and set it to if not state 6, then jump to the end. Boom. And have them continue to try to item drop. Can you please just drop your damn items? Thank you. Okay. Let's go ahead and print. We can't print because if we do, things will be screwy. What state could they possibly be in? If it's not 5, 6, or 7. Actually, wait. Oops. This is wrong. Okay. Any other state they can possibly be in. We'll just set that to invalid. Any other state they could possibly be in, they will attempt to drop into the core. No? Okay. Maybe they're not close enough? No, some of them are definitely close enough. They're all marked as controlled by this guy. So he is ordering them to do something. The whole thing is not going to reset back to 0. Yes, that is intentional at this point. Earlier it wasn't intentional. Oh. Now it's intentional that they don't go back to 0. But it is intentional that they reset to 1. Because 0 is the state we do not know anything about this unit. If it's in state 1, then we know about the unit, we know it's available to use, we are actively controlling it. Oh, load isn't set. That's what the problem is here. Okay. So we'll have them drop 60 because that's the full amount. There we go. Okay, now everybody is free and we are in a known state. Namely, they are in the moving to core state. So, if state is not 5, aka we don't know what possible state they could be in, because it's certainly not one of ours. We set them back to state 0 and bail. That's not the right one. This is the right one. If state is not 5, then we go to set them to 0. Basically, if somehow the state value got really weird and is completely set wrong, we bail. Otherwise, we do this, move to the core, check if we're close to the core, set our values, set state to 5. State 5 is just drop in the core. If we didn't drop in the core, then try again. We probably should actually have this drop in the core as part of the movement block, so it also orders them to move. As far as I can tell, issuing unnecessary instructions isn't harmful. Anyway, everybody's happily mining. Or trying to, anyway. And when they're all full, they should all immediately go to the core and empty themselves. Which they all do. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, I present a state machine. All right. Perfect. I should make a blueprint of that before I forget about its existence. What happens when the core is full? They just keep mining. Which we could insert states for that. And maybe even go so far as to change the mined material and all that kind of stuff, but right now I don't care. Okay, what was I going to do? I was going to make a blueprint of this. Okay. Oops, that's not possessive. Megas. Mine. TI. Okay. Also, I probably should modify this to set target to at titanium. Is that how titanium is spelled? Where do we actually order mining to happen? It's up here a bit. Or titanium. We'll just copy and paste that to be safe. And instead of ordering to mine titanium, we'll order to mine target. And then I can just set target to whatever resource I want. Is there anything else configurable that I should configure that isn't right here at the top already? If we want to use a different unit, we can just change mega right here. Okay, we have the ore configurable already. Don't think there's anything else you want to configure. The name of the core, in case you use this with different size of core. Okay. He came back early with nothing in his inventory. Okay. Oh, that's a cool thing. If they get drug away for pushed away too far and stop mining, they'll automatically go back and reset. Okay. Because that's how they detect when they're done. They don't check to see if they're full, they just check to see if they're no longer mining. That's actually a happy accident. Okay. Can you have it? You mean the code? Sure. Let me go ahead and copy that to clipboard. Where should I put it? You know what? I'm gonna stick it on my Discord, because that's gonna be the easiest place to copy a large chunk of code. There should be a link. I assume you have access to Discord. If you don't, I'll try to find something else. But if you have Discord, then my Discord is linked in the description. Or I think !Discord might give it to you. We'll see if this pastes in here first before I get too excited about that, though. Because yes, there is a max length. That should be within max length. Yeah, okay, it worked. It's in general of my Discord. I'm not going to try to paste that into Twitch, because Twitch will absolutely mangle it. But anyway. Yeah, I just dumped it right in general. I don't currently have a Ministry channel, so... Alright, I'm pretty happy with that. We actually have some amount of titanium that's coming in now. I probably should set it up so titanium can be exported again. Alright. That definitely would have been a lot easier to write. I mean, that's like a trivial amount of code, but it would have been a lot easier to write in a real language. Also, I really need to figure out a way to get this to go faster without having to overdrive every single one along the chain. Well, backing up on thorium is better than backing up on plastanium, I guess. Alright. So what do we work on next? Next, we probably should actually go attack a sector somewhere. Yeah, we haven't been exporting resources for a while. But why are we still quite low on... Oh, these used to be boosted, now they're not anymore. That would probably make them run a little faster if we kept them boosted. Let's just put the boost thing right there. No, bad. Doesn't have phase. There's a silicon delivery. Oh, that's... Yeah, this is so close to the core that they for some reason just don't drop it until it tries multiple times. Okay, so this should run much quicker. Just a little tiny bit. Yeah. This mining code, I half want to sit there and play around optimizing it all day long, but also I really don't want to mess around with the editor anymore, so I think we're going to leave it just the way it is. And we're going to launch to another sector. I really want to get max surge before I do that, though. We'll sit back and let surge build up. In the meantime, let's reclaim some of this space next to the core by air blasting this sand. Because this is valuable real estate that's being wasted by sand mining of all things. Okay. I think we're going to need a couple of air blasts per sand line. Actually, wait. If we move them out 2 away from the wall, we can just put... Okay. And let's go ahead and use armored conveyors across here. A couple of them. This probably doesn't need one. I don't actually care. Because more armored conveyor is better than less armored conveyor. Okay, so these 2 will run into there. And these 2 will run into there. And then we're going to have to water them. Which we'll do with some water extractors because I'm lazy. Stop pushing me around, you bastards. These center ones might not quite get enough water, but I guess we'll find out in a minute. Okay. They appear to be doing just fine. Off a single air blast. That's actually unexpected. Well, in that case, screw you. You only need 1. Actually, let's do this. Right. Stop pushing me around, you little... There we go. Okay. And that'll actually save us from having to use any armored conveyors. Or running any risk of polluting our beautiful, lovely lines. We appear to be getting enough sand to keep everything full, so... Alright. Well, that'll free up some space that we'll probably never use, but it's available. Speaking of which, we're now at 12k out of the 21 max we can get. We probably should go to... Oh, where was it that I set up that blueprint? Well, here. Do you want to check something of this code? This item drop code doesn't make me very comfortable. Largely because I'm mildly worried about what happens if they move to the core, if it's a small core and they get pushed away and are somehow out of reach of the item core and can't drop into it. So I'd like to collapse the move to core and drop into core states into a single one. So what we would effectively do is have drop to 4 states instead of 5. So let's delete the 5th state. And then instead of setting a flag if pause okay, we do the drop code. So we go from if pause okay is not true, we go to the end. If state is not 4, we go to the clear state. We delete state 5. We delete the end. We delete to go to state 5. Yeah. So every single tick when we're in stage 4, we try to move to the core. We check if we're within range of the core already after we try to move, which may be backwards, but anyway. Could we make this a little more efficient if we checked if pause okay before we moved and only move if pause okay is not true? That is actually a good idea. Let's do that. So we move pause okay not true down here. We duplicate the end. If pause okay is not true, we move to the core. And then exit. If pause okay is true, we just drop the items already. And then set the flag back to 1 if the inventory is empty. If the inventory is not empty, then we exit. Okay, so this will only move if we're not within range. But every single tick that it checks and we're not in range yet, it will issue a move order again. All right, I like that code a little bit better. Might not work in V7. Well, I guess we'll find out in V7. I know logic was nerfed a bit in V7. But we'll have to see what changes exactly were done. Okay. I'm actually a little happier with this than I was previously because it is a little more robust. Are there any other locations we can make it more robust? We would still probably want to have a empty inventory of not controlled items block somewhere, just so we don't end up stuck if we somehow lose a unit and get it in an invalid state, which I don't see how that can happen. However, yeah. Current version has RTS units and green units can mine, has options to mine, so the game literally offers the whole mining gimmick. Yeah, I think we should duplicate this microprocessor. Actually, before I do that, that's currently not set to any code, by the way. Before I do this, let's resave this schematic. What did I call it last time? Mega's Mine TI. Okay. Replace it. Ta-da, there we go. That's not what I wanted to do. Edit. Copy to clipboard. Now... No, I don't want to do that. I was thinking I could just do this without... Okay, we want to change the unit type to flare, which is not flare, to mega, I mean. We also need to add another check to this to make sure it's not mining. Because currently it doesn't check to see if the unit is mining. And we have plenty of... Well, actually, no. We don't need to worry about if it's mining or not, because it'll be controlled if it's mining. Because that unit keeps tight, because that processor keeps tight control of the units it's running. So as long as we have checked that the unit is not controlled and it has items on it, we ditch those items. And I'm actually going to set the flag to 0 here to ensure that the unit is available and ready to use after this thing is done with it. So this is basically the cleaner code. It quite literally cleans the unit up and makes sure it's ready to go. And I'm going to do the same to this, despite the fact that we don't actually have any units setting flags on flares. Basically, if the unit's not controlled, this will clean it up and make sure it's ready for reuse by somebody else. That guy got, either he's full or he got pushed out of the circle. One or the other. He's coming back. Okay, so they are still moving in a massive wave. That guy... Okay, he's mining still. Okay. And we're at 14k surge. Come on, faster. I need more surge. If it wasn't for all those megas mining, we'd be in serious trouble as far as titanium goes. Yeah. It's definitely cool that in V7 you don't need to do any logic to get mining to work, though. Because that'll make units a lot more useful. Actually, okay, let's let him go mine. What can polys mine? They probably can't mine titanium. But let's find out for sure. Because if we can get the polys mining something as well. Okay, we can't. We can mine coal with a poly. We don't need coal though. Where was that spot of titanium up here that I had spotted earlier? It was right there. Okay, we can't mine titanium. It doesn't show up with the mining cursor. We can mine copper. I assume we can mine lead, coal, all the basic crap that you can mine with anything. I don't really need... Actually, correction, I do need copper and lead. They're being pulled down rather drastically by this thing. Okay. Maybe we should make another copy of this thing. Except instead of making the megas mine, make the polys mine. Okay. We need a copy of this code. Copy to clipboard. And what we're going to do... Actually, wait, before we do this, we do need to select the core. I'm surprised they let us select that, honestly. Okay, target. We need to set this based on some sensor stuff. We're going to mine whichever is less. So let's do copper. We want copper of core. That's not what I wanted. There we go. And lead. We want to do at lead in core. And then we want to do a simple jump. Okay, correction. We're going to copy this jump because I do not want to mess with dragging a jump all the way from the bottom. And this is not jumping to the right place anymore. I do hate how it messes up your jump targets if you move stuff around too much. State 4 is kind of a monster. Okay. So this needs to be if copper is greater than lead, then we do... Oh, we need to duplicate this again. And jump to the bind, except this time you want to do if true equals true. Basically, we don't want to fall through. Actually, wait, no, we don't have to do this. We set target to at lead. And if copper is greater than lead, then set target to at copper. Okay. And then instead of binding omega, we want to bind a poly. And other than that, everything should be the same. Except this isn't quite right. We need to reverse this. And instead of jumping there, we jump to there. So we set to copper. If copper is greater than lead, then we jump down to binding the unit. Otherwise, we set lead. Yeah, okay. All right. Somehow this has turned into a programming stream instead of a Mindustry stream. So we have all the polys mining copper. And I should probably insert a bit of code to... Okay, copper is currently... Oh, they're never going to stop mining, are they? Because they're close enough to the core? Okay. This is an interesting case. We're going to rapidly fill up on copper. And then be stuck. Which I guess isn't bad. It just means that the polys are stuck forever mining copper. Also, I need to make another one of these unit resetters. But for polys. There we go. You modified someone's mining logic to use Quasar and they walked into the water and drowned. Okay. So this has a pretty huge problem. They will never fill up, and therefore will never return to the core to empty out unless they aren't too close to the core, that they can't just put stuff straight into the core from where they're sitting, apparently. Maybe they're working properly, it's hard to tell. No, because right now none of them are controlled. Oh. So the poly emptying code is going to periodically grab one and tell it to empty. Huh. This is kind of weird. Very unexpected. But they're acting like they're stuck. The problem is they're never going to advance to lead because this code only runs once. So if I were to cover all the copper nearby with something so they can't mine it, then they would start functioning properly again. It would make them go farther away from the core to mine. Could you people please clear so I can see what's going on underneath you? Okay. Now they will fly farther afield to mine. This is good, because it will give them time to decide that they actually want to do lead instead. Unless I screwed the logic up, which I should double check. Okay. So the logic we care about is here at the top. If target equals copper. If copper is greater than lead, go to here. Otherwise, target equals lead. That should be correct. Yeah. So then why are they going back to mine copper? Why are you doing this? You've made multiple trips to drop off your copper already. Go mine lead. Lead. Mine lead. Damn it. Because copper is very much greater than lead. They should. Actually... Okay, why do we even have a state 2? This exists for no purpose. I should do the same thing I did down here where I changed the move order. Okay, this code, it needs to be fixed. We locate ore. If we don't find the ore, we set the flag to 0. Then we should check if we're within. If pause OK is not true, we want to jump to the move order. Okay, if found T is not false, we want to jump over that to this check order. We don't want to set a flag here, or we do, but not yet. Actually, here would be where we'd set the flag. Okay, what state are we in? We're in state 1. State 1 is move to and mine ore. Okay, if pause OK is true, we want to start mining and set the flag to 2, which the new state 2 will be like that. This is gonna get puzzled very quickly, but okay. The new state 2 is going to be wait until we're done mining. And that'll jump to the new state 3, which is going to be mine or go to the core and drop off. So we need to get rid of a state in here somewhere. Okay, state not 1. This is the go to and start mining. This is greatly simplified from what it used to be. I wish you could put like dividers, comments, anything in here to make this a little easier to know what's going on. Because this is deliberately obtuse code. Have any of you ever looked at somebody's assembly code? Because let me tell you, good, well-written assembly code has more comments than code, explaining what you're doing and why. Because otherwise it's just hard to read. And this is like assembly code that somebody didn't put any comments in. I mean, not that you'd actually need that many comments here, but you just, a few sprinkled around so you know what's going on. Okay, where were we? State 1. Find ore. If we didn't find the ore, we set flag back to 0 and bail. If we do find ore, we check to see if we're close to it. If we are not close to it, we move to it and then bail. If we are close to it, we start mining and advance to the next stage, which is stage 2. All right, did I already delete stage 3? No, we have 2 stage 2s. So state not 1, needs to jump to the second state 2, which is this one. And then we can delete the old stage 2, which currently does nothing but advance to stage 3. Okay. So we move or we start mining. We advance to state 2. State 2 does nothing but wait until we are no longer mining, and then advance to stage 3. Stage 3 is move back to the core and drop her stuff off. Okay. That's going to be some very confused polys in a second here. Actually, no, they're fine. But why do they insist on mining copper? Okay, so every single time we enter this loop, let's do, let's rename these variables just to see if that changes anything. That shouldn't, but actually wait. Place a message block. And let's write the copper and lead levels to that. I can't imagine what code would look like to actually draw anything useful to the drawing screen, by the way. That would be a nightmare to work with. Okay. We add a print flush. Put that right there. Yeah, copper is very definitely higher than lead, and it is reading them properly. There's nothing weird going on with that. Oh. We want to do if copper is less than lead. Because this jumps over it. It doesn't jump into it. This keeps screwing me up. I keep thinking, oh, if statement. The next statement is the stuff that runs. No, it's the other way around. We jump over it if condition. Okay, now they should start doing lead. And indeed, some of them are over here mining lead already. Alright. Poly's doing what polys are supposed to do. Let's remove that debugging code so we don't have it in the way. Alright. So now we want to copy this simplified code. And we want to paste it in here with a few changes. Namely, we don't need to set this to anything other than titanium. We don't need to read how much stuff's in the core. We could do a large list of all the ores in priority order and have them mine whichever one's less. But I don't care enough to do that right now. Oh yeah, and we want to set this to mega instead of poly. So this dude. Oh, that's the poly. There's the mega. Alright. So that's the new and improved fewer states code. We have state 0, aka we don't know about you, but we want to learn. State 1, get to work, lazy bones. State 2, why are you slowing down? Keep working. And state 3, go dump that load and get back here. Well, go dump that load, get back here to state 1 again. Okay. And monos, of course, are smart enough to mine on their own, so we don't have to write special code for them. If you wanted to increase mining even farther, I wonder if we could use quads and or not quads. Oh yeah, that is the air unit. Okay. Wonder if we could use quads to do mining as well. And ox. That'd be silly. That said, we are maxed out on everything except copper and what do I call it? I'm going to put a bit of logic to stop producing surge when we're full. Because surge is a massive consumer of resources at the moment. Okay. Sensor. If nucleus 1, that is how you spell that? Yes, it is. Surge. We need another sensor as well. Cap equals item capacity. Yes, item capacity in nucleus 1. If surge equals cap. And then we want to add a control set enabled of conveyor 1 to 0 or 1. Oops. True or false would probably work as well, I guess. Okay, if surge equals cap, then set enabled to 0. And we need to add an end. Oops. There we go. Boom. Surge production is done. And that should greatly reduce the amount of lead that's being consumed. And copper, for that matter. Which should make those shoot up rather rapidly. 221k each. That was a great set of code there. That was a trivial set of code there. I'm going to want to manually turn this on when I leave, though. I think... Oh, These guys are stuck trying to drop. They'll unstick momentarily, though. Oh, they're being controlled by the unloader here. So somehow they stopped mining. Yeah, they got pushed too far out of the radius and were grabbed by this guy. So they became unmoored from their mining controller. That's why they were doing that. Okay. No problem. Before I leave this map, I want to turn this back on, because otherwise it will assume that no surge is being produced at all. And that will result in no surge being produced while I'm gone, and we're arriving back to 0 surge, which is annoying. That is one reason why I prefer to destroy items instead of letting them collect. I should put a... Let's put a manual override switch here. No. There. Okay. Let's add another sensor. Not that one. Let's do... Oh, let's just add a new sensor. Do enabled of switch 1. And then you want to add a jump and an end. We want to do if OK is not false, then jump to do the thing. Oh, that's another change we're going to have to make in here as well. We need to manually enable the conveyor. Like that. There we go. So we can now manually turn on surge before we leave. Which, now that we're full on copper and lead, should be okay. We'll let it run for a little bit to make sure it recognizes just how much surge is being produced. And let's not turn on exporting just yet. Okay. Now, where do we want to go next? I'm really tempted to attack 226 again, because I'm pretty sure that's the one I tried and failed to take multiple times earlier. But more realistically, we should probably take these over here just to get them out of the way, so Planetary Launch Terminal is no longer under any threat. That said, do I want to get a better blueprint? Let's go to Nuclear Production Complex. I think this is where I had, yes, this is where I had my prototypical blueprint. I wonder if I should delete some of this stuff and put... No, let's not. Screw it. Let's go back to tar fields. And then let's just go straight in. This is not going to be a complicated map at all. Let's build a command center right here to keep our units from running off without us. I don't want to produce air units, I don't think. Let's produce just basic ground units. For some reason that doesn't link to there all the time. And let's produce just basic ones. Plain old boring daggers. How much positive power do we have? Plus 1.5k. Let's go ahead and do an overdrive dome. Make unit production as zippy as possible. Oh, you idiots. Okay, fine. Be that way. There we go. Unit production is now running at 250% speed. Let's... Oh, that's walking through water. Okay, I was like, what in the world is that noise? Anyway, let's go grab some friends and make a mess. This is going to be a very easy map. I suspect we'll just make a bunch of units and then walk over everything. In particular, it doesn't even appear like there's a enemy commander to come repair. Okay. I don't know why I'm even bothering to wipe out these duos. Probably because I'm waiting for units to build. Oh wait, there is an enemy commander. Go away. We don't want you around here. Oh wait, we can fire over terrain, can't we? I forgot about that. Daggers don't do much damage, it seems. But they do some, and they actually have reasonable range. I mean, I don't care about that as long as you don't rebuild the distributor. He's gonna rebuild the distributor. Go take care of those so we don't have ammo waiting. There. Their pathetic little tiny bit of ammo available is not going to save them. Go away. Nobody likes you. Okay, with the mines gone, those duos don't represent much of a threat. Although honestly, neither do my daggers. We could come back with our flying thingy and run them out of ammo pretty quickly. I'm not sure what kind of unit the player ship is. I think it's unique. Oh, hey, don't shoot me. That's bad. Did your parents ever teach you not to shoot at people? Apparently not. Oh wow, this thing isn't even hooked up. Oops. How dare you? Actually, you know what? Let's just set it to sword and go. There's no real point to running those duos out of ammo, except that I can. Same with these duos. Basically, all the units that are coming along are going to do a pretty good job of destroying them just fine. Like, here's a non-working... Yeah, there's like no defenses here. Hey guys. Are those RTGs? I think they're RTGs. Yeah, they are. Well. The big heavy units will take care of this job pretty well. Let's see if we can bring destruction to the forces of the Ripple. Actually, the Ripple's too busy firing at the daggers, so it's probably a bad idea. Actually, I know it's a bad idea because I'm about to shoot him in the ass. Okay, I didn't even need to do that. Also, what are you guys on fire for, you idiots? Okay, that was easy. Back to tar fields. And we're maxed again. All right. On to 154. Resources maxed. Wait a second. 21k on everything. Oh, wait. Is it only going to allow me to launch from... This is another one of those cases where it only allows me to launch from the thing that's next to it, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so we need to set up tar fields to launch resources to Planetary Launch Terminal. Okay, where are you launch? You're actually launching the Planetary Launch Terminal already. Okay, good deal. We'll let it do a couple launches and then we'll leave. I forgot it has that weird restriction that you can only bring in resources from the adjacent sector when you're attacking. Okay, Planetary Launch Terminal. We need to wait until you are maxed out on resources. While we're doing that, did I build megas and polys here, or did I just build monos? I think I built polys. Where are they, all those? The big question. Obviously, we built a lot of ships. Hello, giant fleet. That's in a giant cluster right here on the shore. Some of you are mildly injured. We should probably fix that. Okay. There we go. Repair the damaged units. There's the polys. I should probably take those polys and have them do some mining. Did I grab a blueprint of the poly mining thing? I don't think I did. I should. Because we can just drop a thing right there and have the polys do mining for us. Yeah. So let's go back to Garfield's. Before I do any of this, let's remake a blueprint here. Unit spring cleaning. Okay. Save schematic. Poly mine copper / lead. Okay. And let's go back to Planetary Launch Terminal. And let's place a few blueprints. Specifically, I'm going to remove this one, which cleans out the flares. And I'm going to replace it. Here's the empty lost flares. Let's delete that, because that is an outdated blueprint at this point. And let's place the unit spring cleaning one. And then let's delete that. And let's do polys mine copper right there. I should have done this way instead of that. Oh well. Please build. Restop. There, okay, there we go. And this should get all the polys to mine. Eventually. I do believe that is a flare coming in to pick stuff up. Okay, polys, where are you and what are you doing? You are mining. That's what you're doing. Oh, that's interesting. They mined some lead. And now they're flying to 0, 0. Oh, that's because I didn't select the core. That's why. Oops. Thankfully, Nucleus 2. Why are you like this, piece of crap? Good thing I made that configurable. Okay. Now they should recognize that they're at the wrong place and head over here. Because thankfully, due to the way the states are configured, even if they fly to the wrong place, they will self-correct. And indeed, here they come. Now mine copper. Hopefully without getting deadlocked. And some of them are mining lead. Good. Yep, everything's working. Sort of. We probably don't need much more than this to launch, to be honest. Because really the main thing we were concerned about is that we have max silicon. Everything else we don't use in that high of quantity. So let's see if we can go. Get out of the way, Steam notification. There we go. This is just a medium threat base. And once again, go away. I'm inclined to believe that we can probably just stomp right through here with a small selection of random land units. Yeah, we don't need anything special. Awesome. Not what I wanted. There we go. And let's also build a command center so we can let them pile up instead of sending them piecemeal. Actually, probably even be faster just to send them piecemeal, to be honest. Oh. And select the recipe. But we will rally them instead of sending them piecemeal. I probably should take a blueprint of it, right like this. Okay, we'll select that core instead next time, and we'll see if it actually comes out properly power connected and with the recipe pre-selected. Alright, now we just wait to have enough units to actually do something useful with. Honestly, I don't like mesas. I don't know if I even want to build them. No, let's not. Gonna supercharge this one too? Actually, that's a good idea. I should do that right away. Overdrive there. Thank you for reminding me. I don't think this would fit into a blueprint though. We can try. Blueprints have to be, if I remember correctly, 15 by 15. Or less. Oops. Or Mike. He got bonked. Okay, if this works, we'll make another properly named blueprint. It is indeed 15 by 15. Okay, awesome. So we will delete that schematic. Go away, please. And we'll name this Basic Land Core. All right. 15 by 15. So this is maximum size that you can do for a core blueprint, apparently. We have a few big stumpy units. Let's order them to charge. Actually, no, I want to join the charge as a flying unit so I can watch what's going on. Okay, we're definitely cranking out units pretty quickly. Those daggers are probably all going to die, but they will do a good job making a mess before that happens. Actually, maybe the daggers alone could kill this core because there's like no good defenses here. The ripples are about it. Whoa, don't fire at me. How dare you? Yeah. Ripples and scatters. But the scatters can't affect ground units, so suck on that. Those are scorches, too short range to matter. Okay, it looks like we have lost most of the first wave. But not after doing considerable damage. If they weren't ignoring those ripples, we'd probably be better off, honestly. Let's see if we can fire at this corner right here. Actually, better yet. There, we've cut off the ammo to that ripple. Okay, the first ripple is dead. Boom. We've cut off ammo to the second ripple, although it'll take a while for it to run out. Similarly, that thing no longer has ammo, and it's dead. Goodbye, core. That was easy. Alright. Turns out if you build 2 or 3 units with lots and lots of extra resources you brought along with you, medium threat maps aren't that much threat. Who knew? And Planetary Launch Terminal is now safe forever. We can stop launching stuff from tar fields there. Please, stop launching to Planetary Launch Terminal. Okay. Now, the next place we need to go, or want to go, is probably to secure Desolate Rift, to be honest. They're only medium and high threat bases, so we'll set tar fields to launch to Desolate Rift. Okay. Turn launching on. We may be a bit low on lead at the moment, but that's fine. Desolate Rift probably is... No, it doesn't have hardly any resources, actually. Okay. That's because this place had, like, no infrastructure. It does have megas and polys, though. Did I ever build the unit hygiene controller here? I don't think I did. I don't see one. Okay. So let's go ahead and place a unit spring cleaning in some forgotten corner. Oh, no, bad. There we go. Boom. And additionally, let us get some amount of cryo running. Okay. We want to place a hyperprocessor, but it has to be within range of the core. Also, this is the old, ugly, small core, so we need to increase the size of this thing. I don't think we need any of this power here. Okay, would you please, guys, please get out of the way? Thank you. No, I don't want those. Here. Thank you. Let's move it there. We need to make the core max size so we can pull large amounts of resources out of here. Right. There we go. Now, if we could be so kind as to mine a little bit of this. We don't need much, just a little. Actually, I should just probably pull this crap out of the core. Oh well, too late now. Oops. And let's build Polly's Mine Copper. And also Mega's Mine Titanium. And then we wire up a little bit of power. Like that. Oh, these only do 6 power instead of... Okay. Or 6 water, I mean. That's fine, we don't actually need water being brought in that way. Because we can get water other methods. Specifically, there is a water pump just north of us a little ways. That I was too lazy to hook up. But if we actually need water from there... Okay. Oh, we forgot to select the core again. Okay, we're gonna have to edit both of these to say Nucleus 2 in the settings. I need to remember, when making blueprints like this, extra steps need to be taken so that they don't remember their old connection. Instead, go to their only new connection. Okay, we have a couple of polys who are deadlocked there. That's fine. They will eventually wake up and go do other things. In the meantime, while we were messing around, it looks like we have received pretty large amounts of some resources. It's gonna take a long time to fill up our stocks, though. Let's clean up random crap around here. I am going to be mildly sad that the polys aren't assisting me, aren't I? I guess that'd be one reason to allow you to shut them off. Okay. There's the flares we built, whose sole reason to exist is to keep this thing fed. Doesn't look like there's any other debris around that we need to clean up. Alright. Oh. Okay, the main thing we need to get running here is silicon. And I don't think we actually need that much silicon, really. Okay, how much silicon does it cost to build the basic land core? 6,000 silicon just to build this core. Okay. So this core is actually probably more expensive than all the units we want to build out of it. Because even the multiplicative reconstructor, aka tier 3 units, only take 130 silicon each. So we need a couple thousand silicon in addition to whatever it costs to build the core, which means you actually probably have enough to steamroll another medium map. Which we do have a medium map right here. So let's attempt this. We want this one, actually. Let's hope we got enough. We shouldn't have to do anything here outside of build a single command center to stop them from just charging off before I'm ready. It looks like they start us with a ruined unit factory. To produce a kind of unit I don't even want, though. So, yeah. See ya. Into the core. Where even are the enemies? Over there. Okay. Okay, as soon as this is constructed, there's a lot of scrap here actually. If we were to cover that almost entirely or even completely with air blasts. Let's see, is there anything down here? Nope. This map wouldn't be too bad for resources. Wait. Okay, the core once again has like no defenses. Stop shooting the wall and shoot the node here. There we go. Shoot the power node. Okay, there we go. If I can wipe out the power to the Ring columns. The Lancers are probably the biggest threat here, to be honest. Which map? It's one of the two beside Desolate Rift. The lower difficulty one, which I don't remember the name of. I guess I could check. The player vehicle is really pathetic as far as damage to structures goes, which is probably good because I remember it being kind of overpowered in ages past. Let's see, what map is this? It is 180. Basically, I'm clearing up all the easy maps that are close to my maps and kind of moving on to the harder ones. The real reason to do this one is to wait for enough resources to do a harder one. Because these are mostly just wait until some units are built and then press the I win button. Although if I can't get rid of this thing someday. Come on. This is going to cut off power to so much stuff. Or at least cut off lots of power. It's damaged. By the time I get this blown up, we'll definitely have enough units to make a push. You know, it'd be faster. That would be faster. Hey. Yeah. That's what I should have done from the start. Okay, how many of these little guys can I... Ooh. There's big batteries over here. Is that a range of any units? Please say yes. Look at those juicy, juicy targets. That's going to make a beautiful explosion when they go up. Okay, we'll just let those go and we'll go check on our units up here. We're not producing units. What? You piece of shit. Why does it do that? This power node sometimes does not connect to these two. Usually it connects to this one, sometimes it doesn't connect to this one. That is so obnoxious. Also, I lost my command node. Is there an alpha? Not sure what you mean. Is it connected in the schematic? Yes, yes it is. As a matter of fact, I just recently remade that schematic and used it flawlessly twice. Without having to change it. It's just this time it decided it didn't want to be connected. It's obnoxious, is what it is. Okay, fine. Here, you're not shooting at the right thing. Shoot over there. Yeah, see? Right like that. Oh well. Today is just my day to run into bugs. Actually, I was running into that bug yesterday too, with a different blueprint. Based on that one, but I probably should design it to not need that connection. Or to have redundant stuff. Because it is a problem. Okay, well, I'm just gonna let this thing shoot to its own heart's desire now. Go, my minions! Go forth and cause many explosions. Actually, I'm going to grab my own squadron of the heavies and send them on. Okay. Those daggers are going to all get themselves killed, but that's fine. I don't care. What I care about are these guys. It is kind of cool how they did a fairly decent job of simulating a firing arc by making the projectiles a little larger in the middle of their path. Come unstuck. There we go. Okay, clear out all the duos. Clear out all the arcs. Here we're entering friendly, end quote, territory where we have some defenses. There's the Lancers I nerfed before. Goodbye, Lancers. Sucks to be you. There's some arcs who are about to have a bad day. I finally have a full patrol of the large dudes. Okay, everybody focus fire on the things that can actually damage us. Goodbye core, and we've won. Yay, that was easy. Alright. No reason to stick around here anymore. Now, let's go back to Desolate Rift and see how much is built up while we've been gone. Answer, not a whole lot, although we're maxed out on lead. So that's good. We didn't receive any silicon? What? Okay, something weird's going on. Tarfield should be launching Desolate Rift. It is. And it should be launching silicon, although it should be launching silicon much faster than it is. Why is our silicon income seemingly low? Seemingly might be the operative word here because let's go ahead and give this a little bit of a kick in the butt, so to speak. Turn off the surge. I don't want to turn off the surge because I want surge. I mean, that is one place where all the silicon's going. If I turn the surge off, then when I leave here, it'll assume the surge is still off, and I won't get any surge. I probably should reduce the speed of the surge. AKA turn off the boost for it. There. We'll leave that partially constructed. This is the one drawback of having your polys mined. Nuclear production complex is under attack. It should be fine, but let's check to make sure. Survives 20 plus out of 20 waves, okay. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Back to tar fields. Okay, so that increases the amount of silicon that is going into the launch. We're actually net positive on silicon now. Let's insert. Oh, damn it. We can't easily do this. Problem is, I want to turn this on before I leave. The surge will slowly draw down over time, I think. Oh, maybe it won't. We definitely had surge drawdown. You know what? I'm going to remove this for now. We're going to have to cover any copper here. Actually, we don't need to. We can probably uncover it. But I would prefer the polys not just hang around the core and mine, so we're going to cover any copper that's here. Because I want the area around the core to be mostly clear of wandering idiots. I mean, units. Yeah, we're going to slowly run our surge down because of this. But we could just build a standard overdrive instead, and that would probably give us... Okay, which one of these are covering copper? Because I don't want any over stuff that's not copper. Okay, there we go. I have to admit, after all those changes, these mining processes are pretty robust. Most of the things that could cause them to break have happened at one point or another, and they haven't broken, so... Oh, this needs to be powered. That's why it's not running. Okay, now it's running. And now... silicon is going to go into high gear. The question, of course, is are we getting enough lead for this? And are we getting enough sand for this? The sand answer appears to be yes, surprisingly enough. Probably because this overdrive is hitting them. This overdrive was here to keep those running at top speed, which they need to be because... who's even targeting this? Him. Okay. Why are these off? Because somehow we got coal in the line, that's how. How are we getting coal in the line? Because the coal centrifuge is outputting coal into here. Damn it! Ah. Okay, fine. Fine. Be like that. Oh, we can't put it there. We can't put it there. We can't really put it here, or else this is going to cross connection. You know what? Screw that. Let's go back to the way it used to be. Which is apparently the only way that's going to work. And we have to make sure you're not connected into there. Basically, we can't have any cross connection between this setup and anything over here. Okay, let's get rid of this coal. If you fools would get out of the way so I can see what's going on. Alright, plastanium problem solved. After the tech tree's unlocked, they can just have nuclear complex, you don't care. I'd like to keep my gains, thank you very much. What is your problem? You don't have any silicon. Why not? Does this use old style or new style controllers? It uses new style controllers. And this is the silicon controller. The fact that this is not getting somebody to bring silicon is concerning to me. Okay. Neither is this one, for example. We do have silicon in the core now, so that's not the problem. Please don't tell me that these all broke because there wasn't any silicon in the core. Let's go to a different map and let's come back and let's see if that fixes the problem. There better be some flares on the move to collect silicon pretty soon here. He's distributing silicon over there. So that's good. Okay. But I don't know if this one was ever broken. Okay, these things are just way too fragile. And I'm not sure why. They probably need a lot more logic somewhere. Like better air handling or something. I could do... a memory cell. The problem with the memory cell, though, is it would increase the size of the blueprint. Actually, if I built a small memory cell and shared it between two processors, that might work. And then I would have to... Oh, no, that wouldn't work. It'd be a colossal pain in the butt. And it wouldn't increase reliability, I doubt. I was thinking about converting those to a state machine as well. It would... Yeah, the reason why these state machines work the way they do is because they're using all the units of a given type on the whole map. Every single unit of a given type is working for this processor and can be assumed to be working for this processor most of the time. I could use a couple of these units for other things, because is it doesn't control ones that are already being controlled by somebody else. So I could write a little bit of something that grabs Omega and does something with it. But I would have to write it with the knowledge that this code is already forcibly controlling everybody. So basically I'd have to find somebody who's already mining and grab him and clear his inventory and then have him do what I want him to do. So these are very unfriendly to sharing. The problem is these need to share. I'm going to try just deleting those and pasting the schematic over top of it again. That should wake it up. I think. Yeah, it did. So apparently these can fail into some kind of state where they can't grab a unit. But I thought I double checked every single one of these to ensure that every single loop has a if unit is false. Or if unit not false. I think we should actually be checking if the unit is null. That might make it safer. Okay, if unit is not null. Oh, there's an always. I could have used that a couple times. We could do strict equality and make sure the unit is null. But unit not null should work. False should also work as well, but anyway. Okay, are there any other loops that do not have a breakout like that? The unit bind loop doesn't. This can keep circling forever trying to find a unit that it can bind. But that's good. That's not a problem. This, wait until the unit is within the distance loop. That has the proper safety breakout. This also has the proper safety breakout. We can remove that idle. Wait, this is the old code. That one has old code. He needs to go. How did he even survive this long? I thought I had wiped out every single one of those that still had the old code. Okay, this one's broken. This is the new code. There shouldn't be anything in here that can break. Oh wait, this one can. Waiting to dump. But if inventory is null, okay, if inventory is null, this can end up in an infinite loop. So we need to do a check to see if inventory is null instead of if inventory is. Okay. If inventory equals null, then we need to add an end target just so this one can target it. I guess we could jump up to this end, but that'd be weird. Okay. Yeah. Are there any others like that? I think there's another one up here that's like that. Problem is we need to do if inventory equals null, because that's the only way to actually check for strict null. In these cases, unit not false is probably better. Okay, we have another loop here that's the same way. So let's grab this unit not false, put it there, jump there, duplicate the end target, put it there, make sure this is still connected to where it's supposed to be. If pause okay not true, then go back to within. Okay. I should change these around to check if it's okay and then move otherwise, because that'd be a bit safer, but I'm not rewriting this code at the moment. Okay. Hopefully. Let's go ahead and copy to clipboard. Import from clipboard. Set this to @silicon. And there we go. This is the new blueprint. Okay, it is flare, loaded, overdrive. I'm not going to hunt down every single instance of the old code and fix it unless it's broken. Like this one is, apparently. I really should just sit down and write an absolutely bulletproof way of doing this. Okay, you're still on. It pains me that I need to run around and check all these every time I load this map. They're just so unreliable. Also, if this one ever breaks, I'm gonna go ahead and replace this one right now, because if this one ever breaks, we lose power and the impacts die. And that would be bad. How's the lead? Emergency lead supply going? Where even is the... Okay, here it is. Why has it got 20 silicon in it? Okay. Okay, I don't know why it has 20 silicon in it, but... Also, if I remember correctly... Where do we decide if we want to haul or not? Does it ever? I think it just hauls infinitely. Those are obviously broken. That's weird and annoying. I mean, I guess, as long as they're... Well, here, let's do this. Data switch here. Switch off. Oops. And let's rewrite this code, because this is wrong. Okay. Thought this was... Okay, this is tight binding code. So this grabs a flare and binds it tightly. Specifically, it finds not controlled empty flare. But we should add code to shut this on and off, which is going to be non-trivial, I guess. This uses a duplicate of the old... Oh, I wish there was an easy way to make reusable libraries and functions and that kind of stuff in this. Even assembly language has modules that you can... Logic wants desperately to be a programming language, but it isn't. I'm just going to delete these because they're screwed up. I'll leave the container, though, as an emergency place to drop lead. Also, why are we not receiving lead right now? Okay, there we go. Speaking of which, I thought this was circuit controlled to not ship lead out unless... Okay, where's the lead coming from? Here. Okay. We are very slowly running out of fuel. Alright, lead boys, you better hurry up. We shouldn't be shipping anything. I used to have a processor. I swear I used to have a processor. Oh, I bet you it got deleted. I think it got deleted when these were moved. Or changed. Okay. Because we need a processor here that only lets it through when we have... Here. Conveyor 1, conveyor 2, conveyor 3. Alright. Edit. Add. Sensor. Conveyor 1. We want to get total items. We'll set that as okay, because if items are... We'll just use it as a bool. And then we do a jump. To an end. If okay, not false. Add control. Boom. Set enabled of conveyor 2 and conveyor 3. Okay. If okay is not false, so we actually want to duplicate those. Conveyor 2, conveyor 3, turned on. All right. And that is not functioning. Let's just try using 0 instead. Okay, these should stop running whenever... Okay, I've used this before, I swear. Okay. If okay equals 0... Oh, why are we jumping straight to the end? We should jump to that. Oops. Okay. So if there are no items, we jump to here. Otherwise, we fall through and turn that on. And now it's working. Problem is, it's still letting some through here. So what we also need to check is if we have items waiting on one of these belts, probably, because we want this to back up. Actually, let me think. Because the problem is some amount of items go through every time a slug goes by there, which is not how I want that to be. How did I do this before? It was basically this, except it was... Also, I should probably stop wasting time because it looks like... Why are we on 0 phase fabric? Oh, because we're shipping it all out. Okay. That's not good, though. We need to increase phase fabric production. More important than increasing phase fabric production is making sure we don't run out of fuel, though, which we are currently doing, so... You know what? Let's just edit this code. We'll set OK to enable the switch 1 and leave it alone for now. Because this is... not something that I have time to deal with right now. Alright. Phase fabric. You are producing at exactly the rate you should always be producing at. However, we are exporting at too fast of a rate. Okay, let's stop exporting phase fabric for now. Okay, that's not slowing it down enough. We could, if we did like this. Okay. And let's do a couple of slow conveyors into there. That should keep us in phase, sort of, while also continuing to allow us to export phase. Anyway, let's go to Desolate Rift, which is assuredly completely full. Yes, it is. This is a high threat map. I suspect that we do not actually need it to be much more than what we have. So let's just launch with what we've got. Boom. Oh, fun. Thank you, game. I love you too. Okay. We're going to have to rearrange everything because it spawned us really close to a wall. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Alright. Well, that's just the way it is, I guess. This is going to be moderately problematic, actually. Because I do still want to use... You know what? Do I actually care about daggers? The answer is kind of no. Although... Okay, we need additive first. Although, if I do like this, we're going to have to move everything down. Whereas if I do like that, We just need to move everything up. Yeah, okay. All the stuff's getting deleted anyway. We need to move this out one, though, so we can fit some of our stuff in. Okay. Hurry up, delete that. Yeah, we're going to continue using daggers, because daggers are cool. And then we need the multiplicative reconstructor, which I'll put right there because I don't care about that output at all. We'll put a handy dandy little overflow gate there. Actually, we want an underflow. Put a handy dandy little underflow gate right there. Got units coming. Okay. That should work. And of course, our lovely little unloader for phase fabric is doing nothing because blueprint broken. Oh no, I have to actually build something to. We'll do an underflow gate. Actually, no, we want to do a router. And then we can put in an overdrive dome right there. But first, get your asses back here, you lazy little bastards. I need you here. Oh, that needs power. Oh, they're all gonna die. Okay, rally. Oh, oops. There we go. Now we can start building tier 3s. Okay, what do the defenses here look like? Duos, more duos. There's actually some segments there. Yeah, it's just a vault. There's a fuse. Wow, you know what we do with fuses. Let's go have a little bit of fun. Hey, kids. Whoa. Hello. That should be out of duo range, I hope. Core is under attack. It better not be. Okay, they didn't actually do anything. Think that's out of range of everybody? Oh, no. Those are hails. Oops. Okay. Hails are actually a bit of a threat. Okay. Those are just duos, though. That might be in duo range. Okay. Are there any hills over here? Belt check. Oh, watch where you're firing. Yeah. Knock it off, you monsters. Okay, that was definitely not an approved place to build that, but that was a bit of a cheeky Lancer. Oh, he's being shot by anti-aircraft, or by aircraft now. How dare you, monsters. Shoot my beautiful, beautiful Lancer. Okay, fine. Charge! You actually have a pretty good number of units here. That's the real reason why you build daggers. Crappy AA. Okay. You get close enough that the there we go. The segments. We had to be close enough to the segments so it wouldn't hit us. Also, that's a fuse right there. Fine, be that way. Go away. Wipe that out. Wipe that out. I definitely do not want to get too close to that fuse. I'd like to make it go away, if at all possible. Oh, I hear a fuse firing. Oh wait, that's my stuff. Don't shoot my stuff. I think friendly fire isn't a thing, but I'm not actually sure. Core is under attack. It better not be. Okay, now it isn't. That is a Spectre. You'll pardon me if I don't go over there. Although I think my units might walk past it, so that might be problematic. Yes, that is indeed problematic. Don't walk over there, you idiots. Okay, fine. We probably should go back home and grab... That's a segment. I ever mentioned that I hate segments unless they're mine? Because I hate segments unless they're mine. Luckily, we appear to have enough firepower that we can kind of overpower him. Although maybe not enough to be able to take on... That water's trying to push us into... That's interesting. We get too close to the edge. Okay, core's under attack. You know, I probably should go back to the core. No, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to hit this button. There we go. Rally! And then let's get back up here and grab those. There we go. Okay, where is the power coming from is the big question. Core is under attack. It's not, shouldn't be a problem, but playing a little risky here. I don't want to get too close to that Spectre. The Spectres are actually a problem. Okay, you know what? Health is almost completely full. Let's build a men projector over here for the sake of my sanity. And then, let's go blow up everything we can blow up that we haven't blown up yet over in this side. Okay, we need to get over here and get rid of those hails. Goodbye, hails. You won't be missed. I mean, I'm sure you'll be missed by whoever built you in the first place, but you won't be missed by anybody else, that's for sure. Okay, I probably should go back and get a whole another set of these, because these ones are getting pretty injured. Actually, what I should do is build my rally center here. You know, I think pulling a little bit of surge out of the core probably wouldn't hurt anybody. Not one little bit. This should give everybody in the army something fun to do. Hey, don't shoot that. Also, it probably wouldn't hurt building a couple repair points up there. Okay, you don't hook to that. You hook. Okay, fine, whatever. Be like that then. There we go. And there we go. Power to the front. You know, a time or two, what should you do for dinner? Pizza, pot pies, or sandwiches? If it was me, I would probably go with pizza because it's good and I can just order it. However, if pot pies are an option, then is it even a question? Actually, that's probably my stomach talking because I have not had pot pies in a very long time. Let's see. Let's get a men projector in here as well. What do you mean I can't build a men projector there? Okay, fine. Let's build a mender there. It would all be cook at home stuff though? Okay, well in that case, definitely not pizza. Unless you're like some kind of amazing pizza guru who has a fancy pizza oven and... Because homemade pizza is never as good as proper, well-made pizza. Unless, see also, somebody who has a proper pizza oven and all the resources would make it actually work. Pot pie, even cheap pot pie tastes really good, and I should definitely buy some next time I go to the grocery store. Although then I would have to go mess around with baking it. I guess you can microwave pot pie, it's just not as good. And it takes a long time even then. Okay, let's shell the crap out of whatever's over here. You, buddy, can go away. There's no segments over here to save you. Don't really know why I'm blowing stuff up over here. It's not like it's gaining us anything in particular. Love those little $1 Swanson pot pies. Gotta have the bottom crust though. Yeah, of course. But I love those things too. Unfortunately, that would require me to go upstairs and mess around with the oven, and yeah. Also, I don't have any of them, so that's problem number one. Okay. Boom. And clean that right out. Leave the skeleton of the walls behind because we really don't care about those. Especially not on that side. Anti-aircraft defenses, don't really care about those either. Oh. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm not sure how that would be pronounced, and I'm not going to mangle your name trying. Sorry. In any case, it's greatly appreciated. There's a power generator that's not hooked to anything. Oh, we lost impact. What? How'd we do that? Oh, I forgot to check to see if it would survive, I bet. I just kind of was assuming it would. Oh well. It's not too hard to take that back if I really want it. Now here is the real threat. At least we can run this guy out of ammo if we have to. Although I would prefer not to have to, thank you very much. Okay, we don't have to. We have just enough more range than he does that we can blow him up. Goodbye. Problem is if we run into one that has a segment next to it. Then we'll have an exciting time. Okay. Goodbye walls. We don't like your kind around here. Thankfully there's no segment. Is there anything else in there we really need to blow up before we can go take on the Ripple? Ripples aren't much of a threat, to be honest. Not in like one or two of them. Okay, nuclear production has been accomplished. I mean, I knew we were going to keep that one because I checked before. Goodbye, Ripple. Okay. Here's one of those giant duo circles that are totally useless. I don't know why anyone ever built one. This is probably the biggest waste of copper you'll ever see. And then we have a couple of fuses. Okay. I don't know why I bothered even shooting them, because honestly they'd run out of ammo before they did any damage worth mentioning. Okay. There's some arcs, which actually would do damage worth mentioning. Fine. Go away. I'm tired of listening to you shoot. Boom, go the batteries. There's a fuse, who is an actual threat. If we were dumb enough to get too close to it anyway. Why am I being sucked in that direction? Okay. Problem solved. We almost had adventures with a fuse there if we had kept going. Okay, we definitely took a bit of damage from those thorium salvos. Not that we're going to have to worry about that for long. That's a core. This map has multiple cores? I guess. Okay, here we go. Hold fire. And... we need to get closer, or we're not going to do any damage. Alright, there we go. Okay. I think at this point... it would have been helpful to have noticed that a while ago. Okay, why aren't you working? Because of a lack of silicon, which we have run out of. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it is fine. We got to run baby power nodes because we don't have the silicon to do a real one. Can't build that because we don't have any silicon. Okay, let's let them repair all the units up. And then we're going to grab a fresh group. And we're going to charge. Come on, wiggle out of the area. Go away, you. Yeah, Dagger's got your number. Okay. So we just have to make it through this group. Which I guess we can do if we very carefully crawl up on this Spectre. Okay, unfortunately we can't damage him. Let's give him something to go think about repairing. I mean, if he's shooting me instead of repairing the Spectre, I'm okay with that. As long as they don't rebuild that Spectre, we're good. Just take care of his ammo source. Now we just need to get in here and take out, exactly, take out the electricity for those. And then it's just the core, who has no real defenses of note. I think that's the last core. I don't actually know for sure though. He has a fuse, which is pretty powerful, but I'm not dumb enough to get too close to the fuse, so. Boom. Who needs silicon when you have units? Alright. Blasted bombers. Okay, it looks like we're going to have to launch from 124 to 125 if we want to actually hold this. Well, that's fun. Okay. You redirect your target to 124. We are out of thorium. That's probably not great. Okay, let's go check on nuclear production. Everything is still in perfect repair. Yes, okay. Let's go back to 124. And let's get this place into something resembling shape. The core being tight up against the wall like this, we won't be able to launch with a full complement. That's a high threat enemy base. Okay, let's delete our unit production. Delete most of our power generation. All this needs to go. Most of, but not all of, our power generation, because we're going to build some new power generation up here when we can. Although we're not going to have much power generation here because I don't think we actually need it. And now we wait. Oh. And wait. The large structures take so long to delete or build. I guess that's why you make polys take care of that problem. Okay. So, vaults. We're going to want to cram as many of these damn things against here as we can. The problem is we can't cram very many. Oh. Actually, we're not going to be that low compared to standard. Here. Jumpstart power generation, please. No, not the vault. That thing, yes. Okay, now we can delete those. Because normally we would have 8 volts. Yeah, 8 volts. No. We have 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Okay, and we're going to end up with 3, 7 volts. So we're going to be 2 containers in a vault short. So 1600 less storage. Oh well. And that. And that gets our core capacity to 20K. All right. Sure, we'll get the cyclones back up. Certainly won't hurt anything to have them there. Might even help a little bit. Help make that a little bit more bomber resistant. Okay. Suppose we can delete a lot of this crap. That'll help give us some of the resources we need. Although it's going to be a very slow process. Of course, it's going to be kind of a slow process to wait for the resources we need as well. Because I want to be maxed out on resources as much as possible. We're pretty good on a lot of the resources. Stuff we don't use much, like phase fabric and surge, are probably okay. But we definitely need to be maxed on silicon. And we want more copper and lead. Because even a full core silicon doesn't go very far. Getting things out of this pocket be a pain in the butt. Pretty sure the only way you could do it is with a mass driver. On the plus side, you would never ever be able to be attacked by land units. I think this gap is too big. And these gaps, anywhere where it's black, even the walking units I don't think can get through there. So if you had sufficient air defense in here, you'd be completely invincible. Problem, of course, would be fitting sufficient air defense in there. Sounds like a non-trivial task. Oh, I just gotta turn the lights on. Delete that little bit over there, please. Oh, walls definitely take every little bit as long to delete as they do to build. The slow build time of some of this stuff is probably a balancing thing, to be honest. Because Ministry PvP is definitely a thing. And people play it. Not sure why, but some people enjoy it. So I guess that's... Okay, come on. Delete. Can't remember if you get half the resources from something back. Or you certainly don't get all of them. Because I know like deleting conveyors generally doesn't give you anything. Or at least not any titanium. Certainly didn't used to anyway. Alright. Clean this out. I'm kind of curious. The way the walls tile like this, how some of them are quad size and some are single, that is done by the game engine. In the editor, you don't see that at all. It's all single tile in the editor. I'm kind of curious if it always tiles the same way every time or if it's random. So there's some logic somewhere in the code that decides these four should be a square, the large square instead of a small one. Like, I wonder if it's based on a map seed, or if it's just completely pick a random number generated from the time, or... Hello, Rushy Washy. Welcome here. Okay, we're actually doing pretty good on copper. And we're at 16 out of 20k. Okay, we can probably launch after we clean up all this mess. Anything else back there? I don't think so. What even was this shooting? Whatever it was, I built it and then left it and forgot about coming back and checking on it. How's the polar progress going? Somewhat slowly. Kind of coming in from the edges and working our way in. Also, I wasted a whole lot of time at the start of the stream. And solidly into the stream, I guess. Working on logic stuff. Oh. On the bright side, I do have a setup to mine titanium with megas. And copper or lead, depending which is less, with polys. Logic, well, I've said it before and I'll say it again. If I had to do a lot of work with logic, I would write my own system to manage it. I was looking at some of the various existing logic compilers, and I'm not quite happy with any of them. So I'd probably write my own. Although that's like at least 80% because I really enjoy writing scripting languages. And back when I still did programming only as a hobby, I used to write quite a few scripting languages just for the fun of it that were largely useless and never did anything with them. So sitting down to write a logic compiler would be a an interesting blast from the past sort of exercise. The main problem would be is logic doesn't have a stack. Which... that'd make it really hard. You would only be able to do stuff that you could statically you could determine statically, and that would be a lot harder than just dynamically pushing and popping from a stack. A stack is a data structure. It's a first in, first out data structure. With usually, there's two basic operations for a stack. You push an item onto the stack and you pop an item off the stack. More importantly is what stack is used for, which is for sequencing events. So for example, when you're doing a math expression, I'm going to use Forth as an example here because Forth is a language that is entirely based around using a stack for everything. But in Forth, you have a data stack that everything gets pushed and popped onto. Sounds like you're saying logic isn't logical. Well, it is. It just doesn't have a stack. In other words, it doesn't have memory that can be easily used to... Well, you could implement a stack, I guess, using a memory cell. Anyway, so imagine... Actually, what's abandoned Forth? It's going to be too hard to explain. Let's imagine you have a stack of plates sitting on your shelf. That is pretty much exactly what a stack is. If you have a green plate and you sit on top of the stack, ta-da! You now have a green plate on the stack. You have pushed the green plate onto the stack. If you go and remove the top item from the stack, you get the green plate back because that was the last one you put on. Congratulations, you have just popped the green plate off the stack. Underneath the green plate was a red plate. Well, now if you were to pop an item off the stack again, you would pop the red plate off. And what it's used for is to return to math expressions. If you had the expression 2 plus 2 times 4, the compiler looking at that would go, okay, I have a 2. And you grab the next thing. Okay, we're doing an addition. I have a 2. Okay, it'll be 2 plus 2. Oh, wait, I have multiplication. I need somewhere to store this 2 and plus. So I push them onto stacks. And then it does 2 times, it goes like that. If another thing of higher precedence were to appear, it would just push those off to the stack. And basically it's a way to shove things off to the side to deal with later, but still remember what order they were in. In the case of Forth, you would write returning to Forth, even though I said I wasn't going to. You would write a math expression as 2 plus, and then 2 times. And how this would work is Forth would read it strictly in this direction. It would find a 2 and go, okay, well, that's a number. And what do we do with numbers? We put them on the stack. And then it would go over here and it would say, oh, I found another 2. What do we do with numbers? We push them on the stack. And then it finds a plus. And it goes, okay, what do we do with plus sign? We pop 2 numbers off the stack, add them together, and we push what's called plastanium of 4, and we push a 4 onto the stack. Now note, of course, this is not going to come out with the proper precedence because of the way you wrote it. If you wanted to write it with proper precedence, you would have wrote it that way. But anyway. And then, oh, we found another 2. What do we do when we find a number? We pop it off and we put it on the stack. And we found a multiply. What do we do with multiplier? We pop 2 numbers off the stack. A 4 and a 2. And then we do the multiply. And the result would be a 6. And we push that back on the stack. Compilers do the same thing internally. But obviously they try to simplify it as much as they can and then output code that do all those operations. Forth is much closer to the metal in that it doesn't really do that generally. But yeah, that's what a stack is. Can't you just have operations in the same variable? I mean, as close as you can think of. 2 times 4 is 6. No, it'd be 8. Yes, I'm a dummy. Can't you just have operations in the same variable and as close as you can think of? You can. If you have just like 2 or 3 variables and you keep reusing them. The problem is as complexity gets higher, things fall apart. Nuclear production complex under attack. It'll survive 20 out of 20 waves. Okay, we're good. So if you start adding parentheses and more levels of precedence, you start running into problems where you're going to need more and more. Never do math on stream, will it go badly? Yes, it will. Everything goes wrong on stream. But anyway. So, yeah. Eventually you're going to run out of space and you're going to have a Stack Overflow. Which you may have heard of a famous website, Stack Overflow. That's what it's named after. But generally you have enough stack space. It's not a problem unless you're doing something really pathologically weird. But in the case of the logic processors, there's no memory. You can create variables, but you can't really create a memory. Now you could do a stack by just making a bunch of named variables and switching between them. But you would very quickly get extremely annoyed with the process and want to kill yourself. But I guess that's why the compiler would exist. It could do that. So you could probably simulate a stack just using variables. It would be a pain in the ass though, because you'd have to manage the whole thing manually. Real processors tend to have built-in stacks. Like not built into the processor, but they have mechanisms to deal with a stack in main memory. There'll be special instructions, special registers that say where in memory the stack is, where the current top of the stack is, things like that. Which you could do using a memory cell and a microprocessor. Or, I don't know how you would do a runtime managed stack though. The only way you could, even with variables, like, don't think you could do it without a memory cell. With a memory cell, you could. I'm not sure how much a memory cell can store. Does it say? Memory capacity, 64. Okay, that'd be plenty. Assuming it means 64 different values. A stack size of 64. That'd be okay. But if you made a logic compiler that just required you to always have a memory cell attached, that would be annoying. Another thing that stacks are used for is procedure calls. So if you call a function or procedure, basically in a lot of languages they mean the same thing. If you call a function, you push the value, you push your return address onto the stack. And then when you're done with the function, when you return from the function, you pop that return value off the stack and then you know where to go back to. And if your function calls a function, it pushes return value to the stack and so on. That way you can always, you have a neat little train of where all you need to go. All the way back to the first thing that called the function. That's actually really important to make procedures work properly. Without that, you couldn't really do... Well, there is one Mindustry compiler that attempts to allow you to call functions, but it doesn't allow you to call functions from inside of functions, and that's why. Waking up and trying to understand stacks is going to be the highlight of your week. Well, sorry. On that note, we do have enough resources here. We can launch. And also, I just got something on my phone I need to reply to, so give me a second here. Work related. Let's see. All right. So let's launch the next sector instead of screwing around here talking about programming. As interesting as that is, to me anyway. As for the rest of you poor guys, turn the light on, it's getting dark. Yes, I should do that. Matter of fact, while we're paused here, I am going to go do that. And I'm going to grab a bottle of water while I'm at it. And because I am a terrible human being, I grabbed a big hunk of sliced cheese. Because I'm hungry and don't feel like making myself anything. Okay. Is this going to be able to output? I guess we'll find out in a few minutes. If it can't, it's going to be a sad day for us all, but... Okay. Go ahead and get a command center down. Before all my daggers wander off and get their asses killed. Of course, you have to set rally or it doesn't work. The way this power node does not sometimes connect to this one and this one is very annoying. I may have mentioned that once or twice, but it's worth mentioning again. Okay, there's a Lancer. Go ahead and put that right there. The enemies aren't going to enjoy that one very much. Oh, would you look at that? There's a fuse. Wow, it's really too bad that the fuse is short range. I love fuses, but boy, do these attack maps ever have them in bad places sometimes. Actually, I don't know why I'm bothering with this. This is useless. Oh, don't shoot at me. Bad. Ah, we blew up. Okay. Hello? Oh, these are neutral. Okay, that's weird. Why is there a big... I wonder if they misplaced this or something. There's a big neutral blocker of stuff right there. Okay. Aww. There's the edge of the buildable area. Boo. Okay. Well, at least we can nail this block. Boom. Guess that's one way to fast travel back to the base. It's free stuff. Why complain? I suppose I could delete it. Might give me a little silicon or something useful. Anyway, it's probably about time we go marching our units down the center. They get built remarkably quickly with the overdrive sitting there. Do I want to just order them to attack, or do I want to grab them manually? Let's just order them to attack and see what happens. Worst case, we run out of silicon. Here. Shoot something that actually matters. Okay, well, the fuse is going to have his day here in a second. Come on. There we go. Goodbye, fuse. Alright, let's see how this is working. Those derelict buildings are the backbone of someone's no-build core schemes only runs. They're pretty useful. I wonder how you'd even make that work. You'd almost have to pull units over there or something if you wanted to... I don't know. Okay, well, this is going to end very quickly and very poorly for those guys. We've won this map already. Why is this one rated hard? Yeah, I was going to say, there's nothing that should make this sector hard. Okay. So this mess over here is all safe again. Nuclear production complex is going to survive all waves. Although it is taking damage, apparently. It says it's 6% damage. What was damaged? Nothing, apparently. Okay. Now, I should probably retake impact and then start taking stuff around impact. So let's go to tar fields. Let's turn off launching. Yeah, we are out of surge at the moment. Oh, goodbye, Reggie. See you later. Okay, we'll just let it collect surge for a while. And let's go take a look at impact. What did I have here? I think I had some reasonable industry. I don't know if any of this could be available when we come back and hit it again. That was the thing. It might depend on how long we've been gone. We can't launch from here because we don't have the resources. Of course. What do we have at Desolate Rift? Desolate Rift is full. Or full enough, anyway. Okay. Start producing polys. Oh, we're going to have to delete the stuff to make room for that, aren't we? Yeah, this place may or may not have gotten slightly kicked. Okay. Let me think. What's the... Oh, power is still online here. Awesome. Let's just replace as many large nodes as we see destroyed. Oh, this place had the giant unit production facility. That's... Okay, yeah. We need to get polys back up as soon as we can. Okay. We have plenty of defenses over here, actually. Okay. Here we go. Looks like all the foreshadows are still alive. We're set back to wave 1. That's awesome. Okay. Let's delete this crap around the core. And let's get the poly production line going again. Okay. So all remains that anything existed around the core are long dead and gone. Although you can see where the edge of the old vaults used to be. Okay, I don't remember which is which here. It doesn't matter. Alright. Oops. Need an armored conveyor there. That should get us our first poly or two. Okay. This one was obviously a vault, which means this is a vault. Trying to reconstruct the same shape as much as I can so that I don't have to mess up anything. Okay, and graphite goes there. Oh, we need to get power in here. I always forget the power. Okay. I've got a poly up. We connect across there. Thankfully, most of this place is still alive. Damn it, I didn't shake it enough, and now it's got silt on the bottom. There we go. Alrighty. That like that, and that like that. We definitely lost some stuff around the core, like knowledge of what was there. Oh well. Kind of curious what path they would have taken. Because none of this is damaged. It's just kind of ignored my defenses and went and blew up the back line. Weird. Not at all what you would expect. Also, why is this here instead of just loading straight into the... Weird. Sometimes I wonder why I did things a certain way. And there is no good answer. Except, wow, you were weird. Okay, the impacts are running. Apparently that's all the impacts ever built here. Oh, but they have a overdrive. Does the overdrive have material? No, it does not. We better get some... Okay, we do have some flares going. Okay. As more and more things come online, these impacts are going to start running into trouble. We're still at plus 20k power, but not forever. Hey, what are you guys doing up here? Go down to where you can be shot by something more defensive-like. Also, you just got shot by a force shadow. Must have missed. Come on, hold still. You only hurt a little. There we go. How do I not have defenses up there? Okay. Yeah, we need to get this thing running again. These are the old style, I'm pretty sure. In any case, I'm not going to take a chance. We're going to use the new style. How many of these overdrive domes do I even have around here? Not many. Okay. There's one that's not running, of course. We should have some flares available. Okay, now we've got overdrives running. I should be careful about this, though, because until this overdrive is running, which it is, I guess. Okay, good. Plus 47k energy. I need to be, as long as all the overdrives are running, or as long as that overdrive is running, we're good. If you ever lose that overdrive, we're moderately screwed. Okay. At this point, it's just up to the polys. I'm kind of curious, if we leave this place, just to go anywhere else, doesn't matter where, and check. Will it survive? Yes, it survives all waves. Okay. Which I mean it better. This place was such a glorious mess. I almost should have taken the opportunity to rebuild it. Oh well. Oh well. I definitely should put in... Okay, what? Oh, yes. Okay, what do we need here? Titanium. And then fun stuff. Silicon. Okay, that should get us creating megas. Here is the clear out the flares thing, except this is the old version. So let's build the unit spring cleaning blueprint down there in the corner. And then somewhere around here, we should probably put down the mining for megas and flares, except not yet, because they're still rebuilding. And repairing. Okay. This place is a disaster. Yeah, next week I'm not sure what we're going to be doing. Because, like, next weekend, to be clear. Because I don't want to burn myself out on Mindustry before V7. And when V7 comes out, I'm going to be playing all that week. Or not all that weekend. Let's see, actually, let me check something. November 11th is a Friday. Awesome. So I can play Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But that isn't for... There's 2 solid weekends between now and then, looks like, at least. So the question is, what kind of factory game-ish thing can soak up 2 weekends, but not more than 2 weekends? I might have to play around a little bit and see if I can find a really good... I'll have to think of something. Anyway. This is going to be the last day of Industry until V7, probably. And I don't want to start a Factorio run in the middle because 2 days is not enough time to get a good or 2 weekends is not enough time to get a good Factorio anything done. But yet it can't be something too short and light because why was I pulling Metaglass out of the core? I know why I was pulling Pyrite out. And that is supposed to be to go to here. Who was he firing? Who was firing at him? It was this guy. And this guy was the receiver. And he was being fired at by this one. And they were being fired at from the core. There's no reason to have this collection here anymore. Because we don't want Pyrite being fired. Yeah, these two can go as well. We're producing our own Pyrite on site. Okay. Oh, this is thorium. Okay. Might as well get that running. I don't know what used to be connected to there, but whatever it isn't connected anymore. Okay. Looks pretty clear. Can you imagine logic on large co-op maps? Or more correctly, people messing around with logic? If you just get some random person show up and decide they want to play around with something. There's so many ways you can basically grief any kind of unit use with logic if you wanted to. Like, instead of putting a bunch of code in to try to find a unit that's not being used by somebody else, you could put code in specifically looking for units being used by somebody else and order them astray, have them do random crap. I could imagine it going badly quite quickly. I suppose griefers are a problem in any game. There's not really a whole lot you can do about them. Oh wait, these don't take... They take thorium, but they don't take... yeah. For some reason I keep thinking that salvos can shoot titanium, but they don't. What should I do for anti-aircraft over here? I do have blast available. I could probably use a swarmer. Or I could run this surge line out. Regardless, we need to do something up here. There is some lead over here. We could just do a small block of actually, that's probably fine. We don't need much defense up here, so we'll just use a small block of scatters. Okay. Run that right down to there. And let me just do like 5 scatters on each side. All right. So it looks like everything is back up and running. What's this short on? Titanium. Okay, where was the titanium coming from? Good question, because I don't see any titanium lines anywhere. Where it could have been coming in. Where was this getting titanium? Oh, no, that's silicon. Yeah. This guy should be receiving silicon. Who's shooting at him? This is shooting at him. This is receiving. This is shooting. Okay, somewhere this chain must be broke. Oh, the target. This guy's target is gone. There we go. Because he wasn't shooting, we weren't getting any silicon in, and therefore the silicon was getting clogged. That doesn't answer where... Oh, that's interesting. How did this get full? How did this get full of graphite? That makes 0 sense. There's nowhere that graphite could have come from, is there? No? Because this would stop it. There is graphite running right beside it. Oh, wait. No, that's carrying silicon. Yeah, that's the silicon line incoming. Okay. There's no way this could have got graphite contamination in it. There's no cross connection. Yeah, I'm tempted to turn off the graphite and see if we can, or turn off the, not graphite, but attempt to turn off the titanium and see where the graphite was coming from. Because there should be no way that we were getting graphite cross-contamination. Because while this and this technically are adjacent, they're armored or junctioned. And there's no other place that I can see that is nearby. And then additionally, yeah, this can't cross-contaminate because it's all loaders. These aren't adjacent to anything. And even if they did, it'd be lead instead of graphite. That's weird. Okay. Now we're no longer running completely full and we're not getting graphite contamination. Okay, game. Oh, sometimes it just does weird things, I guess. But that should have been impossible. Maybe it was a bug. If so, it'd be the kind of bug that I wouldn't want to have to track down. Those meltdowns there are useless. Nothing ever comes straight at the wall. Not even aircraft. Ugh. I don't know if they count for the auto resolve or not, because I don't know if they go north or south or go through. Actually, one way to find out. Let's cut a little hole in the wall here. And let's see if these silly units try to walk through here instead of walking down around. Because they try to walk down around, then I'll know for sure which way units try to path. Actually, let's open a little hole up here too. Like that. Units should be able to squeeze through there. We'll see if they try to take advantage of either of those holes. If they do, then that means the meltdowns will matter for auto-resolve. And if they don't, then we know that they don't. And that might be a minor issue. Okay. They're not changing their path any, so auto-resolve units go through here. Alright. That's good to know. That does mean that these meltdowns are totally useless, though. And we probably should build some more turrets for auto-resolve reasons down this way. Like, these ripples aren't going to matter for nothing, because auto-resolve only counts direct damage. So probably the best bet is to build Spectres, actually, for auto-resolve reasons. Thorium Spectres with cryofluid down here somewhere. Or actually, we could just do it in a line right along here, and that would count, because they can range the area where the units would walk through. Yeah, let's do it. Now the funny thing with this, we don't even need to properly supply these guys with ammo if we're just doing it for purposes of auto-resolve. We need to supply them with some ammo, so they have ammo. But we don't need to properly supply them with ammo. Although, doing this was probably dumb. I should use conduits instead. Leave some gaps here that we can use to run the limited ammo we are going to send along there in. Okay. And then we do a router. Nuclear production complex is safe again. Not that it was ever really in doubt. Alright. Now we just go grab a couple manual loads of thorium, and our auto-resolve helpers are good to go. This may be slightly cheesy. Oh, and that needs to be... There we go. They all have cryo fluid. I should probably go grab another load of ammo just in case. The auto-resolve doesn't care if they can get lots of ammo or if they just have just enough to count. It just cares that they have ammo and have other enhancements, maybe. In this case, if I wanted them to be really awesome, I could grab an overdrive. Actually, I'm tempted to put an overdrive down here. Because that would overdrive. Well, no, if I put it up here, it'll overdrive the foreshadows too. And that will actually matter. Although, how do I fit it in here without making a problem? Oh wait, that's okay, I'm being an idiot. This is a, what do I call them? Phase conduit, so I can just build that there. Okay, so that covers all the foreshadows, covers a bunch of the meltdowns. Basically covers everything that matters. Actually, the meltdowns even are... I don't see it flashing with the this is being boosted thing, so maybe meltdowns aren't covered. Okay. Oh, that's what that does. Okay, that's gonna need power. Let's just go ahead and grab a small power node. Like so. And we'll have overdriven cryofluid specters to help us with our auto-resolve in the future. Also, overdriven cryofluid foreshadows. And maybe a meltdown or two, depending on the exact place the path goes through here. They may actually completely miss this Mender block if they go through here like this and then go down there. Which would be unfortunate. Oops. Maybe we should move that to somewhere more useful. Oh well. Yeah, because now I'm suspicious if they follow this path, because there is a hole through there. Through here. Or like this, maybe. Because there was a lot of stuff blown up in this area. I don't know. This is why I should have figured this stuff out before actually starting the wave. Before building anything. If I had actually cared about it, I guess. Alright, we are doing really well here. We're definitely going to survive all the waves. Yes, we will. Okay. Tar fields. Where are you launching to? Nowhere. We'll set tar fields to launch to impact. Turn on launching. Okay. That's probably enough. Go back to impact. I don't know if this is enough resources. But we have to launch from here if we're going to do it. 226. We need to rush down a foreshadow, amongst other things. But I think we can do it with the standard core. Let's go. Actually, wait, we don't want any of these. Okay, is there anything else we're bringing along we don't want any of? No, okay. Launch. Oh, we still have stuff here. Awesome. Not that any of it really matters. Although, if you ever get polys up. Yeah, we had quite a line of foreshadows. Bunch of stuff here the last time we were here. I'm tempted to actually build some polys. Okay, like for example, we don't need this old unit production line because we have that already. So this can go away. However, rest of this, might as well rebuild it. Okay, why aren't you running? You're not running because you don't have the power hooked up. No, power's not hooked up because this damn broken blueprint. Ah! Okay. This place is actually pretty lethal as far as enemy waves. Certainly much harder than the previous ones. So we actually do want to rebuild everything we're building. So let's get a command center down. Back here, just to bring in the units. Here's the old wall. Okay, we want to get some polys up. So let's get new... Okay, we had a laser drill there. We had water for the laser drill beside it. And then we had these here. Like so. Okay, the stuff we brought around the core we need to get rid of soon. Oh, these little fools are in the way. Get out the other side, please. Thank you. Why do we have a tsunami here? Oh, yes, because the core got lit on fire once. I remember that. Not a particularly good event. Why do we have solar panels here? Well, anyway, we have plus 9k power. We can remove the power next to the core, which I do want to be careful about because I do want to leave some of this stuff around so the polys can rebuild it. Hey, how dare you, you monsters. Okay. What were we even pulling out of the core here? Stuff for the unit factory, I think, was coming out over there. And this was ammo for the foreshadows. Okay. So let's go ahead and start building flying units. Let's move the overdrive dome over that way a little bit. I realize it just pointed, and I don't know if the camera quite identifies that direction, but tough, you'll have to use your imagination. Okay. So, we want an air factory. We'll stuff it over there. In front of the air factory, we want an additive reconstructor. And in front of that, we want a multiplicative reconstructor. And then we want to set these up because we're going to want all 3 stages of these coming out. So, like that, and like that. Now we need to run supplies. I should probably get a few vaults around the core. To help give us more surface area to cover. Okay. For these, we need lead. And this is the only thing that needs lead. So that makes that nice and easy. Go like this. We want a overflow gate. Oops. Not there. That's a payload. Okay, graphite. Like so. An overflow gate there. Like that. Now for you, we need Mediglass. Okay. Do it like this. That's Mediglass. And that is titanium. Okay. This is inconvenient, to say the least. Screw it, we'll just use a phase conveyor. Like that. Oh, that's the exit. Oops. There. Okay. Oops, that got disconnected. And then we do one there and one there. All right. Okay, those all died before we lost anything. Now we need to wait for those polys to get out here and start rebuilding stuff. What happened? Actually, I missed that for a few minutes. Sorry. What happened to this place is just enemies blew it all up because it wasn't apparently quite well enough defended. Everything you see in ghostly appearance used to be here. This place, well, actually no, this wasn't defended. This was never captured. This place gets hit by an epic boss partway in, and he flattened me a couple times, and then finally I made it past him and got flattened again by something else later. I don't even remember what. We might have a whole segment over here that's still alive. This whole area is basically still alive. Alright. This had its own dedicated power plant and all that was connected back to the main, making ammo that it was shooting back. We really need to get polys up. What's your problem? Your problem is that we don't have any power. And also, we need to go back to the main map. Specifically to tar fields. You need to launch to 226. Thank you very much. Which has enough units built now that would actually use listed as surviving 14 waves. Okay, our first poly is here. Yay! Alright. Where are you going, buddy? No, stop. Okay, that poly died rather quickly. Let's go find what he was trying to rebuild back here. Because I did have... here we go. An outpost built back in this area. This right here was the bane of my existence, a foreshadow. But also a meltdown. That meltdown is evil. Pure murder. Okay, there was a bit I missed. Okay, let's just delete all the outposts back here because there's no reason to keep any of this around. Stop trying to blow up my stuff, you little bastards. Okay, hopefully without the polys running up there and getting killed, they'll rebuild a little faster and we'll end up with some defenses. Although perhaps I should just go ahead and rebuild some of them myself. No, don't help me go replace stuff. Ah, fine, whatever. That's covered by the overdrive? Yes, it is. Okay. We are not supplying silicon out here, actually. Uh-oh. Okay, this is not actually good because this is a problem, but anyway. Let's at least get some silicon headed in the right direction. This is going to greatly increase the silicon pull on our core, but we are getting more shipped in. So, also, I'm pretty sure this place had some local silicon. Yes, it did. That is currently running into a wall because of this stuff being in the way. Oh well. We can fix that easily enough. It's like, who's shooting us? Oh no! It's friendly. Where even am I going to run this? And how? No. Bad. Damn it. Okay, there's some crap underneath there I need to deal with later. Oh. Well, this would probably work, I guess. We're right into the core that way. Okay, we've got a tsunami built. They're working on building the foreshadows. I don't think these were computer-controlled foreshadows. Pretty sure they weren't, actually. Let's build anything we can build that will build quickly. Because, yeah. Spectres are kind of a problem. These units will make them less of a problem, but let's go ahead and move the unit gather point out to here. Get them outside the walls and not a problem. With these out of the way, the polys should have a much easier time rebuilding. Okay, where were we getting... Okay, there we got surge. Available, if not routed. Okay. We're almost to having surged the foreshadows online. I don't remember what wave the boss shows up, but ideally I'd like to have the base dead before then. But just in case, I'm going to have these defenses built. Because better safe than sorry and all that. Okay. Also, we have some meltdowns that need to be built in this area. Could you, one of you please build that? I don't want to build it because it might not come back quite right. Okay, fine. I can rehook it up anyway, I guess. There we go. Why did I do this? This is so pointless. There is quite literally no reason to have an overflow gate here. Because bridges, when they're not connected to another bridge, you know, when it's an exit, will output in all three directions on either side except the side they're accepting input from. This overflow is worthless. Quite literally worthless. Also, this isn't needed. Whatever. Sometimes I wonder about myself. Okay. Alright. We probably should start our stumpy units headed to, you know, to go stump on things. Where are these guys going? Why is there a poly headed up, or why were there polys headed up that way? It looks like the surge to the core is online, but also offline because we do not have the working receiving end set up. Also, okay, that'll work. You target that. Okay, that should take care of the Foreshadows ammo needs. Remember correctly, this whole area over here was to make that surge. Okay, why did I have a poly up this direction? Okay, where are you going? They're shooting this stuff. What? Oh, there's probably things that were supposed to be built underneath that. No, no. Don't rebuild anything around here. No, bad. I mean... Okay, fine, whatever. Let's go grab a selection of fine fellows here. And let's go shoot that stuff so the polys and megas stop dying. Also, there's the old Ray unit rally point. Okay, let's let Mr. Slowpoke there catch up. This place sucks because it has large phase walls everywhere and small phase walls and every other kind of phase wall. Thankfully, if you shoot just short of a phase wall, splash damage will take care of them pretty effectively. I think there was something in here, I don't remember what it was, that I couldn't deal with these things and had to go use a meltdown. Was it a... There's some Spectres in there, but these have longer ranges than a Spectre, so I don't know what the problem was. Oh, the Spectres with, yes. Spectres with segments. Because screw you, that's why. I hate segments so much when they're not mine. And since Spectres are only hittable at the extreme range with these guys, that means the segments tend to cause problems. You know, it wouldn't be particularly hard. Okay, like those Spectres over there at the top are dead meat. These Spectres with their little segments are not dead meat. Very much the opposite. Suicide units are annoying. Unless they're mine. Shoot in front of these guys. Will they walk into it? You watch those Spectres because they will cause severe damage. You noticing a theme of I hate X unless it's mine? It does kind of work that way. There come the segments. Annoying bastards. Other people aren't supposed to have the annoying things. Okay. We've basically done everything we can do with segments around. I'm tempted to go home and get a different kind of unit. Something that the segments can't abuse. We could start building the green units and use their lasers. Or we could just do like I did the last time I did this. And go ahead and grab a meltdown and build it just outside of Spectre range. And the meltdown tries to shoot the wall and shoots through it because the meltdown can fire farther than its actual shooting range is. And terrible, terrible things happen to all involved. Not sure why the Megas insist on clearing this stuff out. Because they're not supposed to be building anything around here. In any case, it was a terrible waste of silicon, and I don't really mind. Stop wiggling. Okay, there we go. There we go. Your ammo's not going to last very long. Unfortunately, we don't have anything to deal with the enemy Mega. Because no anti-aircraft. Okay, we need to clear this away so we can build the, we're gonna call it in here. So we can build the meltdown. I think the meltdown is just strictly the best choice for this task. It's got long enough range to do it. It's pretty high damage. It doesn't require me to bring any ammo out here. It's not vulnerable to segments. If you ever see me mouse over something like that just before I say its name, it's totally not because I forgot whatever it's called. It's totally so I can point it out to chat. Because what kind of weirdo would ever forget what something like that's called? Well, that's gone. Oh, that's the enemy one. No wonder. I was like, oh, I'll make it right here. I'll just select it. No. Okay, but we will take one of these Megas. This way we have actual, you know, guns that can shoot things. Like enemy Megas. Yeah, get out of here. Whoa! Okay. Let's do a little bit of solar panel fun and games, why don't we? Because I don't feel like trying to run power out here. And then let's build, oh, you know, maybe one or two Lancers. Hello, Polys. And then maybe a meltdown. One or two, perhaps. Oh, here come the big guys. They're not going to come this way, though. Okay, meltdown. Place that right over here. Nope, that's too close. Mount down. Place that right over here. Perfect. Ooh, beautiful. Beautiful. Lovely job. Place a large battery back there. Not that we're ever going to be able to use it, but... Here, would you please shoot at what I want you to shoot at, not just randomly? Thank you. Whenever this guy gets fully charged... Well, rip Spectre. Boom. Hey, don't do that. Bad. How dare you? Yeah, you better knock it off. Actually, if I cut off its power source... No, wait, Meltdown, or Spectres don't need power. Although that will prevent... Okay, there we go. Let's grab another artillery company. Come on, unstick. Okay. It looks like we're doing fairly well on silicon, actually. So I don't need to worry about that just right away. We don't really need to worry about the Spectres now that their segments are down. They're just going to die. Oh, we got one dude stuck back there. Do I care? Kind of, but he'll fire randomly in all directions, I guess. No, 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 too close, too close. Bad, bad. Okay, there we go. Okay. Are we in range of the Spectre? Looks like it. Goodbye, Spectre. Nobody liked you anyway. Now these are mostly offline. We just have to crack their outer shell and they're going to go pop. And then we can move in with all of our units, probably. Well, we can move all our units up to this point at least. Oh, hello. This guy doesn't have ammo, so he's gonna die soon. Or run out soon, and then he'll die shortly thereafter. Okay. Doesn't matter if they bounce our shots, as long as they bounce our shots into their own stuff. Okay. This one goes up in flames. Well, like that. Alright. Their own walls are protecting us from their reflections from other sections of their own walls. Oops. Not there, though. Okay, let's take out this section of wall. It's annoying. There. Now we can shoot the juicy insides. Blow it all up. Make it all go away. Okay. This is somewhat dangerous because they actually have a powerful gun down there. However, it's a gun that needs electricity. And electricity is really easy to cut if you have a brain, unlike, say, the AI. Okay. Most of these are pretty damaged, which is fine because I'm going to bring friendly forces into this area as soon as I lose them all. Okay, fine. Some types of walls are definitely more annoying than others. I think I would rate phase walls as probably the most annoying. Surge walls can also damage you, but in a much less worrisome way. Phase walls are just really, really nasty. Hello. More importantly, phase walls seem to last forever. Even the small ones seem really powerful. Okay, we're down to one last unit. Let's see if he can... Okay. We can't. At this point, I should probably press V and go back to the core. Because I would get a lot more done that way than I'm getting done sniping with a single unit here. Alright. Let's go ahead and delete that. And also delete that one. And then we want to build a new one right here. Okay. So this will cause the big stumpy robots to come around the corner and run into their big stumpy robots, and this is actually probably a bad thing. Oh well. It will all cause a great deal of strife and problems. Okay, we still have plenty. Oh, unit production is stalled because I should check on my stuff more often. Wait, no, that's not why. Because it's not receiving any resources anymore. Okay. That's one resource. We still need another one though. Okay, that can't go in there. We need... Okay, no wonder I thought I was slowly running out of units. Okay, there we go. Now we should start producing tier 3s of those again. And also, I need to get this into the core. Oh, this is gonna be inconvenient, isn't it? We're gonna have to go way out around and... Sorry, guys. Alright. Everything around here looks pretty okay. Except these bits that got never quite built all the way. Yeah. I think that... Okay, let's delete these. I'm gonna delete these solar panels as well because I don't want this to be here if we lose and have to deal with it. I am going to try to run power up here with surge towers, though. Okay. So we can do like this. This is going to be an annoying issue. What do I really want to do with surge towers? What I really want to do is get repair points. Placed around the tower. Actually, no. 2 of those repair points I want to replace with a MEN projector. There. I wish repair points had slightly longer range. Alas, they do not. Okay, unit production has been restarted. So that's good. Okay, these guys need to go. Honestly, if I put a meltdown in the right spot out here, it'd probably be the best thing. Okay, like, stop being stuck, please. Alright, let's make sure everybody's topped off on health. Marching these guys into the foreshadow or the meltdown would be doom. It would not work, let's put it that way. I'd like to change over to making the green units as soon as we're maxed out on these, but... thing is, I'm only making tier 3s. Speaking of only making tier 3s, here comes some pretty beefy units. I got to focus these guys down. Clear this stuff out of the way, the enemy units will take a straighter path through here and they will pass less close to where our rally point is. I think wave 40 is where the boss shows up. Okay, so range of a foreshadow. That's going to determine how close we can get to this mess. Because I don't want to just charge the foreshadow quite yet. We can definitely get rid of all this crap. Oh, that was some chunky lag. Okay. As long as they stay over on that side, I'm good. Okay. Keep a close eye on that foreshadow, because if it starts moving, I want to pull back. I don't think I can quite shoot the edge of the base. Nope. Okay, we're right at foreshadow range right here. And we can't quite hit the edge of the base. Okay, let's see if we can unstick this idiot. Now, probably what we should do is make sure we're at unit cap. And then order these idiots to charge. Okay, minus the make sure we're at unit cap part. That was actually poor time. We should have waited until after the wave was dead, or at least past us. We're gonna see if we can swarm the core down. That was a foreshadow shot. Hit the Meltdown's water source. Okay, the Meltdown is no longer going to be able to fire. Okay, what's the situation look like up here? We almost assuredly did not kill the thing, which is why I'm actually going to set this to rally. No, but we did at least, at a bare minimum, we can't build in there, that's right. Damn it, I just got blocked their progress. Okay, fine, let's grab a bunch of our most powerful flying unit and go see if we can wreck shit back here before we inevitably blow up. Okay, Meltdowns are dangerous, note to self. I really want to destroy the large battery is the thing. Okay, that Meltdown is not ready to fire. Damn it. Okay, that's a bad idea. Okay, we're at 10 out of 24 on those. We're at 7 out of 24 on daggers. Impact has been captured. Okay. They're gonna undo everything we blew up. Okay. We probably should actually convert these over to making normal aircraft. Without saving the tier 2s. Because I don't want the bombers. Okay, if I could only see what was going on. Yes, please, get out of the way. Thank you. Okay. So that'll get us a variety of zippy little aircraft. Including some flares, which we can use. Flares and zeniths. Okay, the range on these is nowhere near long enough. Also, they bounce it off. Oh, they're homing projectiles, damn it. I forgot about that. I hate homing projectiles because they never shoot the thing I want them to shoot. They always shoot the thing beside the thing I want them to shoot or something similar. In any case, we're not going to be able to outrange the Spectres, much less the Foreshadows. That said, they'll still be useful for distractions, if nothing else. Okay, how close are we to unit cap? Pretty close. A long ways away. Alright. I'm tempted to convert over to making the green ones, but I don't know if they're going to be good enough to bother with. Make it a little easier for units to get out of there. Okay. Good deal. It is nice that they didn't repair that corner, because that'll provide a nice ingress point for shells. And allow us to more quickly blow up the water for the meltdown. Okay. Rather than switch over to making the green units, let's just launch our army at its current size and see what happens. We'll probably lose everything again. But that's a price I'm willing to pay, I suppose. Okay, when these guys get close enough that the Foreshadow starts firing on them, I'm going to bring the Zeniths in from the rear and try to hit the power. Okay, we didn't blow much up. We blew something up. Okay. They took out some things. Question mark. Rally. Okay, the meltdown's gone at least. Oh, he sniped me. Of course he sniped me, what did I expect? Hey, get away from that thing. No rebuilding the meltdown. Bad. Okay, we're out of range. You can't do anything about it. Okay, I probably should. Yeah, you better run. Ooh, no. Okay, fine. You can stay over there. As long as you're not rebuilding the meltdown, we're okay. Because without the meltdown, I can rush that base down with standard resources. The Zeniths are probably worthless. Yeah, make sure everybody's fully repaired. Okay, we've got a Guardian in a few waves. That's going to be massively problematic. That's a surprisingly good way to distract him from the meltdown. Destroy something up here so he goes, oh no, new things have been destroyed. I must go repair. The AI is a little dumb in its repair order. It always goes to repair the newest thing first. Okay. Yeah, we're way out of range. On the plus side, Meltdown's not coming back just anytime soon. Spectres, they're a problem. The Foreshadow is definitely a problem. But without that Meltdown, we'll be able to rush it down eventually. We're going to have to survive the boss a time or two. Well, not a time or two. One time, maybe. Okay, what's the unit count? 16 out of 24. I want to be maxed out. I probably should build... Okay, what are the tier 4s? The Scepter. Fires a barrage of charged bullets. Okay, it's a relatively short range. 23 blocks, which I guess isn't that bad. Do I have anything in this? No, I don't have anything available that's longer range than that at the moment. Or not much longer range than that. Except this thing here, which is insane and what's not. If only we could dig out water. Actually, is there a little water puddle out here that we can maybe output a vessel onto? Alas. There's no water puddle that we can... If we build a whole bunch of water extractors and dumped all the water in the ground here, do you think we could put a ship in it? Unfortunately, that's not how that works. Okay. How close are we to PopCapt? 19 out of 24. 21 out of 24. Okay, so by the time this last one finishes, we can just give order and attack. Well, when we need 4 more of these, and then we need to follow them up and then order the attack. Hopefully we don't lose too many to the boss when he walks past. Open that gate and see if enemies head this way. I don't remember if gates that are open can be passed by enemies or not. Yes, they can. Okay. Or at least this one certainly seems to think they are. Okay, that didn't work out very well for him. Okay, how close to capped are we? One more. Daggers are nowhere close to capped because they've been producing at half speed. But I don't care too much about daggers. We are capped on airplanes of all types. Except the bombers, which I haven't been building. Actually, the Horizon is a bomber, right? Yes, it is. I don't like the bombers because they have to be right on top of their target. Okay, so we're pop capped. As soon as this guy reaches the front, we will order the attack. Bah! Air defenses. Nope. We lost 2. Okay, now we're pop capped again. Do I want to wait for those last 2? Yes, I kind of do, but also no, I kind of don't. The next wave is in a few seconds. Okay, Guardian in 5, so Guardian's at wave 45. I thought it was wave 40 for some reason. If these 2 can get here successfully before the Guardian launches, or... Okay, we'll see. If either of these gets destroyed by the oncoming enemies, we're going to launch without them. Otherwise, we will launch with them. At this point, it's looking like they're all going to make it. These are really short-ranged. Okay, somewhere in here is a command center. There it is. Charge! Okay, most of those zeniths are going off to do useless things. Oh, that's an interesting idea. You can make him go a little farther if you move in and then move out. Not sure what we actually accomplished with that, mind you, but... Okay. Go see how the battle went. It didn't go. That's how it went. I need to set these to no longer charge. Rally! Okay, come on guys. We need to destroy some stuff over here so they don't repair stuff at the core. Matter of fact, let's try to do a funny thing over here if I can. Here, get over here and add your firepower to my own. Oh wait, we can't. Alright, let's see if that works. Okay, so each time we cut away a section. Not much, but some. If it wasn't for the foreshadow, we could just sit back and shell the specters, which is probably why the foreshadow's there, to be honest. The fuse, similarly, it's a problem. If I had the space... Okay, actually, wait. Before I say if I have the space, I might actually have the space. If I delete this because honestly it's useless. And if I delete the air unit line, which currently isn't doing a whole lot of terribly useful, and build... Okay, exponential reconstructor requires silicon, titanium, plastanium, and a lot of cryofluid. Is there anything that comes out of the exponential that I really, really want? It probably wouldn't hurt to have some scepters along. Okay, honestly, what I really should do, I should build quasars and fortresses and run them together. So let's do a multiplicative reconstructor. I'm going to build a line outside the walls here. Let's build a multiplicative reconstructor. Let's build an additive reconstructor. However, do I want to do just purely tier 3s out of here? Or do I want to use the tier 2s? Actually, you know what? Let's do this a little differently. Let's see. If I do multiple unit lines, this stupid tree thing's in the way. Okay, you know what? Let's just do a single unit line. Guardian approaching in one wave. Yeah, I don't know. I know, and I don't really care. Additive. Ground factory. We'll produce tier 3. Oh, tier 1, 2, and 3 green ground units. Okay. Payload router, payload router. Payload conveyor, payload conveyor. We'll hook up power over here. And then we will hook up resources. Jumping the wall here. Okay. Other differenter resources. An overflow there. Okay. And you get an overflow, and you get an overflow, and everyone gets an overflow. Okay, maybe not. Put that there. Okay, and this gets 2 other unique resources as well. Here comes the boss. I really hope we have enough oomph to deal with this. We should, with the foreshadows firing away. Okay, so this is lead. I'm gonna delete the air factory. No. No, I want the air factory. Okay. So we can pull... okay, fine. Let's do this. That's made of glass. Can't see shit because those little idiots are in the way. Get out of the way so I can see. Move. Move so I can see what I'm doing. Okay. So, this gives us meta glass, or that gives us silicon. Okay. Silicon gets run to here. like that. That goes away. You connect to there. And we do this over here. Okay. Silicon is available now. This is made of glass and titanium. So we don't need these two lines anymore. You just go like that. Boom. Made of glass and titanium are provided. Now we just need lead and graphite, which we can grab either of those very easily. Direct from the core. We're going to put an armored conveyor here to prevent that little problem. This is going to be moderately annoying. Okay, we actually can't do that. We have to do like this. Okay. You are graphite. Oops. No, like that. Okay. And then we do this. And you come out like that. Actually, you have to go like this. Damn it, we can't do that. Okay, we don't need this little crappy bit of lead. The monos handle that just fine. Okay. Graphite. Lead. The boss must have died. Okay, where did we get cross-contamination? I can't see because of these stupid little idiots in the way. Would you please move so I can... Okay, fine. If you want to be that way, we're going to put copper walls there. Are you happy now? No? Tough. Also, just because, I'm going to put bridge conveyors across here, just in case. Not sure if that blocks anything or not, but better to be sure than unsure. Okay. Actually, I want the green dudes. Much better. We'll build a flare-loaded, what you want to call it, thingamajigger here. We should have some flares available that can do cargo runs. And that should make everything run very quickly. Oh wait, we need titanium there apparently as well. In that case, let's do an underflow. I don't know why I'm so averse to using routers. I almost never do. The router's a perfectly valid way to set all this stuff up. Okay, regardless, we will now have little green men going to our front line. Okay. Oh, there's the boss. That's definitely a boss-like object. Actually, I don't know if that was the boss. But he was about the same size, maybe a little smaller. Well, whatever he was, it wasn't a nice thing. Okay, no rebuilding has been done at the core, so that's good. Okay, we're capped out on those guys. We're capped out on these guys. We're not going to be capped on these for a long time. But that's probably okay. We can launch the attack without them. We'll wait for the first one or two to get here and then... Okay. Actually, the first one or two just died, so... Let's take our little force of evil here and sneak around the other edge. Once these guys get distracted, we'll come in and hit them from behind. I'd like to come in and hit the foreshadow from behind. Okay, we did hit the foreshadow behind. It did, like, no damage. Rip. I'm gonna miss all the action. And nothing of any value was destroyed. Okay. Actually, that's not quite true. A few things maybe were blown up. Hopefully with the penetrating lasers of the green guys here, we can make a difference, but... Back off, Buster. How dare you pathfind over this side of things. Okay, we should probably get some defenses going. Actual defenses. Like meltdowns behind a wall. So let's go ahead and build... Oh, I don't know. 3 or 4 meltdowns through here. And let's surround them by phase wall. Because phase walls are evil. And everybody should hate them. And then we'll do a large power node back here. And some water extractors. Like so. Three meltdowns shooting that thing didn't even destroy it. Okay. Let's maybe... Actually, let's maybe reconsider the phase wall slightly. We can put some plastanium wall on the outside of the phase wall, just in case. Hopefully that will make them go around a little bit at least. Okay. Clearly a single line of meltdowns didn't distract them sufficiently. How about a double one? Also, thank you, Polys. You are exceedingly useful. We just captured something, apparently. Let's go ahead and inject a bit of power in a few spots along here. Actually, wait, I don't want to do that. I want to put one there. Okay. Go. That's a lot of meltdown. Okay, that is indeed a lot of meltdown, but probably not enough meltdown. Because you can never have enough meltdown. But it might be enough meltdown if we add a little bit of boost to it. Also, there are no men projectors on here. You and you get removed and replaced with men projectors. How's that? That's definitely overkill. Come on, get the overdrive running. You just need a flare to go do it. That was another load of phase. That wasn't silicon. Actually, are we out of silicon maybe? No, we're good on silicon actually. That better be a load of silicon. That is indeed a load of silicon. All right. Shoot the big bossy looking thing. Okay, at this point I should probably write AI for the meltdowns. Okay, let's write some AI for these meltdowns. Specifically, I want them to fire on everything that is not very low health. I want them to prioritize shooting at big targets. Okay. Come on, polys, help out. I'll be done by the time they get here. Oh, wait. We need to select a meltdown. There we go. Okay. We need to radar the building. From meltdown 1. Actually, let's not do meltdown 1. Let's add a set operation. From me equals meltdown 1. Okay. From me, target enemy, and any. Doesn't matter. Any. Order. Doesn't matter. Distance. We want health. No. We want max health. Output. Target. Okay, so we've selected the target. Aiming at the thing with the most health. Then we want to sensor target. We want to find out what its actual max health is. It's HP. Jump. Mind if you throw a wrench in my brain? Not literally, please, but yes. If its HP is less than what did I have this set for the specters? Let's do like 40. We'll adjust this later. then we don't want to shoot it. We want some other turret to take care of it, which we're going to have to add turrets to deal with that. But anyway. What's a good weapon setup for the crappy Phoenix Destroyer? The big mushroom looking one? I have no idea because I've never used those things because I hate the way they look. In general, my favorite capital ship weapon setup is Argon Plasmas and Argon Flax. But I don't know if that works well for that particular turret or not, ship or not. Okay. If its HP is low, then we want to, actually wait, we want to do, how did I do this before? Okay, let's set shoot to 1, shoot. Actually, we want to set shoot to 0 and shoot 1 to 0, or set shoot to 1 here. If HP is less than 40, then we jump over this to skip it. And then we add control, shoot P of me, unit, target, shoot, shoot. Okay. So this should target meltdowns at targets in priority of max health order. Shooting them only if HP is less than 40. There was something else I need to do to this thing to make it not be weird. Oh, we need to check to see if it actually found a target. I think. So the best setup is sell them and buy something else? I didn't say that. I just think they're really ugly. I don't know how they are statistically. Statistically, they could be amazing. I just think they're too ugly to use. I'm going to paste in something else before I work with this too much. Because I've done this before and there was a bug in it that wasn't obvious. And I didn't figure it out until, oh, where's it at? CPU for controlled foreshadows. Here we go. Let's delete everything except the actual computer modules, or one of them anyway. Okay. If target not false, then we have this little switch bit. Okay, do jump always. I just realized that's a thing. We could probably clean this up some. Shoot okay, HP greater than 200. Shoot P of foreshadow, unit target, shoot, yeah. So if target not false is what we need to do up here. Or rather not null, but anyway. Okay, jump. If target not null, go ahead and censor it. Otherwise, we add an end instruction. And this should cause meltdowns to fire at any unit greater than 200 health. Otherwise, let's see. Let's just set up 6 of those so everybody has their own processor. Otherwise, we are going to annoy the heck out of ourselves. Okay, edit, copy to clipboard, edit, import. Edit, import. Edit, import. Edit, import. Edit, import. Now we need to build some other kind of turrets that can deal with this problem. Specifically the problem of annoying little bastards flying past when they shouldn't. How about a whole load of parallaxes? How much power are we at? Not very much, actually. Okay, well, we'll deal with this later. Is that little annoying bastard more than 200 HP? I sure hope not. Well, let's see if they at least target the... They are shooting the thing with the highest health, so that part's working at least. Okay. Part of it's working. Meltdowns are very loud. Slow turning, weak main guns that overheat pretty quick, and yeah, ugly. I've never used those things, so I don't really know much about them. Okay, I'm going to change the max health before targeting to like 400. And let's hope those little bastards, they stop shooting. Actually, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's just set it to 200. But let's also change this bit so it's enemy and ground, so they won't shoot flying units. Stop mining the coal. Just because foreshadows can shoot, not foreshadows, just because meltdowns can shoot air doesn't mean that I want to go insane every time that little idiot flies past. Because they are very loud, and I don't want to have to listen to that. Okay. Speaking of which, how close are we to pop capped on units? We're pop capped on those, we're pop capped on these, we're probably not pop capped on those yet though. Although it looks like we've got a bunch of them. Can I please see... Charge! Actually, where's all the Zeniths? Are we not producing any Zeniths? We should be. Oh, we're not getting any... Okay, damn it. I knew this was going to happen. Could you please move so I can see what's going on here? Oh, I see. I see what the problem is. Solution to said problem. The solution to said problem is to not have said problem in the first place. The second best solution to said problem is to do some evil, terrible, no good, very bad things with belts. That is honestly probably a crime against humanity. Anyway. Scale plate pact, we're using a bunch of them to harass you, so you borrowed a few. Well, they weren't using them, clearly. Did that attack group get anything done at all? Apparently not. That's pathetic. Something needs to be done about this, and I don't know what. So running them down under a whole bunch of random units doesn't seem to be working. At least the meltdowns are holding the line. Yeah, don't shoot at me. What do you think you're doing? Foreshadows, ripples aren't really a threat. But the foreshadows 1,000,000% are. It's these specters. That's what's doing it. Oh, would you look at that? It's a baby. Isn't it cute? Where do you think you're going? Oh, I see where you're going. Oh, that's why I built this up here. All right. I remember now. Where's all the polys? Oh, yes, I'm not building polys anymore. Oops. We should probably start building polys again. Let's actually go change that right now. I guess that's one way to get back to the core. Also, looks like my aversion to routers is biting me in the butt. Okay, there we go. Let's build more lean green machines. If I was to build some foreshadows, how close can I get them to anything of importance up here? Not enough to matter at all. Guardian approaching in 5 waves. Well, this is probably going to all go blow up when a Guardian stomps through over it. That was definitely painful. Also, you were supposed to be connected to him. Why weren't you? Yes, we also need to get some flares running because we absolutely must have flares or we will have bad time. And we're out of silicon. That's not good. Okay, let's grab a bunch of Zeniths. I still can't get them to stop firing at that idiot, which is wasting our ammo. Let's just go make a mess over here. Boom. I can't build because okay, clear that out pretty effectively. Go away, idiot. Cut off his ammo so it doesn't matter. This one's out of ammo. Okay, that is in range of the foreshadow. Note to self. You're rich! For about 30 seconds anyway. Selling ships is really profitable. The last couple runs, that's been my main way to make money. I don't know how it compares to having a giant trading empire. I'm pretty sure that would pay out better, but... Okay, this guy is annoying. We need to do something about our defenses over here. Namely, the polys need to come repair that pronto. Oops. Apparently, they reflect back at you if you shoot a foreshadow. I can't even see the damn thing, and it can shoot us. Also, please shoot the thing I'm aiming at, not the thing beside it that's closer. I hate guided weapons so much sometimes. They never guide on the thing you want to shoot. Honestly, guided weapons would be really good if they gave precedence to the thing right underneath your cursor. Okay. Destroying all this crap over here was totally worthless. Except as a way to distract the reconstructing robots. Okay, I need to go rebuild that stuff over there right now. Not that we have the silicon to do it, but... Oops. I keep forgetting there's foreshadows there that I haven't deleted. Okay, you... need to get... Okay, look, could you two move so I can see what I'm doing? Thank you. Okay, that's a bridge conveyor. Alright. Why did I do this way? Oh, yes. Okay, this needs to actually be like an overflow or something. It would probably help if they were actually powered. There. Okay, fuses are good, however, they're not good enough. Because this idiot's gonna come... Boom. He blows up and explodes this. Okay, fine. Be that way, then. If he's always gonna explode in the same spot, that's a fixable problem. There. That's not going to help us win this map. Oh. So much for those defenses. So much for all the units we had parked up here. I think the boss has arrived. Or did arrive. For a short period of time. Nope. Because he just spawned now. So those got rolled entirely by normal units. Uh-oh. Okay. This is very bad at this point. Okay, okay. Hopefully they can hold the boss off. You know what? This is going to be an I wish I had polys moment, isn't it? Speaking of which, where are my polys? Oh, I see. I removed the ability to build them when I changed that over. That was probably a bad idea, honestly. Okay, we need silicon really bad. I probably should go increase my silicon production. Okay, we're never going to get any polys because I removed the ability to construct them. Or rather, the ability to release them. I never added it back. And now it would be very difficult to do. Okay, listen here, you little idiots. I need to be able to see what is going on, okay? You understand the meaning of see what's going on? No, you don't? Could you please go mine anywhere else? Quite literally anywhere else? Let's see, this needs to go. That also needs to go. Okay, you and you. That'll give me some polys, please. Someday. Okay. Yeah, this is a serious issue. Well, we had a few moments of blessed clarity. Okay, what are these guys blocked on? There's something there they can't step over. And I can't see what it is because they're all in the way. What? What are they not being able to... Can they not step over junctions? No, I moved the power node that was there. It's a junction they can't step on. I thought they could step on junctions just fine. Well, we need to remove those anyway because... remodeling reasons. Okay. Oh, that's not a junction anymore. Okay, there we go. Now we get a couple free polys, please. Hopefully they can step out onto a conveyor because that'll be a problem if they can't. In the meantime... Can't see. I hope that worked. No, it didn't because I couldn't see. Okay, there we go. All right. Our meltdown over here died, didn't get replaced because there's no polys around at the moment. Thankfully. Oh, they can just fire over the walls, can they? That's no fair. How dare you? Okay. Foreshadows are good. Note to self. Oh, we can't build the meltdown because we don't have enough silicon. Damn it. Silicon. Oh, 2 of those idiots showed up. Okay. That corner's lost. We're not producing enough silicon over there to really matter. Actually, now we got 1.5k silicon, so we must have just got a rocket. Alright. Polys! To me! Because here comes another monster group. I don't think we're going to be able to take this one this time. We got literally exactly as far as we got the time. Well, a little farther than we got before. Okay. Being able to shoot through these walls. Shoot over these walls completely is really, really annoying. Just saying. Where have all the polys gone? Did they all get killed by something? Don't know if those will stop anything. Do a thorium skin on the outside of that too. And we're out of silicon again. Okay. We use up a lot of silicon with all our unit production here. Okay. We need to do something about these specters. I've been willing to leave them alone for a while now. But that's probably a bad idea. Okay. By default, foreshadows always shoot the fattest target. Okay. So what they do is they step on top of these plastanium walls, and then they can just shoot over them. So we need to put something on the outside of that. So having a plastanium inner core and a thorium outer wall is what we need. Also, they're spawning fast enough that they pop up just as soon as they go down. Okay. Then let's go ahead and do a few arcs. Actually, doing them like that is a terrible idea. Don't know how much range those have, but anyway. The important part is that they're relatively cheap, from what I remember. And I don't think they require... Okay. With the tsunami here, the arcs might actually be able to do a good amount of damage. I hope. Okay. We'll see how that works. Also, we are getting the crap kicked out of us. Still, / again. Let's delete that. still pretty positive on power. Okay. That's actually... holding surprisingly well. Not that it's holding particularly, you know, not actually well, but surprisingly well. Let's see if we can get a mender out here. Okay, because it's really important that these hold. Actually, damn it, why aren't I using shields? Yeah, how much positive power do I have? Plus 7k? Let's go ahead and build an force projector. Ooh, this is ugly. Let's cover these guys with a force projector. Okay. It's actually very important that these are set up correctly. Do most of this while paused. No, that's right. Okay. Actually, why are these so close when they could be farther back? And we could fit one more in. Okay. Ouch. That was really bad. We can't afford to lose that. Thank you. While you guys are busy, I am going to lay down the water. No, don't help me. Damn it. I forgot. They help you instead of doing your own thing. Okay. Oh. Also, it'd probably help. Yes, there we go. Okay, getting that set up is all well and good. However, we, more importantly, need to get that set up. And then from you to there, to there, to there, to there, to there, to there, to there. Okay. And hook that in. And hook that up. Please get ammo flowing into everybody quickly. It is quite literally extremely important. How much positive are we at? Still plus 7. Oh, now we got 3 of these bastards. That they survived. Heck yeah. Okay. Actually, let's do this like that. Get a few more of these force projectors in here. Because honestly, we need all the defense we can get for this line. Oh. Okay, I have been focusing on this very closely, and I see chat has actually been talking a little bit. Let's get boosted to step over walls, but they can't step over them when they're so thick. Yes, that is the only thing saving our defenses right now. That is quite literally the only thing saving our defenses right now. Okay. We need to get a power node in there. And we can't quite reach it with that, so we're going to have to do the good old-fashioned surge tower. Okay. And you go in that corner. I'm surprised this has been holding up. Okay. Just as I say that, I discover it actually hasn't been. Okay. Oh, they can still shoot over the wall. Damn it. Must be thicker. I don't think they can shoot their energy orbs over plastanium unless they're standing on top of the plastanium. But if we push them, so we push them out far enough with thorium, maybe it'll work? Question mark. Also, I'm going to delete a couple sections of the rear thorium and put mend projectors in there. Because this absolutely must survive. And currently it isn't. Okay. I am surprised they ran out of silicon as well, but apparently the way it handles launching is it only sends it every so often. And then it just kind of doesn't for a while. Okay, so let's grab our merry little band here. Wait, actually. There. Let's take a little band of artillerists across the way and get rid of these specters. We might have to hide in this corner to avoid enemies. If we can get in there with the specters in the way, I guess. You know, I just realized I could overdrive those foreshadows, and that would make the whole thing way better. I should probably do that, because those foreshadows are what is saving our ass right now. And we are producing ammo for the foreshadows at a reasonable rate. Oh, back off. Yay! Guardian in 5 waves, please no. Which sector is this? It's 200 and something. It's right beside, oh, which one is it? Right beside Impact. It's the easier one of the two beside Impact. The problem I'm having is that the core has 2 Spectres and a Foreshadow. And if the Spectres don't kill my units before I get there, the Foreshadow does. I probably need higher tier units, realistically. But I don't want to build high tier units because that would be expensive. I don't know, I'm an idiot sometimes. 226? Probably. Here, let's check. Yeah, 226. Okay, we need to go back, so we might as well shoot some enemies while we do it. Oh, you're painful. Okay, back to the core. We are overdriving some of the Foreshadows. But we might as well overdrive, oops. We might as well overdrive all of our defenses here. As best we can. I think that's a good place for that. Yeah, I tried to beat this sector, was it yesterday? Or was it last week? I don't remember. I think it was yesterday I tried to beat it. And it did not go well. Multiple times in a row. In the same way that this one isn't going well, except this time I've survived a lot longer. Despite the fact that nothing is going right. They still haven't repaired this. I did manage to take out the meltdown. But I can't get these stupid phase walls are blocking my attempts to get farther than that. Now, I haven't attempted it in a little while. And unit production... Well, we've been producing a lot of units. Okay, this is... Actually, these aren't capped out. How are they not capped out? Oh, because the overdrive dome isn't running. And the overdrive dome isn't running because we're no longer producing the zippy little bastards that we need for that. Flares. We need flares. Our economy runs on flares. If you don't have flares, nothing can run. Okay. Flare production has restarted. So we should get this overdrive dome running soon, which should get these meltdowns working at full speed. Should get the rest of the foreshadows running at full speed. Get all these water extractors running faster. Let's go check how our other defenses up in this corner are going. They're still sort of alive. Also completely useless. Because of large amounts of boom. Okay. Oh, they're back on. The force projectors we're not holding, apparently. Okay. Boom. I specifically put this here so I wouldn't keep destroying that through there when he blew up in that spot. If one arrives, we're okay. But sometimes 3 arrive. And I don't think the fuses are enough for that. I could overdrive them. That would help a lot. Okay, how much power do I have? Plus 5k. Okay, that's enough to run another overdrive, maybe. I need fuses to run, or flares, I mean, to run these. But flared, getting another overdrive up is going to be huge. Zippy little bastards. Yeah. As I said earlier, if I mouse over something just before I say its name, it's totally not because I forgot what it's called. Okay. At least this stuff isn't regularly dying anymore. So I'll take that as a sign that something is working. This doesn't have any phase. Why not? Oh, we are capped out on flares. What? So why aren't they working? Oh, don't tell me. Okay, controlled. No, none of those should apply if they're sitting waiting around a... Okay. This is definitely the new code. Or the newest code anyway. Okay. Okay, this is for silicon. Let's try it with the other one. Basically, I'm reinitializing or forcing it to reinitialize. Okay, for somehow this one got stuck again. How in the world? I thought I completely fixed every single occurrence of that. Damn, these things are such a pain in the ass. Okay, this one's running, so that's good. That one's running, so that is also good. I'm not sure what the overdriven shield projectors do. That may actually be bad. Just saying. For those overdrives, you should probably make one that only binds one flare to make the code simpler. They do only bind one flare, but they don't keep it bound. Ah. I just destroyed those and they're back. Damn it. Okay, well. Okay, what they do... Oh, this code is somewhat complicated because I've been debugging it and fixing it for quite a while. But here we have some basic properties that are set. Because I like this one, we're setting the item type we want to grab. The code is shared between one that does silicon and one does phase fabric. This way I can just change one line and copy the code between them. Here we have the target container, which is container 1 by default. This doesn't actually need to be here, but it does make it a little easier to grab this code and use it somewhere else. Load size is 20, just in case I wanted to use something other than a flare. I could do that just by changing the unit type here and changing the load size there. We find out how much is in the current container. If the current container is null, which happens a lot before the container is built, then we just exit the script and try again later. If the current container doesn't have more than 20 items in it, then we go ahead and do the thing. Otherwise, we exit. If I don't have this null check for the current container, this script will lock up when you load the map. Not every time, but often enough that it's a serious problem. Also, when you're building a new one, sometimes it just won't work if this null check isn't here. I could remove this target container equals container 1, and then it would work without the null check, but then it breaks in other exciting ways. So basically, this is fine. But if I didn't have the variable, it would just fail in other ways elsewhere. So removing that's not a solution. We grab a unit, we check if it's controlled, we check if it has items in its inventory. If it's not controlled by somebody else and it does not have items in its inventory, then we fall into the actual code to do stuff. We find a core, we move to the core, we wait till we're in range of the core. If we don't have this unit not equals false thing here, sometimes this breaks in mysterious ways. I'm not sure why. I think something happens to the bound unit at some point and it just locks up instead of starting over properly. But anyway, so that kind of has to be there. I could probably restructure the script so it doesn't have to do that, but and then when the unit gets there, we load it up. We have to do another unit not equals false thing here because we have to. How are rattlesnakes as badass as they look? Oh yeah, rattlesnakes are awesome. They're my favorite, probably. It's kind of a toss-up whether I like the sin or the rattlesnake better. Anyway. Here we keep trying to load it over and over again until we actually get some items in our inventory. This was put here because of response to a bug somewhere else. I've never actually seen them not be able to successfully load from the core the first time. But anyway, we grab the X and Y locations of the target coordinate or the target container. We move there. We do the standard, wait till we're there, loop. Then we drop the item into the target container. So nice and simple. Now here, we have another loop where we wait, checking over and over and over to see until we actually drop the item. Because if the item is if this is too close to the core, it will not drop on the first try. It may not even drop on the second try. It'll take a bunch of tries sometimes before it'll finally drop the item. We have to do inventory equals null because this is bad and things break sometimes if I don't. Basically, this giant mess of code is loaded with things that are there to make it not break. And yet, it still breaks. I probably should re-architect it completely and use a memory cell. And do, because what does work are these mining things. And they're architected completely different. Let's actually place one if we can. Well, it's not connected to anything, so it won't actually work, but... What's suspicious is more than one of these will bind the same unit. I checked controlled at the top. Okay, see, it doesn't bind the unit permanently. It binds the unit for a single trip from the core to the thing. And when the unit arrives, it's done. It stops. It's no longer binding the unit. Then it'll try to bind a different unit for the next trip, if it needs another trip. So it does not keep a unit bound. And the unit will stay marked controlled for long enough to get to the container and drop off, and actually it will stay bound for a while after it just hangs around the area. So it's not that it's losing the status and not like somebody else is grabbing its unit. Okay, this is much more reliable. I've never seen this break. What this does is mine straight into the core. And this is set up as a state machine. But the problem is this grabs every single unit of a given type and runs it through this state machine. I could do something like this using unit flags and stuff, but I would have to keep a memory cell so I can remember if I have a unit selected or not. And I would also have to run somewhere on the map. What if the flare dies? Well, that's why I have those if unit equals null thing. Or unit equals false, which would be the same thing, I guess, in this case. It should be null, though. I have it set to false and I haven't changed it. Basically, if the unit dies, this condition should be true. Or, it should fall through. But that's where the state machine is much more accurate, because this thing has no loops. You're not convinced that works? Well, I fixed at least one bug. There was some weird thing that was breaking, and I added that and it fixed it. I don't remember the details anymore. This state machine runs through all units of a given type. There's no looping in here at all. If you check, all jumps go forward. I'm pretty sure all jumps go forward. Yeah. Every single jump goes forward. So it starts from the top and it goes down through. And what it does, it binds a random mega. It checks its state flag, or it grabs its flag, stores it in the state variable, and then it picks a chunk of this code based on that state variable. So if state is 0, or the default, it will go through the whole, is this a unit that I want to control, song and dance? So it checks if somebody else is controlling it. It checks if its inventory is empty. And then, if those checks pass, it sets its flag to 1. And from there, it enters the state machine and then becomes property of this thing. It exits after that, of course. If its state is 1, it has been verified to be a usable unit. And so it goes find some titanium. If it didn't find any titanium anywhere on the map, it sets its flag back to 0 and exits. If it did find titanium, it moves to the titanium. It checks to see if it's in radius of the titanium. Actually, this is backwards. I changed this in a different section of the code, and I should change it here too. Anyway, I think I actually did change it, and I didn't copy it over to the blueprint properly. Anyway, it should check to see if it's within range. If it isn't within range, it moves. Otherwise, it sets the flag. But basically, it moves to within range of the thing and sets the flag to 2 when it's in range. Once flag is 2, it starts mining and sets flag to 3. So it'll only ever be in this one for 1 tick. If it's in 3, it keeps censoring the unit, checking to see if it's still mining. And when it's not mining anymore, it sets its flag to 4. Once its flag is 4, it'll move to the core or get the core position. Check if it's close enough to the core already. If it isn't, it moves to the core. If it is, it sets the flag back to 1 and drops its items off. If it didn't actually drop its items off, it checks to see if it actually has 0 inventory after trying to drop items. If it didn't drop its items off, then it just tries to drop them off again the next time through. So this is extremely reliable. There is no way it can ever lock up because there are no loops. It just keeps trying to move them through the states. If somehow the unit gets an invalid flag value, there's another thing that takes care of that, which I should have one in this map already. Where's that? Maybe I don't have one on this map. If I don't, that's an error. I don't see it. I usually stick them in a corner near the core. Okay, we should build one then. Oops, not that button, this button. Unit spring cleaning, it's called. There's one for each of the kinds of units that I have programmable stuff for. This is the one for the flare. Basically, it grabs any unit that is not controlled and has items in its inventory. Moves it to the core, dumps the items out of its inventory, and sets its flag to 0 manually. Also, I'm not sure why I have this size hard-coded. That's probably wrong. I mean, that's right for the flare, I know, but it's probably wrong for the other ones. So this basically, I probably should also check for flags, but I don't want to do that for reasons. Basically, any unit that's sitting around with items in its inventory not doing anything will get grabbed by this and cleared out. So these prevent a lot of possible causes for a unit getting stuck. So what I really need to do is build the state machine like this, but it only grabs one unit and remembers which one it is in a memory cell. And clears said memory cell if something is going wrong, like it can't find its unit again or something like that. That's going to be a pain in the butt. But I definitely should be checking if unit is null instead of unit is false. It will cross type. Or how do you pronounce that? It will change. It can convert types, so it should function theoretically. Anyway, these things are just very fragile and they break all the time. When they work, they're amazing, though. Okay, so this is a bit of an issue. A little tiny bit of an issue. I'm not sure how to prevent it. Let's try building a row of parallaxes. This is going to be totally useless, but we'll see if it works. Replace them with purple pipes? Oh, that's actually a good idea. It's not going to save the radar columns. We can just run second pipe for that, I guess, if we wanted to. Okay, we'll put some parallaxes across the front. That won't hurt anything. It's not going to save these things or those. Go ahead and get a MEN projector back here. Or over here somewhere, maybe. We'll put the MEN projector here, I guess. Or one there and one over here. There we go. Okay, the purple pipes will help a little bit, maybe. It'll be less that'll have to be rebuilt every time, maybe, at a minimum. Okay. There. That actually worked. It kind of slingshotted around instead of running over top and blowing up over here. Hopefully the parallaxes keep up the good work? Question mark. I'm not going to count on that every time, but every little bit less that I have to rebuild every single time. Speaking of which, the walls been surviving really well. Oh, if only I could get all my units to move together as one without me having to babysit the damn things. Okay. Use logic to have the move as one? I could, yes. Okay. V7 with the RTS unit control is going to be really nice. Also, I should probably start making some tier 4 units just so I have them available. Okay, why are polys trying to go up here? They're not trying to rebuild this crap, are they? They better not. No, don't rebuild anything. Oh, big stumpy boys. Our problem. I need to get my army and get going sooner rather than later. Let's get rid of that crap so that polys don't try to rebuild it. Has he rebuilt in front of the core? Yes, he has. Damn it, we can't have that. Okay, go through the gap. Well, so much for the Air Force. Okay, the meltdown is going to absolutely murder this group. Hey, over here. Yeah, over here. No, not over there. Boom. Well. That didn't do anything for the integrity of our attack group, that's for sure. Let's just set that right back to rally, why don't we? Because that's going to instantly die the second it shows up in any kind of front line. Yeah. I really highly doubt we're going to be able to succeed on this one ever. The problem is, I don't want to lose my fancy defenses. It might make a certain amount of sense to bomb our own core. Because we can blow our own core up. That would make it much easier, because hopefully most of this stuff would not be blown up as well. Some of it would, but... it's a bit problematic. Ah! Okay, it should not be that hard to just push into 3 basic turrets, but the waves are coming so quickly and they move so slowly that we have constant waves on the map. Oops. I don't have blast compound. No, I can make it though. Too bad you can't just delete it. Although I'm sure you can imagine lots of people whining about, oh no, I accidentally deleted my core, now I lost. Unfortunately, we can't downgrade it either. Easiest way is to blow it up is blast compound and combustion generators. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any way I'm going to be able to pull this out, though. The only thing resetting would do would get me less units between here and there. Which is admittedly a very valuable thing because those units that are stopping my waves from getting through. However, if I bomb my core, I'm going to have to replace all those units anyway. Okay, let's delete this stuff. Some of it, but not all of it. So I don't have my units randomly going up there to repair. Oh, that needs to be deleted as well. Okay. And let's get a little bit of blast compound and try to blow up the core. We'll see how this works. It's probably a terrible idea of mine, but... Oh, let's see. We need a blast mixer. Where would be a good place to do this? Okay. We're gonna need some pyrite, which is coal, lead, and sand. Wow, if only I knew a place where I could get lots of coal, lead, and sand. Nuclear reactor under attack. That's probably okay. Actually, wait. Delete that. Pyrite mixer goes there. We should definitely check to make sure that's going to be okay, mind. Okay. And then... these guys, we'll do underflows. Like so. Okay, and this needs to be armored. And this needs to be a... probably just a plain old router would be best. And then we will do a blast mixer, which just needs pyrite and spores. That sounded exciting. Okay. And we run pyrite into a simple container. Boom. Alright, they are apparently still surviving. Sometimes. That's nice. Haven't lost anything yet. I think those parallaxes in the front are slingshotting them just enough that we're not having trouble. Which is honestly really awesome. Okay. Go ahead and build a little bit of thorium wall there and there. Boom. Core is under attack. Wait. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna have to deal with stuff repairing my core, aren't I? Do I have men projectors in the area? Don't think I do. Okay. You guys... actually, if they're not completed, they're probably going to... okay. This might be a bad idea. You didn't make any items locally in hard sectors, just shipped in large amounts of every item from other sectors, made it easier to concentrate on the fight. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. But obviously my economy sector isn't quite large enough for that. Apparently. I should probably build a large, purely silicon sector somewhere. Okay, so we're going to need to prevent all of our happy little helpers from repairing anything. So I think, actually, this might be a fine opportunity to build, to build mega titanium mining. Which we're going to put... Oh, where are we going to put this? Well, first let's get rid of those solar panels so we have more room. Oh, there's some titanium. Perfect. Okay. There we go. That should get all the megas to mine titanium, and therefore no longer be available to repair the core. This might take a little while. I should grab a mega for my own use so I can carry more stuff. Core's still damaged, so that's good. This is going to be very, very slow. Unless I remove those tsunamis and that wave. And even then it might be way too slow. No, the core's on fire. It's the end of the world. Don't repair that core, you scum. Let's build... No, not a salvo. A wave. Just out of range of the core. Keep the fire from spreading onto other things too much. Okay, there we go. Well, goodbye, core. You probably won't be actually be missed all that much. I'm actually going to build some men projectors around this. Once again, just out of range of the core. Wait, we can't put you there. We can put him there, though. I think that's out of the core range. There, everything that's not core is getting repaired. Oh, except maybe that unloader. Okay. Goodbye, core. No! Some scum repaired it a little bit, it looks like. Maybe not. Maybe it's something else. No, it's being repaired. Could you people knock it off, please? You're supposed to be mining titanium. The problem is they're occasionally... They finish mining and they're not grabbed by the hyperprocessor quite fast enough, and so they do a little bit of mining. A little bit of repair, I mean. Lift the blast container with a mega? That's actually a good idea. Actually, wait. Even better. Hey, all you idiots come with me. Okay, no more megas are repairing anything. Actually, you know what? Let's not do that. Yeah, it's going down pretty steady. We don't need to do anything quite that drastic. Okay. I'm gonna delete that processor for now, because I don't want that running when I come back. Oh no. Okay, go back to impact. We are ready to go here. Let's go right back in on that. Yeah, I don't really want to take this core. I'm going to take this core because it's smallest and is less likely to... Or wait, no. We need to take the big core. But I don't want to take this big core because it's kind of ghastly. You know what? I'm going to make a minimalist core. What is one of you that I really don't care about whatever you had on you? I'm going to make a blueprint that is just the core. Nothing else. Blowing up your core without saving before is kind of a bad idea. Yeah, well. Worst case, I'll just have to rebuild everything there. Actually, wait, I don't even have to delete everything around it. I can just do this. Bear core. Okay. Although, deleting everything around this isn't going to hurt anything, because this place is trash anyway, and if I do come back, I'm going to want to rebuild much fancier around it. If I do come back, it's because I'm going to want to use this for industry. And therefore, I want to build a giant core. Yeah. I realized that just before I saw that you said it. However, I'm doing it anyway because, like I said, if I come back, I'm going to want to surround it with stuff. And this will never be attacked, so. There we go. Go back to impact. And then from impact, we're going to launch to 226 with the bear core. Max resources. Go. Okay, that's a lot of stuff got blown up. However, a lot of the more important stuff is still alive, so that's good. Oh, what pain. Number one thing we need to get going is we need to get green air units production. So this is producing monos already. We need additive reconstructors. We need payload routers. Okay, we're just going to do this part because we need to get Where are our columns going? Okay. Somewhat importantly, I'm going to put a couple vaults on here. And a container, because why not? Okay. I wish I could do like you can in Factorio and queue a ghost and just have it select. As in like hit Q over it. Like you can over a normal structure. Because I don't know which order these were working in. Well, we know we had unloaders there, and we know we had unloaders there. But I don't know what they were set to is the problem. Power is still running, so that's excellent. Which is one reason why I want polys as soon as possible, because they will rebuild things exactly the way they were. No need for me to wonder what was what. Okay, I think... Let's actually delete everything that was in here and get another vault in. Okay. So let's do this a little differently than what we originally did. This was lead. Or at least now it's lead. This is silicon. Okay. Why do we have an overdrive projector there still? Okay, whatever. This is graphite. And let's go ahead and delete a lot of this crap. Okay. Let's get rid of that overdrive projector. Let's replace it with an overdrive dome, which we could stick over here, I guess. Okay. This is definitely making a temporary thing into a permanent problem, but anyway. No. Bad. Anyway, there we go. Okay, that somehow survived. Now, we need a multiplicative here. This is just kind of a terrible unit area, but... Okay, what do we need for this one again? We need Metaglass and titanium. Clean up some of this mess that's over here. And then we just do like that. Yay! Okay. And we're gonna need silicon as well, which we can do like this. All right. Actually, it doesn't have to be armored, but oh well. We made it armored anyway. Okay, so we've got green air units. That should rebuild our current base back to its former glory relatively quickly. Wait. I don't want that connection at all. Okay, those need to be redone. Okay, this is still running because this was completely intact. Complete with our defenses up here and everything. This whole sector is completely intact. Awesome. All we lost was this stretch right here. Well, kind of like this more actually. All right. This is leaking. Oh well. There were a couple foreshadows in there we lost. Oh well. They'll be okay, I guess. We are producing flares, aren't we? Yes, we are. Why aren't they hauling to these things? Because they're broken again. Damn you, game. Sometimes I hate you so much. One problem is that debugging in this is purest nightmare. It's just hard to work with the code. It's hard to insert debugging print statements. Okay, this one's running. It received some shipments, or it's still working off shipments it had. That one is receiving shipments now that I replaced those processors. Those are the only two I had placed, right? I think. Okay. So this needs to be... One of those needs to be graphite, one needs to be lead. That one's lead, apparently. Okay. Okay. Keep on working, polys. This unit production, what is it making? Green walkers. Or at least it will be once I connect everything up. Okay, made of glass, I think ran across there. I'm reasonably certain this was silicon, which comes in right here. We're gonna have to run the silicon a little differently. Okay, and you go to there. Good. I don't know what I clicked on. There was some kind of desktop notification. But it didn't interrupt what I was doing more than a little bit, so... Okay, this needs to be a router. Okay, so these are all receiving silicon. This is hooked up properly now. This should be hooked up properly now, if only it was receiving silicon. And this needs Metaglass, which is shipping from right here. And also that other stuff, which I can't actually ship out of here because this is here. How do I fix this? I don't think I can, actually. Okay, what was that? Titanium? Actually, I think I could do a little abomination of a router here. I don't know if that's a terrible idea though. Okay, well, Made of Glass needs to come in on one of these chains. And it needs to be this one. Because this one has to be titanium. This is terrible. Where we're doing it. Going to put a junction there. Gonna put a router there. And then we're going to feel very bad for like a minute. And then we're gonna get over it. Because it works, see? Sometimes I am a terrible person. Other times it's spaghetti. Okay. Let's replace those tsunamis. I probably should go back out to the map. And go back to tar fields. They are still firing at 226. Okay, good deal. Alright. We are definitely running through our silicon at a pretty rapid rate, though. So while we wait for units to build, let's go blow things up. Last time we went through here, that was a dumb idea. We're gonna go around the back like properly should have done in the beginning. We do have surge towers up here already. Come on, don't get stuck on every little curve in the road. There we go. Surge walls suck when they're not mine. No, don't be rebuilding those walls. That's evil. Okay. Blow all that up. Now let's blow up these surge walls. Kaboom. No salvos allowed. No. Well, he doesn't have ammo anyway, so it's not a big deal, but still. It's the principle of the thing. No salvos or surge walls are allowed to exist in my... Yeah, go away. Okay. We're on wave 9. The polys are rebuilding all the defenses that aren't up yet, which probably most of them are up actually. Once I clear a nice route through everything, wipe out all the defenses up to the core, then we can just order everybody to march through and watch them all die on the core's defenses repeatedly. Okay. That wall needs to go, or else it will kill some of my units. Actually, it probably won't, but... There we go. Stop rebuilding that damn wall. He's determined to have that wall. I think it's just a matter of timing, to be honest. Okay, there we go. Now if we destroy something else before he decides to pathfind back to something to build. There we go. For some reason these don't have ammo yet. So strike while the iron's hot and all that. How many cores does CPU have? Does my CPU have? I have a 3950X. So, 16 core, 32 thread. You mean the opponent player in the sector core building? Oh, just one. I was gonna say, that's an odd question, but oh well. Yeah, he just has the one core. And here we get to the big problem, the segments. With a little bit of luck, since I have the full selection of units that haven't lost any yet, I might be able to shoot out some of the stuff from behind here. No, the segments are going to destroy it all. Okay, that was painful. Okay, fine, be that way. Okay, so at this point, we are being blocked by some segments. And there's not a whole lot we can do about it, other than get something that segments can't block to fire on it. Unfortunately, that's not going to work very well. Because the AI is annoying. And he built some specters there. There, go rebuild that stuff. More relatively inoffensive stuff I can wipe out, the better. That's more stuff he has to rebuild if he wants to do anything. Okay, I don't want to get too close to these because I don't actually want to lose any of these units if I don't have to. So let's get around this corner. And then I'm going to release and come back, and I'm going to try to build a wall like in the middle there somewhere. Okay. There we go. Take that, AI. Now, let's build a meltdown. Because meltdowns are wonderful. Also cheap. And a couple water extractors. Alright. Keep shooting the Spectre, don't keep shooting over it and past it. Okay, the nice thing about player-controlled meltdowns. Ah, we're just out of range, okay. However, it doesn't matter because we can... I was gonna have them rally up there, but that's a bad idea. I reconsidered. Come on, slowpokes, get your asses over here. Okay. We're going to go shell that thing just from outside its own range. Okay. Those things explode pretty easily at this point in the run. Oh, hello. I didn't see you over there. Also, we appear to have a friend hooked behind a corner because he's too stupid to walk around it. Unit pathfindings is not going to win any rewards, that's for sure. Let's see if you can get some in there. There we go. Those guys are going to run out of ammo soon. Hey, no, knock it off. Okay. Go. Now we gotta be careful not to get too close to the Spectre. Oh shit. That is, by definition, too close to the Spectre. As soon as the Spectre goes down, we pretty much have free reign in here. As I was saying. Now... Oh, we need to take these guys out too, I guess. But these guys tend to go out pretty kind of explosively when they go. Because coal! Everybody loves coal. Okay, let's blow a hole in this line now. Oh. Interestingly, even when this isn't here, these guys still follow that kind of squarish path. It's like they calculate the path once and then use it forever. Unless it's actively blocked. That's an interesting strat you never thought of, melt down the front line. Dropping a turret, an energy turret particularly, and a couple of, radar columns, a couple of solar panels, could be surprisingly effective. A Lancer and a couple solar panels are cheap and really annoying. They don't fire very often, but they're just the thing to annoy the heck out of an AI. I doubt they would work very well in PvP, though. too much a player could do against that. Okay. If it wasn't for those fuses, which I would like to get rid of yet. Okay, how far away are we from build cap? We're actually at build cap, alright. Not with the green guys, though. We're a long ways away with these. Why are these so much slower? Oh, because they're not building. Or, I mean, the overdrive isn't running. Which it should run right now. Okay. So this unit is still considered bound, and a little bit it'll free up and decide it's no longer bound. Yep, there we go. So they easily stay bound long enough to fly to it and then do their thing. Okay. Campaign's easier on the beta branch. V7 allows RTS control units. Yeah. I'm waiting to play V7 until the actual release date. For no particular reason except that seems like a good time to do it. Okay, I probably should build some tier 4 units. Okay, is there any way to grab a loose unit and upgrade it to tier 4? Or any other tier for that matter? I'm gonna assume there isn't. Unless I can have like a Mega pick a unit up and carry it and drop it on a payload, maybe? Actually, let's try that. Let's try just laying a section of payload conveyor. Grab a Mega. Let's see. What is the button to pick a unit up again? Pick up cargo is... let's see. How does this even work again? Here. No? You have to be right over top of it? Or am I carrying something already? Yeah, I was carrying something already. Okay, I see how this works. No, I want you. Get your ass over here. Okay, I can drop them on 2 conveyors. So that means I can build a tier 4 constructor anywhere I jolly well feel like. And just pick up units and drop them on it. That is good to know. It might be a bit fiddly, or I might have to use some... Okay, we're gonna need silicon, titanium, plastanium, and a lot of cryo fluid. Which means we need to get plastanium out here. And that is about it. Cryo fluid, but we have access to what we need to make cryo fluid here. I don't care if it's slow, just as long as we have some tier 4 units. This is going to be really inconvenient to set up, though. Not really. Okay, first of all, do this, and do that, and then you run from there to there, And then we run you from there to there. Ta-da, silicon is provided. Also, I need to change the direction of this because I need to have a drop-off point, which I'm going to do right now with a couple of those. I don't know if that's close enough to the center to count, but yeah, here, we'll do this a little better. Just put it straight in the middle. There's the drop-off point for reconstructing. Okay, silicon and titanium are handled. They should be anyway. Yes, they are. Now we just need plastanium and cryo. Admittedly, we're going to need a lot of cryo. Not really that much. Plastanium. We can get out of here by doing this. Putting an armored conveyor there. Would you idiots get out of the way so I can see what I'm doing? Ah. Okay, thank you. Finally. Plastanium. Do a phase conveyor to here. And a phase conveyor from there to over here, where we immediately do a phase. Oh shit, that's not gonna work. Phase conveyor to there, to there, to there. That's really annoying. But that should eventually be cryo. And right now it is not cryo because we're crossing a stream somewhere. Could you idiots move so I can see what's going on? Please. Oh, this is a problem. This is really janky. There we go. Okay, let's get all this lead out of here. Okay, that's everything but the cryo now. Oh, building tier 4 units for the first time? No, it's not the first time. It's the first time on an actual combat front. Okay, so the next step is cryo, which I think I still have a reasonable cryo schematic around here. Yeah, here we go. Okay, that's 24. Oops. No. Bad. 24. 48. And let's see. That should be 60 right there, actually. So we're going to do this little song and dance again. Like that. Put a router there. Okay. Water, I'm going to reverse the direction. Okay, now each of these needs, is it 2 water extractors? Actually, it's not quite right on this terrain. But we'll just build water extractors until everything's fine, I guess. Actually, why aren't we building them in the middle? Anyway. Oh, shit. There we go. That's cryo. I'm just gonna go ahead and build more water, because water's cheap, we can do it. Alright. Let's go grab a random... Nope, that's not the button I wanted. That's the button I wanted. Who do I have picked up? Okay. You, sir, are our first volunteer to be reconstructed and become large. Yeah, let's go grab another one. There we go. And we are not producing enough cryo. We have enough water. We're just not producing enough cryo. Although we have... Oh, wait. This is overdriven, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay. Yes. We're going to need a rather large amount of cryo. Actually, it seems to be catching up a little bit. No, it's not. Well, let's go ahead and copy a couple cryo slices over here. That can't hurt. Okay. That is giving us enough cryo, I think. Yes. We have monsters. That's not what I wanted. That's also not what I wanted. That's definitely not what I wanted. Oh wait, that was what I wanted. Yeah, okay. Go grab another one. No, get back here. Making Scepter? You have a choice to make any T4 unit and you make Scepter? Not any tier 4 unit. I only have a few choices available here. I probably should use some of these guys too. Okay, you know what? Let's make the queue a little longer. If I have to manually load these guys, we're gonna load them properly. I've never actually used one of these. Let's try it out. That's actually pretty interesting range. I bet you that does a lot more damage than you think it does. Okay, let's load a couple green ones up. I hope those are the right unit. Okay, that one's definitely not. That one definitely is. Yeah, we need to grab the ones with shields. Like this dude. Doesn't have a silicon, that's why. Okay, where's the silicon incoming? Here, that's where it's incoming. Let's feed more silicon into this. Pull it out of the core faster. Okay. This was kind of a bad place for this too, because I can't make a long queue for it. Okay, what are you like? I think I've actually used this one already. Oh yes, this guy. Those are cool. Velos are the right one to build. They're definitely interesting. What was their range again? 23 blocks. Okay, that's not actually that exciting. I think Corvus was the one that, yeah, 59 block range. I should build a couple of these, because those would actually win me the mission. How much does it cost to build the top tier one? Wait, I do have that unlocked, don't I? No, I don't. I could unlock it right now, though. Alright. First, let's find out how much it's going to cost if I actually do it. 1,000 silicon, 600 plastanium, surge, phase fabric, and way more cryofluid. Okay. So we could set that up somewhere. It would just be a bit of a pain in the butt. The question is where I would build it, of course. Build it over here, we would have easier access to materials. The cryofluid would be harder, though. This place is just a mess. Anyway, let's grab some more assistance. Okay, you were the right one. Ta-da! Actually, picking up payload. Pretty cool. Very useful. In theory, you could probably program megas and polys to build wall segments somewhere in the rear, safe, and then program megas to go back and pick them up off a conveyor belt and bring them forward and drop them into any place that doesn't already have a building. That would require a lot of programming, but I bet you it'd be plausible. Good idea to pick up some walls and throw them on enemy lines to distract turrets while units approach. I wonder if I send in some distracting units. Well, I don't know if foreshadows will be blocked by anything. But I bet you if I picked up some surge walls and dropped them in front of specters. Okay, I'm gonna try something. No, not surge wall, phase wall. I'm gonna see what happens to the thing when I get killed. I'm gonna guess it goes boom, but let's find out. Yep, it goes boom. Okay. So you just need to get close and drop it. Even better are some reactors that are about to blow up. That's an interesting idea, actually. I assume it pauses the countdown when you pick it up. Because if it doesn't pause the countdown when you pick it up, that's not going to work. But if it does... Okay, let's grab a few more random units. Okay. Yep, that's what I wanted. Okay. So with tier 4s in the group, I'm feeling a lot more confident about their ability to walk up and stomp on the core. Come on. Pick a unit. Okay, there we go. Now, V7 Beta lets you command distract units on the fly by setting chain commands. I definitely can't wait till V7. Okay, before we actually charge through here, we're going to have to order the units to move. The way to do that, I'm going to build a command center up here. And then we're going to go delete our other command center. After opening the wall. No, go around the corner. We're at wave 30 already, so we don't want to wait much longer. Okay. Door open. Mini big stompy unit walk through the gate. Okay. Unfortunately, gates... I wish end units would pathfind through gates on their own, because that would make everything way nicer. Get me out of this clump. I need to go shell this Spectre. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but those green beams repair friendlies as well, don't they? Or is it just friendly structures? It's probably just friendly structures, I guess, now that I think about it. Would you people please stop getting stuck? Damn it. There we go. You can processor control the gates, but will units pathfind through it properly then? Oh, whoa, whoa, get away from that, get away from that. Okay, here we go. Alright, so we need to make this go away. And then we need to go get those rear columns. We need to clear out these fuses. And realistically, that's all we're going to be able to do before we send in the army. Yeah, you did the processor control units on a path. I don't want to spend quite that much time writing unit control code. Although, if I was, for example, making a build order for a PvP map or something, that might be something that'd be worth spending time on. Although I'm going to assume that either logic is disallowed or greatly restricted on most PvP servers, because that could get pretty interesting in a hurry, shall we say. Okay, we need to clear the way for the rest of the army. Not going to be too hard to do. Because somebody could sit down and write fantastically complicated scripts that would basically play the game for them. Okay. Stop it. Piece of shit. To get rid of these. Good. Try to repair this, you idiot. Okay. I actually wanted to fire through them, but anyway, there we go. we need to get those fuses, and then we need to order the army to charge. And I sure hope we have enough units to make it work. Okay, go away, fuse. Once the fuses are gone, then we really can't do a whole lot else because that's the extent of our reach before we get into range of the foreshadow and fun stuff like that. Oops. Okay, maybe we should pull back a little while these units are walking through here. Hey, how dare you rebuild that? Now, rebuild squishy stuff instead, please. Awesome. It is now time to attack! Okay. See how close we can get before we get assassinated. Answer, not very. Oh, nope. Okay. That meltdown is a serious issue. And should be a priority target for all involved. Oh, okay, it's dead. Okay, note to self. Tier 4 units. They're good. Also worth building. Oh. On that note, it is 11 o'clock. And I should probably go to bed because I have to get up early tomorrow, actually. So, yes, we need to start clearing all this stuff out. This place is going to be attacked again, probably. Fun. And most of these are not... This one was, if I remember correctly, extreme. These are eradication. Yeah. I'm not sure what we're going to do next weekend. I might come back and try some of the eradication ones. Or I might do something else. But I'm definitely be playing more Mindustry starting on the 11th. To do the V7, anything new in V7, particularly the new planetary campaign. But yeah, tomorrow being Monday, I'm probably going to be back to X4. We'll see if anything else happens, but likely X4. Oh, in any case, let's see if anybody is streaming anything. Wasted's doing Arma. That's boring. I don't feel like being very sociable. So you know what? I'm just going to wish you guys a good night and end stream. So, good night. I hope you all have an awesome time. I'm extremely glad you were all here. And I will see you all hopefully tomorrow. And if not, then hopefully next weekend. But anyway. Have a great night. And goodbye.